Awesome. Hello and welcome into the stream, everybody. It is so good to see you all. For everybody that has already joined us over on TikTok, it's super good to see you. For everyone that is joining us on YouTube right now, thank you for coming in. Today, we have a little bit of a special stream. I'm sitting down with Pete Buttigieg, who I was able to get on the stream. Super big fan of a lot of your work. It is super nice to find some time to sit down with you. If you want to kind of take it away and give a little bit of an introduction about who you are and what you've done and what you do, I'm sure that a lot of people watching now know exactly who you are, but for those that don't, it may be helpful.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me on. Excited to have a conversation. In short, I'm somebody whose experiences were formed by growing up in South Bend, Indiana, being there for the transformation of that part of the industrial Midwest, and then went on to serve as Secretary of Transportation. And on the political side, do something I think you believe in as well, which is talking to the other side, debating, believing in the idea that politics is about encounter and about persuasion and not just talking to people who are already there with you, which I think is especially important at a time like this. So this is the first time in about 15 years that I don't have a job as an elected official. I'm not on the ballot. I'm just investing my time in doing whatever I can to advance causes that I care about, candidates I believe in, and try to encourage my party to think past this moment because I actually don't think we'll be able to win until we show that we're about more than just rewinding and getting to the status quo of where we used to be. And I imagine that that's something that is especially important for us to have credibility with younger voters who I know you talk to every day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, even as you said those words, thinking forward, how we can move on and be something better compared to going back to the status quo, definitely got a smile and a head nod out of me, alongside the approval of many people watching, because that is exactly right. And one of the many issues that I hear a lot of people, especially in that younger generation, kind of taking online, geared towards their thoughts of the Democratic Party. But I mean, right now, the minds of most people are kind of just focused on the Trump administration and maybe some of the tyranny that I'd define that I see, raining down on Americans. So yeah. Anyways, the reason why we've got Pete Buttigieg on the stream is we're just looking to have a conversation. I'm really interested in your professional experience, where you think we are as a country, where we're going, and how to change course if it's a bad direction, or how to stay on track if you think we're headed in a good direction. Now, one thing that I know your team had brought up to me before we hop on here today, and something that I'm very personally curious about, is the fact that similar to myself, you also did a 1v20 on Jubilee. And I mean, I've shared some of my thoughts about how I think it went for myself, but I'm actually really curious, what was that experience like for you?
I'll be honest, I was not familiar with Jubilee or surrounded that whole format until we contemplated doing it. I was doing it as somebody speaking on behalf of the Democratic ticket, and I was really glad I did it. It was a very different format from anything that I was used to doing on TV or radio or even digital formats, but it wasn't totally foreign to me for two reasons. One, I love debate. I think that the heart of politics is debate. I really worry that we don't have a lot of actual debate because so many people are just kind of posturing or preaching for their own side. And the second thing is when I was mayor, we used to do a thing called Mayor's Night Out, where we would go to a community center or a school every month, would do this and set up a little card table and sit one on one with somebody, anybody who wanted to have 5 minutes with me. And sometimes we'd have 20 or 30 people sign up. I'd be there for hours just talking to people one by one. And it could be anything from something about a sewer issue to a code enforcement problem to somebody who told me that they were sure that the second coming of Jesus Christ was going to happen in the parking lot of the Civic Center in a couple of weeks and wanted the mayor to know about it, to somebody wanted to talk about Trump, and just back to back to back having those conversations. And I feel like there's something about the Jubilee format that kind of speaks to that. I'll tell you, the first I ever saw you was when I was getting ready to do that, watching some of these clips and seeing how that worked, and had really good, just straightforward, honest conversations but we were in Grand Rapids, Michigan, a lot of undecided voters. I think I won some of them over, which is what I came there to do. But the other thing that really made a big impression on me was how many people came up to me in the next few days saying that they had seen it. And something about the way people were coming up to me just seemed different from, I mean, I've been on TV constantly in the weeks leading up to that. And yet there were a lot of people who clearly didn't see any of the, 10 or 20 TV appearances that I'd had, but did see this. And it was a
Yeah.
reminder that I think candidates and strategists in my party are still struggling with about understanding that these digital spaces are not just kind of extra dressing alongside your kind of core media work. Like they have increasingly moved to the heart of it. And of course, part of why we got the result we did, I think, is we're in this kind of head scratching moment looking back at 2024. Because I think Republicans figured that out before a lot of Democrats did.
No, absolutely, man. I couldn't agree with you more. I honestly, where I think we are at America today, politics, the dissemination of information, and where these conversations live. In my mind, it's not that, social media and the play of digital media and politics is increasingly moving towards the heart of these conversations, but rather it is the heart of these conversations in 2025. And I think that, people are starting to realize that, especially, within the political institutions. But for so long, the heart was always the legacy media, the MSNBC, the CNN, and we're just finally starting to see a big shift where so many people are no longer looking to the cable networks, but I mean now looking to their phone screen, pulling up Instagram, pulling up TikTok, going and searching a video on YouTube. And in response to the first thing that you had to say there about your experience on Jubilee, just being willing to sit down and talk to somebody about whatever and hearing so many different things, back to back to back to back. That's definitely how my experience went as well. I just thought I'd commend you though, because I think that's super cool to see from, somebody that, was serving, as a politician, in the American government, you're serving as our Secretary of Transportation, alongside many other roles in your 15 years of experience. To actually have those sit down discussions. I feel like I don't see that at all. I feel like so many people don't really feel like they're getting an authentic sense of who somebody is and what they believe in and what their responses are maybe to particular criticism in that sit down conversational format. Now, my next question for you here is very relevant to what I do. So, what I do is every single day I hop on TikTok, I hop on YouTube, and I talk to people. I talk to people that politically disagree with me. I try to change their mind. I talk to Trump supporters. I try to give them the reasons why they're wrong, maybe why they shouldn't support Trump. And I try to, persuade, the quote unquote political opposition, and I try to change their mind. And in managing that disagreement, I've come across, many different learning experiences to get better at managing that disagreement in an attempt to change somebody's mind. So the question that I have for you is, what is your approach to that art of persuasion? What is your approach to disagreement in politics? And what do you think the best way is to go about trying to change somebody's mind in America when it is so important to in this day and age?
I think one really big thing is to see the humanity on someone from the other side. And that may come easier to those of us who grew up in a conservative area or a conservative family. I think for others, as we're increasingly sorted out into liberal and conservative enclaves, it's actually harder to do. And it's especially harder to do digitally. I think in person, if you're like talking to somebody next to you, I don't know, at at a social gathering or on an airplane or whatever it is, you're even if you're clearly from a different place politically, you're probably not going to be an asshole about it. Online, when we're all kind of faceless, like behind our Twitter handles or whatever, there's less of that. So one thing I appreciate about what you're doing, I think, is trying to find a way to cross that over where there's still regard for the humanity of the other person, which, by the way, doesn't mean backing off your positions. I mean, to me, it's a sign of respect for another person to debate them very fiercely and stand on the ground of the facts as you see them and the values as you recognize them. But I do think there's something about just appreciating that you're talking to a person and appreciating that if I came up in a different media environment or a different community, I might have different values, and recognizing that as the foundation for where the other person's coming from before going in as strongly as I can, saying, "Look, I know you think this, but I think it's better to think that," and fighting for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, producing a space where you could have more respectful dialogue is definitely important towards that persuasion and in an attempt to change somebody's mind. That's something that I've had to learn. You know, that's not a skill I was born with. That's something I've had to learn as I've had these conversations over the last year or two. You know, because in starting, you know, what I do now, sitting down having these debates, you know, hearing something that you know I just thought was wrong, something I think is just evil, you know, just terrible. You know, my first gut reaction for so long is just to you know hop on it, get loud, like why the hell are you saying what you are? You know, what the fuck, you're insane. But you know, I've learned, you know, that I got to come to these conversations with a little bit more of a calm demeanor, with a little bit more respect, just to try to change the mind of whomever I'm speaking with. So I think that you got a great point there. 110%. I mean, that's something that I've seen in my day to day life, having these conversations, as I said. Now, I think you know for the bulk of our conversation that remains here, I'm just really interested in your thoughts on where we're at as a country today, where you think we're going, and Donald J. Trump and his leadership. You know, because that's something I talk about every single day, and
Yeah.
I'm interested in hearing from you about it.
One
Um,
thing I've been thinking, sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, go ahead.
One thing I've been thinking a lot about is the kinds of discussions I was having arguing over politics when I was like 20. Because at the time, a lot of the debates I would get into with conservative friends and over beers and in dorm rooms, whatever it was, you know, often they would be the ones who would strongly be against a stronger role for government, right? And I was somebody who believed government should play more of a role in healthcare, more of a role in making sure that the economy is fair, a whole bunch of other things, more of a role in protecting people from gun violence. Okay. And they would always come at me saying, the more power the government has, the more someday you're going to see things like federal agents marching down the streets and people getting, handcuffed for what they believe. It's going to be tyranny, right? If you even have background checks on guns, like one day there's going to be tyranny. And what's crazy to me now is it feels like tyranny has come in through the front door. So all of these images like masked federal agents stuffing people into vans that seem to me like they're out of the fever dreams of conservatives and libertarians, are now things that are happening. And to me, it would seem that a principled conservative or libertarian or liberal all ought to have a problem with that. And I think there's more and more of that. You know, one other thing I've observed is this president, this White House tries to create this sense that they are just unstoppable, that there's just this wall of inevitability, like it's a steamroller coming at you. And there's a couple things that make it clear that that's not true. One is they've never actually had majority support among the American people. I'm not an election denier. I mean, he won the popular vote, but even then, he won it with just a little under 50%, and he's a lot less popular now than that. So it's just not true that most Americans are on board with this. Doesn't mean most Americans are big Democrats. We'll get into that in a minute, but it's very clear that most Americans are not on board with this, and that's why things like the rallies over the weekend, millions of people taking to the streets, is really important. I'm also looking for other signs of cracks in the armor of this kind of wall that he's trying to create, this image he's trying to create. Just heard about something from Indiana, which is really good news. So he's been trying to push Indiana to gerrymander their congressional seats so that no Democrat could win anywhere in the state. It would be 9-0, even though it's a Republican state. But you know, if you pick 9 people at random from Indiana, 3 or 4 of them will be Democrats, 5 or 6 of them will be Republicans. But they want, in terms of the people they send to Congress, they want to be 9-0. And Trump and Vance really cared about this. JD Vance went to Indiana to strong arm these legislators. Trump got on the phone pushing him to do it. And we've learned today that they've said they just don't have the votes to do it in this very, very Republican state. So again, what that shows to me is that there's something of a paper tiger, that his inevitability, his domination is only real if people believe in it. And it's really important that we poke holes in that because most people don't. Now, the other side of it is, we're against that is not enough as a message. So, what my party's got to do is say we're against that and we're for this and make it a lot clearer what we're trying to do to make your everyday life better. If we can't do that, then I think politically we're going to be lost, but also never mind the politics, just as a matter of reality, obviously we wouldn't be here in this situation with a guy like him running the country
Yeah.
if everything in our society and our politics and our economics was going along just fine.
I mean, I think that you made some great points there. Just kind of to start, you were talking about how seemingly the Trump administration doesn't stand antithetical to just what's best for this country, nor antithetical to the goals and aspirations of the left, but also antithetical to the more traditional conservative values that we've, been hearing the crazy uncles espouse, for the last 30 or 40 years. And I actually think that's a big point that I like to discuss every single day. One question I'll ask somebody, or sorry, most people that'll join my live and tell me they're Trump supporters. Well, sir, are you a patriot? Right. And, knowing MAGA, knowing conservatives, knowing the trend we've seen flying the American flag, saying USA, so on and so forth, the answer is always an astounding, obvious yes. Right. And then I go on to ask, so, well, do patriots care about core American values? They say, yes, they do. I'm like, well, is the Constitution a core American value? And they're like, absolutely. I love the Constitution. And then we start talking about how Donald Trump's saying that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. He wants to ban the burning of the American flag, even though SCOTUS ruled that was constitutionally protected in the 80s. His attacks on the 14th Amendment, his straight up, calling for the abolition of the 22nd Amendment and saying he might want to run for a third term, so on and so forth. Right? That's antithetical to everything that this pro-Constitution patriot is supposed to stand for. But then they say, no, I want more, right? And I mean, you were bringing up an example about, having ICE, having ICE raiding the homes of individuals in Chicago, forcing naked children out of their beds, shoving them in the backs of U-Haul vans, militarizing American cities, declaring war on Portland, Oregon, Chicago, Illinois, Memphis, so on and so forth. And just how much of a backbone, at least in my mind, I think a lot of people lack because of how contradictory that is to their values. I think what it leaves me with is the question, well, I mean, how did we even get here? You know what I mean? And there's some other stuff that you brought up too, and I don't want to brush that off. I think that you made some good points, also honing in and touching on, the Democratic Party and how it's important for us to say, well, we're not just anti-Trump, but here's what we want instead of Trump. This is how we're going to make your life better. And I want to talk about that with you later. But I think maybe one big question that I have here for you is: it seems like we agree that Trump, in so many ways, stands so adjacent to even the values that people on the right have espoused that they hold so dear to heart. How the hell do 37% of Americans still support him per, a recent poll from AP?
Well, I got to think part of it is people who don't like everything about him, or maybe generally on some level don't like what they see, but are willing to do anything that would potentially make them better off, even if that means burning everything down. And look, I can make the case for a lot of important, good work that's been done in my lifetime to make people better off. I was part of it in terms of infrastructure. We got 20,000 projects done and another 50,000 started. I could say that in terms of things like the Affordable Care Act that Obama delivered, that is why millions of people, including people in my family, have health insurance who didn't before. But the reality is that most people, definitely if you're my age or any younger, have mostly experienced policy failure in this country and are ready to throw up their hands. And some people are ready to say, burn it all down. Now, I do think it's one thing to say that in an election as an expression of how pissed off you are. It's another to look around you and see all of the damage that's being done. And we have not, I think, experienced most of the worst of it in terms of what it's going to do to our economy, our society. The other thing I'd say is people are getting their information in very different ways. This is not like before, even, I don't think it was that long ago, but when I was growing up, you got most of your information looking at a newspaper, watching a TV story, and seeing two sides, but knowing about basically the same set of facts. I think a lot of the facts of what is going on right now would in fact come as a surprise to a lot of people who don't follow the same media sources that you or I might, or don't follow, don't believe that the CNNs of the world and the New York Times of the world are presenting information accurately, even though they're not perfect, but what they present is factually accurate. A lot of people don't believe that, or they believe it's both sides. They think that Hunter Biden getting $50,000 a month to be on the board of a company is the same as the president of the United States trying to take $500 million jumbo jet from a foreign government while he's the president of the United States, because the way information is presented, it creates this false sense that it's kind of six of one, half dozen of the other.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think that one of the most notorious examples of that, would be a comparison between Donald Trump's fake elector plot in the 2020 election, where in my mind he literally tried to steal the election with the use of fake votes in Congress, then admitted to it in court. To like the story about Hunter Biden's laptop. We're comparing the biggest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War. Once again, in my mind, that's my opinion. I think it should be everybody else's opinion too. To a story about Hunter Biden and his laptop. So I mean, I think that that last point that you made there is an incredibly good point that I don't think I've considered so much, but you see it so often. And I want to ask you, about a comment that you made a little bit ago. I'm very interested to see your response here. It's about the Democratic Party. What do you think the big issues are in it? And how do we fix them? How do we move forward? I'd like to quote a clip that I saw of Bernie Sanders talking to, I believe it was Rachel Maddow a couple days ago. It may not have been. It may have been somebody else. And he was asked, well, like, why is the Democratic Party polling so low? Why is the Democratic Party losing the support of so many people? In a lot of ways, including myself and a lot of my audience, the Democratic Party is losing our support too. And he said one of the reasons maybe is that the Democratic Party just isn't focused on affordability anymore. 30 years ago, if you wanted, a less expensive house, you look towards the Democrats. If you want better social safety nets, you look towards the Democrats. If you want your rent to be lower and your gas to be cheaper, the first party that comes to your mind is the Democrats. So maybe if you want to touch on what Bernie had to say and kind of wrap in your own thoughts of what the big issues are within that Democratic Party and how to overcome them and fix them, gearing towards the future, I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with him on everything, but I think he's right to name those kinds of issues as the big things on people's minds. And if our party is not viewed as focused on that, if we don't look like we are squarely focused on the basics of life, then it seems like we're not in step with what's really on people's minds. Like I said earlier, the most formative experience in my kind of professional political life was as a mayor. So my whole world in politics began with taking care of the absolute basics, like clean, safe drinking water and making sure the sewers work and plowing snow and picking up the trash. And at the federal level, I think it's also about the basics. Can you hope to actually afford a home, like buy a home in your life, or do you feel like you're going to be renting your whole life and you can barely afford the rent? Is healthcare going to be remotely affordable? Is it going to be, utility bills are even in places where they used to be comparatively affordable, are going up, up, and up. Who has an answer on that? But I also insist that we have a better answer on that. We stand in contrast to Republicans who are either actually actively making it worse, like health insurance, where
Mm.
if you're on ACA insurance, there's a good chance, literally in a few days from now, you're going to get a letter showing you how Trump and the Republicans have doubled your premiums. Or whether we're talking about taxes, where there's just a very clear difference between Democrats who believe in making sure the wealthy pay their fair share and Republicans who are cutting taxes for billionaires, or whether we're talking about any of the other issues that really are at the center of our day-to-day life. And part of why I think it's so important to be communicating in different spaces, including digital spaces, is to present that, like to present what we're seeking to do to make everyday life better off, and to contrast us with the caricature of Democrats that I think is being painted. And by the way, a lot of money goes into this. I mean, all the way through to clipping factories pushing stuff on Discord. The right has put a lot of money into creating a certain image of Democrats. That means a lot of voters who actually agree with us don't believe that we are for them or with them.
No, I absolutely agree with that last point. I think one way that Trump kind of revolutionized politics in modern American history was from shifting it away from this paradigm of trying to stay somewhat associated with what the facts are and what the facts aren't. Trying to stay a little bit overboard, a little bit above board, and then just kind of adding your own interpretation of what they are. And the shift that I think Trump has made in American politics is away from trying to stay in association with facts to now we just have this belligerent man leading this belligerent party that now, will just lie straight to your face. They'll tell you the sky's red and the earth is flat, of course, metaphorically in reference to American politics. I mean, look at the most recent example of that with the government shutdown. They're out here telling people that the Democrats shut the government down because they want to give undocumented immigrants free health care. Meanwhile, that's been illegal because of like four different pieces of legislation passed in the federal government in the last 50 years that specifically restrict non-emergency health care and other welfare benefits to only residents and citizens. They'll just lie straight to your goddamn face. And I think maybe that's one of the reasons, we see your last point there of the right just, pouring millions or even billions of dollars in like they did in the election to create this image of the left to kind of scare you away from it. And it's just one of the many tactics we've seen deployed by Trump to either scare or push people into supporting him as president. I think that's a great point. And one other question I wanted to ask you about the left, and just ask you about American politics as a whole, and I'm really curious about what your response is going to be here, is we have seen a growing sentiment that is anti-Israel, that is standing against the state of Israel in the American youth, not just on the left, but on both sides. I think according to a recent poll that I just read, 71% of Democrats at the age of 50 or younger, and 50% of Republicans at the age of 50 or younger do not think that we should be supporting the state of Israel. They're anti-Israel. And this is a trend that we've seen boom. This is a trend that I think is going to continue to grow. And honestly, it's a trend that I'm personally on board with. I'm not that big of a fan either. And I wanted to get your thoughts on kind of this praxis that we see here of maybe this discrepancy between the Democratic Party and between the Republican Party too, and the American people with this growing disagreement, honestly, where when I look towards the Democrats in Congress, when I look towards, the DNC, right, they're saying one thing, and then me and 71% of other Democrats under the age of 50 are saying a complete other thing. How do you look at this growing sentiment of being anti-Israel? What do you think it means for America? And where do you see this going with such strong disagreements, even within your own party, from the congressional level to the personal level?
What I believe is there's a difference between being against the behavior of the Israeli government, the conduct of Netanyahu, the settlements, the annexation, the atrocities that took place toward the Palestinian people in Gaza, versus being against or for the security of the Israeli people, their ability to live and not be wiped off the map, which is the agenda of everybody from Hamas to the Iranian regime and a lot of other people around them. I think both of those things can be true at the same time. And I know a lot of people who, through historical experience or life experience, believe that Jewish people will not be safe anywhere unless there is a Jewish homeland. And I think you can believe that and oppose, as by the way, many on the Israeli left and center left courageously do, the conduct of the government there. So I think the question for the US is how can we support freedom, peace, and self-determination for both peoples on this small piece of land, Israelis and Palestinians. And I've been there. I've seen, if you go in a helicopter, you can see from the river to the sea at the same time. This is a small piece of land. And have a way for there to actually be lasting peace there. But I think these things can all be true at the same time. And I do believe that, look, obviously, there have been a lot of failures in US politics when it comes to preventing what has happened in Gaza, and when it comes to generally making sure that there is peace and safety for both of the peoples in this land. I also don't think in the long run that we can expect that this will get better when you have somebody like Donald Trump in power, somebody who sees, I think, a kindred spirit in Netanyahu. Netanyahu, somebody who has no regard for even the possibility of a two-state solution, is doing everything he can to sabotage that, actually, which is really what these settlements and this talk of annexation is about. And I think that there will not be any kind of lasting peace in the region until we have an America that is, yes, more willing to use its leverage to shape the actions of the Israeli government, but also finds a way to do that in a way that doesn't give quarter to those who really do want to wipe this country and its people off of the map.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just a couple quick thoughts of my own there. I think point number one, I think everyone can agree that, innocent civilians don't deserve to die, right? And I feel like that's a fact. That's a fundamental fact that everyone can agree on. And I think maybe one of the reasons why we see this growing, like anti-Israeli sentiment, is because of what you pointed out: the actions of the Israeli government, the actions of Netanyahu, and just how deplorable they've been in the eyes of so many, including myself. And like specifically on like the state of Israel, I don't know. My thoughts is I personally endorse a multicultural democracy. I in America support a separation between church and the state. I support that globally too. I think that's a good thing. Um, so that's where I lie. That's where a lot of people, that are younger in the Democratic Party and on the left lie, is multicultural democracies, ethno states, are just simply not a way forward. Um, and that's where I stand. What are your thoughts?
So I think there is a unique situation there, but I get it. I mean, I think so much depends on the steps that the Israeli government takes. I think one thing that Netanyahu should pay attention to is the fact that it's not just young people in general, but a lot of younger Jewish Americans who look at what's happening and say, I want no part of this. And if that continues, that could be lethal for Israel's future as a Jewish democratic state. But again, I think it's also really important. This is something we learned the hard way generationally when I was roughly your age and the U.S. went into Iraq, is to try to make some distinctions between what we think is right for us and what we think is right for others. And one of the things I'm really worried about is the desire to set up an ethno state right here in the United States. And I know that that is wrong for us. One of the most important pieces of political speech in recent years, I think, was the speech J.D. Vance gave at Claremont College, where he laid out what he thinks it means to be an American. And it's very, very different than what I believe it means to be an American, but also I think what the founders believed it meant to be an American. He basically reduced it to a kind of blood and soil nationalism, that it's about how many generations of ancestors you have buried in Civil War battlefields, and it writes a lot of people out of belonging in America. Um, I'm reluctant to preach a lot of things to other places in the world when we seem to be struggling to establish a multiracial, multicultural, authentically democratic representative state right here. And I think the contest over whether we can do that is really being hashed out in this decade, and will be even more so if JD Vance winds up being the future of the Republican Party.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I could agree to that. I guess from my perspective, what my thoughts are is I think that there's some things on the left that I disagree with to do with this topic. Just everything that I've seen in the last couple of years. I've seen an intentional ethnic cleansing. I've seen, videos of, 5-year-old girls going up in flames in schools on the Gaza Strip, and I just look at that and I say that's absolutely terrible. But I can definitely agree, and I think that every American should be too, that these actions are only further emboldened and made worse by the right compared to the left. Before the election, something I talked about a lot is I disagree with Kamala Harris on this subject. I do have some disagreements there. I'm not pro-Israel. It's just I think that's the rational position to take on. But when you compare what she ran on to what Donald Trump ran on, coming out with statements saying that he just wants them to finish the job, he disagreed with a minimal weapon blockades that the Biden-Harris administration had put on weapon shipments to Israel, and that he actually held a joint press conference with Netanyahu saying, listen, we'll send America in there. We'll forcefully ethnically cleanse every Palestinian remaining on the Gaza Strip. We're going to force them to go to Jordan and Egypt, and then we're going to knock it all down and build a Riviera to give to Netanyahu. I think that is even worse, right? So, I definitely agree. And especially in consideration of your comments that J.D. Vance made about how maybe that's what we're even moving to in America. With making it this, in my mind, I've seen and I've heard comments from the Trump administration that are very indicative of this quasi form of white nationalism, coming out with Donald Trump saying that you could look at an immigrant and identify if they're good or bad, or, even Homeland Security going on Twitter, posting things that, in my mind, are just comparable to Nazi propaganda we saw during the 1930s. Some, facts that we've learned about people who've served under his administration, like Paul Ingrassia coming out saying that he's on a Nazi streak, or J.D. Vance's response to the young Republicans in that Signal group chat where they were saying, I love Hitler. Then he's like, oh, they're kids we shouldn't care, even though they're 33, is astounding. And it's crazy. That's the direction that we're heading in as a country.
And there's more where that came from. Look, what we're seeing is under the hood of a lot of people who are very influential in this administration. And at a certain point, you have to say that this is a pattern, right? It's not just like somebody made a stray remark or something weird happened or you had one bad apple. This is something again and again and again. And of course, there's a relationship between a Trump appointee sending racist messages or saying that he has a Nazi streak and the decision of President Trump to host a Holocaust denier at Mar-a-Lago. These are part of a bigger pattern, and we have to ask what that pattern represents, what it means, what it tells us. And I think a big part of what it tells us is that the people in charge of this administration think about Americanness, think about American belonging, mostly in terms of exclusion, in terms of who you get to write out of that project. And it makes a lot of people desperate to be written into the project. But sooner or later, this sort of thing comes for you. And I think that we see it in the racism, the anti-Semitism, the other things that have been exposed under the hood of so many of these people. And then, you know, a lot of these folks are going into positions of real power. Like this guy, it sounds like his nomination has been disrailed, but the Office of Special Counsel has enormous power in the U.S. government. So do a lot of these people who aren't appointed, confirmed officials, but they're in these group chats making decisions. It's not like the things they're saying in the group chats are unrelated to the decisions they're making or the actions that they're shaping as influential Republican advisors.
Yeah, no, I mean 110%. I mean, you brought up him hosting Nick Fuentes at the White House, and I completely forgot about that until you brought it up. Yeah, absolutely insane. Can't even believe that's happening. You know, maybe one other thing that I'd like to bring up here is, well, what are your thoughts on the next 3 years? I think way earlier in our conversation, you pointed out that you think things are only going to get worse than they already are. And when you said that, the first thought that came to my head was, well, you know, in 8 days, November 1st, according to the Department of Agriculture, you know, they're going to run out of funding for SNAP. And there's many states now where millions of people are going to lose the benefits that feed them and feed their children. And I mean, that's only 8 days away. You know, what's 3 years away? What do you think the next 3 years under Trump is going to look like for us?
Yeah, I mean, if SNAP benefits run out, if the Trump budget prevails and you see the premiums go up, you see the people getting kicked off Medicaid, if the continued price, by the way, I want to make clear something about these tariffs, right? We've got uh, basically a federal sales tax that's being imposed on all of. They don't call it that, but at the very moment that they're cutting taxes for billionaires, they're raising revenue for the government by making you and me and everybody else pay a federal sales tax on imported goods, aka a tariff, when you go to Target or Walmart or wherever to buy things. So these things are going to continue to mount and create more and more pressure on the economy, more and more pressure on people in their lives, to say nothing of the abuses against our rights. And you know they go for the law firms first, the universities, then they go for late night comedians, and it's not like they're going to stop there. Having said that, I don't think this has to be a one-way trip. I wouldn't be doing politics if I didn't think there was a different and better way. Another thing that's coming up in a few days is an election. Now, that's an election in certain locations, but I was just in one of those locations. Yesterday, I was campaigning in Charlottesville for and with Abigail Spanberger, who's running for Virginia for governor there. Um, that's a chance to send a powerful message. Same thing as New York, New Jersey. There's another state that has their gubernatorial election this year, as opposed to when most of the elections happen in the even numbered years. The statement that those elections can make, the statement that the marchers in the No Kings rallies have made twice now and in a huge way this past weekend, other things can change the amount of power that this president has. Yes, he has the official power of the presidency, but obviously he's not just trying to assert the normal presidential powers. His other power, his power to dominate the party, his power to try to dominate us, actually depends on a pretty flimsy foundation. It depends on a lot of people, especially his enablers in Congress, believing that they have more to fear from him, from crossing him, than from crossing the rest of us, the American people. In other words, they currently believe that there is more political pain for them if they stand up for what's right, things that even as conservatives, they know they should be against him on, than for doing the right thing. if that changes, when that changes, and only that the people collectively can change it, a lot of other things change without us having to wait 3 years for the next presidential election to have some kind of hope. And so part of what I'm out there doing, obviously I'm involved in campaigns and elections, but I'm also trying to encourage more people to be part of other actions that make a difference. Again, it might sound small in the grand scheme of things, but I'm really energized by this news out of Indiana because we didn't have any official power there. This is a
Mm.
GOP supermajority in the House and in the Senate there. But we did a big rally. We had hundreds of people in the state house saying this isn't right. We did media, a lot of things just to shine a light on it. And sure enough, like even after personal intervention from the president, they don't have the votes. This is the kind of thing that builds on a different theory of power, that there's more to power than just what buttons you get to push in the White House or in the executive branch. That is the thing that gives me hope right now, knowing that if we don't use that power, then things continue to happen that will make more and more Americans worse off in incredibly painful, sometimes life-threatening ways.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was going to be the next question the next and last question I had for you was, well, what's giving you hope right now? And it seems like you just answered it. I think that, we're just about out of time here. I mean, there's a lot that you said that I agree with. Listen, I just wanted to personally thank you for coming on here because even though there's a lot that we agree with on, and I mean, there's just 99% of what you said I thought was fantastic. I appreciate you for being willing to sit down with me, even though there's a little bit that we disagree on too. And I think that having these conversations, that's the productive way forward as a country. And I really hope that we'll see, more of these conversations, maybe even longer conversations with a little bit more nuance on these questions, so on and so forth, come out of, other people that are ranking high in the Democratic Party. I know that puts a big smile on my face, but listen, I really appreciate you so much for joining me on stream today. Thank you so much for the dialogue. And it looks like I have to let everyone know that this conversation that I had with Pete here today on stream will be available on YouTube immediately following its cessation, and as well as it will probably be wrapped up into a couple short form clips for you to find in various locations around the internet. One last time here, Pete, I just really appreciate you so much for joining. It was a great conversation. I really appreciate having dialogue with you, and it's cool that we could have that dialogue, agreeing on most and disagreeing on some things too.
Well, thanks. I think you're committed to the same style of engagement that I am. Agree, disagree, debate, talk, think, bring facts, bring arguments, bring ideas. And I'd like to see a lot more of that too. So thanks for having me in.
Yeah, you have a good one.
You too. Take care.
Take care. All right, folks. Now we're just gonna go ahead and shift back here. Um, Give me one moment. There we go. Hello, everyone. So that was a first little sit down for us. Let's go ahead and just decompress that real quick. That was a lot of fun. Having Pete Buttigieg on. There's a lot that he had to say that was absolutely phenomenal. It's really great to get to sit down and talk with some of the thought leaders, on the left, inside of the Democratic Party, and just get a little bit of an insight of where they think we're at, especially somebody like Pete, who has such an amazing ability to really articulate the way that he feels. Yeah, insofar as the conversation of itself, I mean, I actually think there's a lot of things that he said there. That I learned a lot from, kind of touching on the idea that, people are, just getting their information from various sources, and how the right has just spent so much money on painting the left to be something it's not. And maybe that's why we're still lacking. And I got to say, also, I really appreciate hearing from Pete that he thinks that the Democratic Party needs to be anti-Trump, sure, but on the broader scale, also looking towards better representation of themselves as well. You know what I mean? I have some disagreements with Pete, especially on Israel. I don't know if I pushed hard enough, but I appreciate him for sitting down here, and it'd be really cool if maybe we could have some other people come on at a point in time. And I think that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be getting some more people on here. Pete Buttigieg is only the first of many individuals who we're going to be having on the stream, and hopefully, we'll do this once every, couple weeks, or once every month or so. with someone new, and my current prospect right now is I would like to see if I could get JB Pritzker on at one point. I'd like to see if I could get AOC on at one point. Newsom on at one point. Honestly, what I want is a combination of more progressive candidates and more like institutional liberals, and see where the conversation leads, and honestly just to see how they differ. You know what I mean? But I think I got to get a little bit better at asking the pressing questions. But this was the first time I've ever done this. This is the first time I've ever done this, so it's just it's a work in progress. But anyways, for everybody that's tuning in, how did you guys like that? Did you find that fun? Oh, someone in the YouTube chat says Mamdani. Oh, dude, I've been trying to land Mamdani. I have like three ongoing like lines of dialogue from like three separate and distinct people that are like in Mamdani's circle right now. That's a work in progress. Oh, I'd love to talk to Mamdani. I'd love to talk to him. Maya, thank you so much for the $40 over on PayPal. Who says just caught the end of your discussion with Pete. Been watching you for a couple years and I'm so proud. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Maya. That's awesome. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Maya. Yeah, that was definitely one of the first of its kind. As well as Bethany, thank you for the $20 on Venmo as well. Who says, congrats on this opportunity. Thank you, Bethany. Katie, thank you for the 10. Mary, thank you for the 10. Jonathan with the $20 as well. Thank you guys so much for the love. Now listen, I think at this point we are going to go ahead and hop into what we usually do here. We're going to hop back into the debates. But actually, I do want to ask you, how are my like interview conversationalist skills, right? Because like I said, that was like the first time I've ever done something like that at all. Oh my gosh, I was so nervous. I was so nervous. How do you think I did? I'm Mayan. Mid? Okay, mid, 4 out of 10. There's some room for improvement there. That's what I want to see. I think I could get better at it. I think I could get better at it. Of course, I don't expect to be the best the first time I do it. All right, but yeah, no, anyways, at this point, guys, let's go ahead and hop back. I'm seeing like 5 out of 10s, 6 out of 10s, 8 out of 10s. I'd agree somewhere in there, like 5 to 8 out of 10. I think that there's a lot of room for improvement, 110%. But honestly, guys, let's just go ahead and hop into the regular stream for the rest of the afternoon here, folks. That was really cool. I think we're going to be doing that way more often. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter that is an American adult that'd like to come up here and have a discussion. We'll happily get you loaded up into the live. So somebody in the chat, okay, it looks like the chats have agreed on like 6, 7, or 8 out of 10, with like a main critique being push harder. No, I agree with that. I think I did it just because I was a little nervous. I think I have to be more willing to be, a little bit more like transparent, with where I'm at, how I feel, and articulating that inside of a conversation. Great constructive criticism. I really appreciate you guys. But let's go ahead and hop into the debates, folks. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter, and we're going to get you loaded up onto the live. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and pull my phone out and start doing that right now. Somebody in the comment section says 1. I bet they're MAGA. All right, let's go ahead and get that first guest loaded up in here. 6, 7? All right, yo, stop it. Calm down. All right, let's go to get that very first guest up of the afternoon. Make sure if you are in that queue that you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Right now, we only have 28 people in the queue. So make sure to hop in there if that's you. But please, guys, make sure that you're following the rules. I would really appreciate that from absolutely everybody. If you could, please follow the rules. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say you did great. I loved it. Thank you so much. My only thing, the only thing I would say is I wish we could have pushed him a little bit harder on Israel. I don't love his responses. That was kind of
No,
disappointing.
listen.
He's my first pick.
I agree. I I tried to, and then I got nervous and like articulated myself terribly, right? I started bringing up, how I just don't like the notion of an ethno-state, and I endorse multicultural democracies, and it didn't come out right, and I could have done better. See, that's what I was just agreeing with you on. I need to get better at that, but for the most part, it was okay. I appreciate you for coming up, Birdie, and I hope that you have a good rest of
Yeah,
your day.
you did great. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box here, y'all. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue. We got Wally loading up right now, guys. Make sure that you are only inside of that queue, if and only if you support Donald J. Trump as president. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No, not exactly. I'm in.
All right. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to kick you, Wally, because we are just looking for some debates. Only hop in that queue, if and only if you are MAGA, you are an American adult, and you want to come up here and have a conversation with me about why you support President Trump. Awesome. Yo, Olivia, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, would love to see you have Bernie on. Dude, that'd be so fucking cool. I appreciate you for the $5, Olivia. As well as Nova, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Nova says, Dean and Newsom face card would be too much. Yeah, I mean, I want to get Newsom on, I want to get a bunch of people on. As well as Caleb, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. And Marie, thank you for the $7.77. Thank you guys so much. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No.
No? All right. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to kick you here. Let's try to follow those rules. Quite frankly, we got Mick Gavin loading up into the box. Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007, March 24th.
Okay, and why the hell do you support Donald J. Trump as president?
Well, I support Donald Trump for multiple reasons. One being he's more for pro-life policies.
Okay, so he is more for pro-life policies. I just fundamentally disagree with pro-life policy. I'm guessing this means you don't disagree, meaning you are pro-life. Let me ask you this question. Do you think that abortion should be banned in all circumstances, or do you hold particular exceptions?
I would say it deserves to be banned in all circumstances.
Including, like, circumstances of rape?
Well, if you look up the statistics of rape, 0.025 women who get raped have an abortion. So I feel like the rape factor of it doesn't really correlate to, doesn't really have a real perspective of it, I mean,
so you just said that 0.025% of women that
a
are
woman who
raped
get
an
raped
abortion.
get abortion.
Yeah,
Correct.
I don't believe that.
Oh, you can search it up for yourself.
Yeah, no, seriously, what's your source? I'm just curious. Like, I mean, I don't think that the particular amount of women that do get raped, that do get abortion, right, would, like, dictate if it is, like, moral or immoral for them to get an abortion. Like, for instance, if there was never a single victim of rape that had ever gotten an abortion in their lifetime, I'd still say that victims of rape should have access to abortion because it's the morally right thing.
Well, everybody has their own point
But,
of
I
view,
mean, just out
correct?
of curiosity, what's your source there that only 0.025% of women that get raped get abortions following the rape? Oh, that get raped and get pregnant, by the way. As well as while he's looking that up, Azriel, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, I appreciate what you do, Dean. Watching these videos has become a daily occurrence for me in the last 2 months. I wouldn't say I'm here too politically, but I enjoy the information that you put out. Well, I appreciate you for that love. That's incredibly kind of you. As well as we had a handful of individuals send super chats through while we were talking to Buttigieg. Greeny, thank you so much for the 20. I appreciate you for that love. Show some love to Greeny for the 20. Oh, and he's gone. Guess he couldn't find that source. Moving on to the next guest. As well as Tim, thank you so much for the 20. You are also awesome. Show some love to Greeny as well as Tim down below in that comment section for the 20 each. Thank you guys so much for your kindness. Thank you. Seriously, I really appreciate that. As well as Jillian, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, don't be afraid to ask politicians tough questions. You have a great platform and people respect you. It is their job to answer tough questions. No, I couldn't agree more. 110%. As well as Shay, thank you so much for the 15 over on the PayPal. Appreciate you for that love, Shay. And then Lindsay for the 1. I appreciate you guys so much. What is going on, Teresa? Are you MAGA? Wait, your name is not
I'm
Teresa.
not Teresa.
Yeah, Edward. I don't know where I got Teresa from.
Hello.
Hey, are you
How
MAGA?
are you doing this fine evening? Yes, I am.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 23.
Why the hell do you support Trump as president?
I like his immigration policies.
Oh, God, which ones?
All of them, especially the one that allows us to kill and rape niggers.
And he's banned, and we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Up in that queue, if and only if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, we got Florida Girl loading up into the life. Here we go, y'all. Josh, thank you so much for the 20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Josh. Josh says that was a very high level person interview. We needed this before November of 2024. Keep it up. This will change. This will bring change. AOC Mamdani Bernie. I voted for Bernie in 16 caucus in Minnesota where he won. The change is inevitable. Listen, I couldn't agree with you more. Josh. Yeah, like the only reason why we weren't doing sit downs like that before the last election is because I wasn't as well established. I appreciate you for the $20 as well as that message. Thank you, Josh. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. Only hop in that queue if and only if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Nora, what is up? Are you MAGA?
Dean, how are you liberal and
I'm gonna go ahead and assume that's a no. I kind of want to know the rest of her question though. How are you liberal? Then what comes after that? I mean, listen. Unfortunately, they were breaking like 2 of her 3 rules. They were underage and they weren't MAGA, so I had to kick them. But like, what could she have possibly followed that one up with? What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 19.
19. And what time is it?
It is 5:04.
5:04. Perfect. And you said you kind of support Trump. Let's just try to make this a little bit more clear. Knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to last November, would you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and tell us why you support Trump as president.
Well, I just think that with Trump putting like how do I word it? Putting dicks up your asshole and like
Oh, is that a part
just
of
showing off the liberals how it's done. I think that we can get a lot done with that kind of rhetoric, and the left is like so.
All right, I'm just gonna kick him. Honestly, we're gonna go to move on to the next guest. I don't think like I don't know what he was doing nor what he was saying. It didn't really sound like he was trolling. It like legitimately sounded like he was like trying to make like a point there. It legitimately sounded like he was like actually trying to make a point that like he genuinely believed it. I don't fucking know. We kicked him. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Everybody in that TikTok comment section is spamming Glitch. Are we good? What's going on, Jason? Are you MAGA?
No, but I've been watching your live.
Unfortunately, man, I'm gonna have to kick you guys. Please follow the rules. Unfortunately, if you are breaking the rules, you are gonna get banned. So only join the queue if and only if you support Donald J. Trump as president. Please. What is up? Are you MAGA, Mila? Hello? Mila, are you here? Nope, Mila's not here. We're going to go to kicker. Guys, right now I think what we're seeing is a MAGA extinction. Okay, they're gone. All right, there's no MAGA left. What's going on?
44
Good
California
boy.
MAGA.
Thank you for speaking.
Hey, I got a quick question and you can kick me.
I'll kick you before the question. You take care, Liam. We're going to move on to the next guest. We're still looking for like literally a single Trump supporter to come up here and have a conversation with us. If you are a part of the 11.8 thousand people hanging out with us over on TikTok, make sure that we're double tapping and hopping in that queue. If you're MAGA,
Hello?
What's up? Are you MAGA?
I am indeed.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year are you born in?
2007, August 18th.
And why the hell do you support Trump as president?
Personally, as a Christian, I believe that he, I don't believe in all the things he does, especially his morals, but he is a Christian. So I feel like in my household, we all believe that he is the one to support.
Okay, so if Christian, then good president. Well, did you know that Donald Trump's actually not a Christian?
No, he is.
No, he's not at all. Do you know what James 2:24 says?
No, not off the top of my head.
I do. It says faith without works is dead. Meaning, in order to maintain a relationship with Christ, in order to quote unquote be a Christian, it's not that you just have to have faith that he exists, he's king, he's God, but you also have to like engage in particular works. Could we agree that one of the necessary works that you'd have to engage in order to be Christian and maintain that relationship with God would be to repent to God for your sins?
Yes, I agree.
Donald Trump says he's never repented to God for his sins, meaning, according to our
Is this
prior
an actual
agreement,
thing he
is not
said?
a Christian.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because, where's the facts in that? Because I genuinely believe that he's a Christian.
What I want you to do is I want you to go on Google. I want you to type in Donald Trump says he's never repented to God for his sins in his life. This is something that he admitted to. This is something that he said. I don't know why he said it, right? No clue why he said it. Definitely didn't help him out in any sense, but maybe he was being honest for the first time in his life. That's what he said.
But I think you gotta take what he says with a pinch of salt because, he called for the banning of all Muslim people, but then he's friends who are Muslim. So he's constantly contradicting himself, but I don't think he means what he says.
Constantly contradicting himself would be a really good reason to not support him as president.
But
Now,
again,
if you want to take him with a grain of salt when he says he's not Christian,
no,
then why can't I take him? Well, listen, if you want to take him with a grain of salt when he says that he's not Christian, when he says that he's never asked God to forgive any of his sins, then why can't I take him with a grain of salt when he says that he is Christian, considering the fact he's a 34-count felon, adjudicated rapist that has hit on little girls and boasted about sexually exploiting them too? No response? See how I'm like using your own line of logic, line of reasoning against you here?
no, I understand what he's done is bad, and like again, it's just the fact that he's a Christian is
Well,
one of the reasons why I
you're
support
not
him.
answering my last question, ma'am. Do I need to repeat it?
Yeah, what was your question?
Oh, I'll repeat it happily. So you said he's Christian. I said he's not Christian because he says he's never repented for any of his sins in his life. And then you said to take him with a grain of salt. Maybe he wasn't telling the truth. So then I asked you, why can't I take him with a grain of salt when he says he is Christian, considering the fact that he doesn't bear the fruit of the Holy Spirit, due to the fact that he's a 34-count felon, he was adjudicated to have raped a woman, he's boasted about sexually exploiting naked girls and naked women at Miss Teen USA and Miss Universe, not to mention the fact that he's in the Epstein files. He asked the FBI to redact his name. He was Epstein's best buddy, and he was sending him letters with a depiction of the body of a naked woman or girl, and the statement may every new day be another wonderful secret.
Look, that interview about the pageant, I think that it was a setup for him. It was definitely a setup, and the way the interviewer was talking, like it was clearly trying to probe him into saying something about, because he's a confident man. He has an ego. He wants to boast about things that are not
So
true.
now you're saying it was like a setup to get him to say that. That's what Chris Hansen does. So like whenever you like watch Chris Hansen like catch a pred, that's a setup for the pred. Are you saying that we should just let those preds go? They're not actually bad people since they were set up into admitting that they want to fuck children.
No, I'm not saying
Oh,
that.
okay. So even if the nature of the conversation with Trump, right, was Howard Stern scheming and setting him up to get him to admit to sexual exploitation, that doesn't change anything.
I mean, I get where you're coming from. It's just that like I gotta do more research on him and his actions, but again, it's not like my main.
How do we get to the more research point? No, I'm responding to something you said. You're not responding to something that I said. Okay, you don't need to do more research on what I'm saying. I'm just asking you about something that you said you believe, and you're the one that said that you believe that Howard Stern was setting Trump up, right, on that episode of the Howard Stern show.
Yeah,
where
because I
Donald Trump
listened to
admitted to
it.
sexually exploiting little girls and naked women. You understand, right, that even if Howard Stern was setting Trump up, that wouldn't change how like wrong the things are that Donald Trump admitted to doing. I think my example of like Chris Hansen was a great one. Chris Hansen literally sets preds up. That doesn't make the actions of the preds any less despicable.
Like just from what I heard, all I heard about that interview was that it was completely, it was, I don't know, I haven't like done my research on what he actually did, but the interview itself is not a good source and we're getting the information from.
The interview itself is not a good source for what Trump said
Because
in the interview. Can you explain that one to me? Can you give me a little bit of nuance there?
like how do you know it's children? You know what I mean? How do you know that was children?
Okay. Well, I said children and women, and the reason why I say children and women is because both children and women have spoken out that competed at Miss Teen USA and Miss Universe and said this happened to them. But I mean,
do you have a source for that?
Yeah,
Because
sure. If you go,
I've seen none of them.
Okay. All right.
Would not have been breaking news if that was the truth. Like I don't get it.
Okay. Well, maybe you will get it if you let me finish speaking.
My apologies.
So you could go on Google. You could type in a beauty contestant pageant of Miss Teen USA speaks out, right? It was a BuzzFeed article posted with an interview of one of the beauty pageant contestants in like 2015, right? And she said that, Donald Trump would do this to her when she was 17, and there were girls as young as 15 there, right? But like even if Donald Trump didn't do this to the minors and only did this to the adults, in my mind, it actually wouldn't be any less wrong, right? Because although women can consent to being viewed naked, these women didn't, meaning it was still unconsensual.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, I think I should change my stance on that. But in regard to him being a Christian, I think that he should definitely repent for his sins. But if he did say that he doesn't repent for his sins, I just don't think that's true because
Yeah,
there's clear evidence.
you deny what he says. You're talking about clear evidence that he is a Christian? Yeah, is him shutting down the government and now having the Department of
That
Agriculture?
was the Democrats' fault.
Okay, who controls the White House?
Donald Trump, but
Who controls the House of Representatives? Republicans. Republicans. Who controls the Senate? Republicans. Who controls the Supreme Court? Republicans. So if MAGA controls the White House, the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the Supreme Court, how the hell was the shutdown the fault of the Democrats?
because they could not agree on something. The Republicans had a good stance, but the Democrats wanted to make a big show about the whole thing, and I think it was like a two votes off.
So what wouldn't the Dems agree to?
There was like a disagreement about the whole.
About what specifically? Well, I guess we'll never learn what specifically, because she just left, quite fucking frankly. What the hell? Where did my green poster go? Oh, it's covered. Okay, I was wondering where my green poster went. See how it's like not aligned in that corner on TikTok? Anyways. All right, she left. Let's go ahead and move on to the next Trump supporter. Jesus fucking Christ. Zach, thank you so much for the 20 over on that super chat. I appreciate you for that love, Zach. That is Z-A-K. Thank you so much, my man. Zach says he's too dumb to not get tricked into admitting what he's done, that genius Howard Stern tricked him. Oh, yeah, no, it's Howard Stern's fault for tricking him into admitting that he's a pred. Jesus fucking Christ, give me a break. As well as Victoria.
Hey, ho, Donald Trump has got to go. Hey.
Oh, yeah, base fetus. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the stream right now, though. While we are, Victoria, thank you so much for the 50 Canadian big ones over on that super chat. Victoria, it is so good to see you again. Victoria says, hey, Dean, I hope that you have a good stream. My grandpa is doing better, and the hospital released him earlier today, so please give Momo a treat for me. Victoria, I'm so happy to hear that about your grandfather. That is so cool. I was really disheveled the other day when you told me that your grandfather, landed in the hospital. I was really sad to hear it, and I'm happy to hear that he's doing better now and that he's out. Let's please get 500 big Victoria W's down below in that comment section, as well as 200 Zach W's. And then we actually got a fucking big one here. Holy shit. But before we read that off, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
And how old are you?
19.
What year were you
May
born in?
2006.
All right. Quickly, before we hop into the debate, I want to thank somebody super duper quickly. Susan, thank you so much for the 100 over on PayPal. Susan, Jesus Christ, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much for your kindness. I do not deserve that much at all. That is completely insane. Thank you so much for your generosity, Susan. Susan with 100 says, thank you for your passion and protection of women's rights. It's mind-blowing that so many people see their singular point of view as black and white and not the nuance that surrounds sexuality and pregnancy. Well, I really appreciate you for your kindness, Susan. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for showing me love, not only with $100, but also your incredibly kind compliment. Just talking about, the passion that you see here on the streams. Thank you so much. I want to see 1,000 Susan W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much, seriously, once again. There's a handful of other individuals that I'd like to get around to, but before we do, I'm going to go ahead and pass the guest the mic to take it away and start their argument. Why the hell do you support Trump?
So I support Trump just because, I don't know, I feel like he's just kind of like intimidating, like he's just kind of scary. He's like kind of menacing, but in a way that like people, I guess, support him,
Okay, so you support Trump as president because he's intimidating? What? Hey, listen.
Kind of.
Listen.
Well,
Are you, when you told us that you were 19? Are you being honest?
yeah.
Do you
My
swear you're
voice
being
is
honest?
just, yeah, my voice is just really high pitched.
Okay, so you swear that you're not a child?
I'm not.
Okay.
If I had an idea, I'd show you.
Well, then I'll go ahead and give you some pushback on the point here. So you said that you support him because he's intimidating. Hitler, was he scary? Was he intimidating?
Yeah.
You therefore support him too? Same thing with like Mussolini?
Well, no, I don't support them.
Oh, right. Because like, somebody being like scary because they have a lot of power and are doing really bad things, right? Doesn't give you any reason to support them. In fact, would likely give you reason to not support them.
Wait, can I just be honest real quick?
Are you? Yeah.
I'm actually just trolling. I'm actually just a huge fan.
Well, I appreciate you for your kindness. We are going to go to kick you out and move on to the next guest, guys. Please only hop inside of that queue if and only if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Just looking for a real MAGA. Christian, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says you did great with Pete. Looking forward to more convos. Appreciate you for that love, Christian. That's so kind of you. Show some love to Christian down below for the 10. That was fun. That was really fun. It was. As well as Sam, thank you for the 2. Taylor, thank you for the 5. Shauna with a 1. Gregory, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you so much for the love, Gregory. As well as I just read your message. I agree with it 110%. And Olivia, thank you for the 5. What's going on? Are you driving?
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, can't be driving on TikTok Live, so I do get to kick you out here and move on to Brandon. Nova, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I actually do think that I thanked you a little bit ago. What's up? Are you MAGA? Okay, their mic is terrible. I'm just going to automatically disconnect them. Holy crap, guys. We have a lot of people in the queue that are just breaking the rules. But Philip, thank you so much for the 20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. As well as Philip, I just read your message there talking about the Stern interview with Trump. I've heard that it got pretty crazy back in the day. Yeah, a lot of people just felt so comfortable saying such despicable shit. Thank you for the 20, Philip. Let's get 200 Philip W's. Thank you so much. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how old are you?
18.
Yeah, why the hell do you support Trump as president?
I really just think that he is a better choice than Kamala.
Okay, he is a better choice than Kamala, so sounds good. Go ahead and give me an argument that if Kamala Harris had won the last election, that America would be better off today. You got my full attention. Let's hear it.
Okay. First off, Kamala as a president, I just don't see that happening. Maybe my biggest argument would probably be because maybe she doesn't have enough experience. I know she was vice president and all that, but Trump was the president for 4 years. I really think we would have been in a worse state if we would have had Kamala. That's just my opinion.
Okay, well, remember, I asked you for an argument to demonstrate that America would be worse off if Harris had won. And then, seemingly you're just saying, well, it would have been worse because you think it would have been worse, which isn't an argument. That's just your feelings. Now, in response to your, comments denoting maybe more experience on behalf of Trump, sure, he served as president for 4 years, but that 4-year term included the largest internal attack on the American democracy when he incited a coup against the American Capitol on January 6th and tried to rig the outcome of the election with his fake electors plot. Right? I mean, we didn't see Kamala Harris do that in her 4 years as vice president. Not to mention that what I'd add on here is that when she was serving as our vice president, she actually got more done than Donald Trump did as president. I mean, she worked on the infrastructure bill, the PACT Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, and so many more great policies. Can you name like 2 really big things that Donald Trump got done in his first 4 years?
Yeah. My gas was cheaper back then.
Okay, so how did Donald Trump get that one done? How did he make your gas cheaper?
I don't even know.
All right,
Do you miss Charlie Kirk, though?
It's not an argument, my friend.
You miss Charlie? I miss him a lot.
Okay, all right. So that's nice.
Like a lot. Like I cry every night.
Oh, all right. Very nice. Do you want to respond to that last argument?
Nah. I want to talk about Charlie.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll leave you to go cry about Charlie Kirk. We're going to find the next debate. Hop in that queue if and only if you are an American adult and you want to come up here and have a conversation with me about why. We're going to go ahead and get that next guest, Nick, loaded up into the box right now, folks. Hey, Active, thank you so much for the $20 over on that YouTube Super Chat. Thank you.
Yo, can you hear me?
Active, I sure can, man. Give me a second here, Nick. Active with the $20.
Give me 1 second too, all right?
Okay. Active with the $20 says, Dean, I love your lives, but we all know it's an Apple Elf bar. No, dude, it's an anxiety pin. Shut up. Appreciate you for the $20.
It's not an anxiety pin, buddy.
It is an anxiety pin. Calm down. Calm down, little bro. Calm down. So, why are you MAGA?
Why am I MAGA?
Yeah.
Because Kamala's a shitty president. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah, you could
that
say
word.
Shit. So you just said Kamala Harris is a shitty president. Did you mean to say that she would have made a shitty president?
She would be. She would never be president. Sorry.
Okay.
Excuse my French. Sorry.
Okay. So why do you think Kamala Harris would make a bad president? Let's hear it.
Because she was honestly just causing problems with Russia and Putin, and I don't really agree with causing problems with almost close to our military, you know?
Okay,
They're
and how did
close to
she
your
cause
side.
problems with Russia and Putin that you didn't like? Let's hear it.
She's causing tariffs with China, and that's messing with Russia too.
Okay, so no, Donald Trump is the one that is now imposed an over 300% tariff on China twice. That's Trump. That's not Kamala Harris. Right? Remember, you're supposed to be telling me why you think that Kamala Harris would have made a bad president. In turn, you're actually just telling me that you think Donald Trump is a bad president.
He's a bad president because
You're on pause. We can't hear you. I understand that you're on ChatGPT right now. You got to be in the TikTok app in order for us to hear you.
sorry, I was messaging my friend back, you know. What did you say, sorry?
So where we left off was me asking you why you think Kamala Harris would have made a bad president, and then you ended up just telling me things that Donald Trump has done. You're so confused.
I'm not confused. I was just
You're so confused, buddy.
No.
Yeah, bro. You were like, I think Kamala Harris
like-
is a bad president because then you started reading
I
Agenda
just feel like
47.
she perceived lack of clear policy direction.
That's like literally a ChatGPT response, right?
ChatGPT. I'm on my phone. I can't switch over to ChatGPT. Like, what are you talking about?
That's what you sounded like less than 20 seconds ago. Stop trying to like play fucking stupid. All right.
My brother's working on assignment for college.
I actually want you to go ahead and just give us a little bit of insight. Into
Wait, can we
that.
see the screen behind you? Can we see the screen behind you, Charlie?
Did you just call me Charlie?
Oh my God. Oh, sorry, that guy kept talking about. I did not mean to say it.
Jesus Christ, bro. Dude, you're saying that Kamala Harris is a bad president or would be a bad president because of things that Donald Trump is doing today, and then all of a sudden Dean Withers is Charlie Kirk. Dude, you're like so fucked up in like so many ways. Like everything is like
Dude,
just
she's also
backwards.
too tough on crime. When you're too tough on crime, this leads to more crimes.
Are you talking about Donald Trump militarizing American cities, deploying the
Kamala
National Guard
Harris.
and giving them the illegal directive to literally arrest citizens in the streets? Like
She also-
literally
she also
tasking
put on
ICE
a fake-
to like fly with like Black Hawk helicopters, throwing
All right, let me
smoke
know
bombs
when
into
to go.
citizens' houses, then going into their houses in the Chicago suburbs and ripping naked children out of their beds and throwing them in the backs of U-Haul vans? Is that what you're talking about? No, that's not something Kamala Harris did. That's something Donald Trump is doing. I mean, shit, what did Kamala Harris ever do that's worse than that, man?
She faked an accent, which is extremely racist. Do you not remember that?
God, oh
Do
my
you not
God.
remember that?
Oh
Do you
my
know
God.
how-
Oh my Jesus Christ.
Do you
Yeah,
know how-
yeah, what accent?
The southern one, just to get more votes. Like, you don't think that's
Faked a southern accent.
Yes, she's from Canada.
She was what? She was what?
was born in Canada.
Canada?
She was born in Canada. Look it up.
Oh, dude, no, she was born in California.
She was born in Canada. Look it up, bro.
Why do you think she was born in Canada? What's the evidence for this?
Her birth certificate? You want to go look
her
at
birth
it?
certificate is from California.
Dude, I'm telling you, look it up. You're not looking it up, dude.
Because I don't need to look it up, because I've already looked it up many times. She's born in California. Yeah, I have a question for you. Why do you and other Republicans only assume that the black candidates
Whoa,
for,
who
president,
said
for
I
the
was
presidency
I
aren't
didn't
the ones
vote.
born in America? You know,
I didn't-
seemingly, right, Obama, he wasn't born in America according to MAGA. Kamala
Obama,
Harris, she wasn't born in America according to MAGA. Why is that? Why is that something that you only say about black people running for the presidency?
When did I say anything about a black person running for presidency? I never said there's anything wrong with that.
Well, just simply what I'm pointing out is now you're like perpetuating the birther myth of Kamala Harris, saying that she wasn't born in America. The last time we saw a birther myth was of Obama. What's the similarity
He
that
was born
Obama
in
and Kamala Harris
Canada.
share
That's
that
what
many
I'm
other
saying.
individuals
You have
don't?
to be,
The fact that
you
they're
have
black.
to be a U.S. citizen to run for president, and she was born in Canada.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go ahead and ask you for any evidence of that. Of course, you're not going to come up with any because she was
Her
born in
birth
Oakland, California.
certificate, bro. Do you want to see it?
Her birth certificate
I'll look
says
it
that
up
she
for you
was
right
born
now.
in Oakland, California. That's why she was able to run for the presidency.
Oh my God, she's so ugly. What'd you say? She was born in Oakland. Yeah, but she was originally.
Jesus Christ.
No, she was born in Oakland, California, but she's from Canada.
You just said that
She lived in Canada her whole life.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to go to move on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. I have no fucking clue what that guy's saying. Only hop in that queue if and only if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, and we're going to go to get you connected. We got that next guest, Nora, loading up into the box. Oh, you know what? You know what I think that his mistake was? Like, what's like the shorthand for California? CA.
Yo,
Oh,
Dean,
child.
I asked you before.
I'm sorry. You are a child. The shorthand for California is CA. I think that he saw that, like she was born in Oakland, CA, and then took CA to mean Canada. Like maybe he wasn't trolling. Like there's like a very like decent shot there that he actually wasn't trolling, and that he literally thought that she was born in Canada. We're gonna go to ban him. That she was born in Canada because like the shorthand for California is CA. Dude, what a guy. What a guy. How did it ever get to this extent, guys? American politics are ruined by anti-intellectualism. Jesus. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Oh, he's gone. We're going to go to move on to the next guest, guys. At this point, we got CJ loading up into the box. Susan, thank you so much for the 100 big ones over on PayPal. Susan, thank you so much for the love. Let's get 1,000 Susan W's. That is so fucking kind of you. Jesus. Susan with 100 says, keep it up. You continue to educate even if they don't listen. You're the best. Well, thank you so much, Susan. As well as I read the middle part of that donation, I'll try to figure that one out. But Susan, seriously, thank you so much for the love. Thank you for your kindness. Show some fucking love to Susan down below. Seriously, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. As well as Zach, thank you for another 20 on Super Chat over on that YouTube stream. Zach says, is it not exhausting to be a racist dunce? How do these people function? Dude, it's pretty exhausting just to listen to their shit every day. Oh, like, oh my God. As well as Ali, thank you so much for the 30 over on Venmo. Let's get through into Ali W's. Thank you, Ali. Ali says, love seeing your interview with Buttigieg. Keep up the good work as always. By the way, I'm Coral on YouTube. Oh, Ali, I had no clue that you were Coral. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, you're always hanging out with us on YouTube. Thank you, Ali. As well as Addie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Marie, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I'll have to reach out to Talarico. That would be a good interview. As well as Amanda, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. As well as happy birthday, Amanda. That's fucking awesome, dude. Everyone, show some love to Amanda down below in the chat. It's their birthday. I hope that you have a great day. I hope that you live it up and you have a good one. What's up? Do you support Trump, CJ?
Yeah, I support him only because of the fact that he's our president. I wish he wasn't our president, but I support him because I want our country to do as best as it can, and I understand he's our leader. I wish he wasn't our president, though.
Okay, well, maybe this is just going to be like a small dispute on what you think the support means. I think that if you want the country to excel, then you shouldn't support a president if that president is actively hurting the country, right? You should withdraw that social support, putting more pressure on them to do better. Tony,
well, yeah, I agree that he's not a good president.
Perfect. Moving on to the next guest, we got Bronny loading up into the box, guys. I thought that one was common sense. Like, you should retract your support from a president if they're doing things that are hurting the country, putting more social support on them to do things that don't hurt the country. You know what I mean? Like, duh. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
You were up here earlier and you were driving. You're not driving now. Perfect. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I just support Trump on the fact of the closing the borders down. That's probably one of my biggest things that I support him on, is for the simple fact that it's not okay for people just to come into our country illegally and take our hard-earned money that we make, that we pay in taxes, to just giving to them and building homes for them. I don't support that. And I think it's a really good way for Trump to, if they don't belong here, they don't belong. You know what I mean? If they do it the right way, and you can more than welcome be here. If you don't, then go back.
So usually when people support Trump's immigration policy, it's because they fall into like 1, 2, or 3 of these following categories. misinformed, ill-informed, I guess, misinformed, ignorant, which means they lack the information, or evil, right? And I feel like the first point that you made there was definitely hinging on that first point, which is being misinformed. You told us that undocumented immigrants come into this country and then they're given the money that you work for and pay in taxes. You couldn't be more wrong. So not only do undocumented immigrants actually pay over $100 billion, excuse me, excuse me. Not only do undocumented immigrants actually pay over $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level, they also contribute $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion to the GDP per year, according to the American Immigration Council. And because of the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act of 1996, they don't qualify for a single federal benefit outside of emergency access to hospitals, and they only qualify for limited state benefits in 10 of our 50 states. So they actually disproportionately pay more into taxes and take out less in benefits compared to citizens. So you're not subsidizing them, they're subsidizing you. Any thoughts there, sir? Anything? I didn't mute him. He's still here. Hello? Hello? Are you with us? You can like hear him in the background. Bro, just say something. It's cool if you listen, man. If you don't have a response to that, it's okay. Like I don't want you to just to like he left. Oh goodness gracious. Oh goodness gracious. Yo, a meme. Thank you so much for the 20 over on that YouTube super chat. Thank you so much for the love meme. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for your kindness. I want to see 200 big meme W's down below in that comment section for the $20 super chat. Thank you so much for the love meme. You are awesome. Oh, but seriously, 14,000 people hanging out with us on TikTok. Show some love to meme in that chat. I really appreciate you for the love. Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA? Ryan, you got 5 seconds to respond. I'm kind of feeling impatient, so I'm just going to kick him. By the way, if you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, I like what he does, and you want to support what we do, you can support me over on that Venmo and that PayPal, which you can find in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message of that YouTube stream. But we got that next guest up here right now. What's going on? Are you MAGA?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. You are faking a Southern accent, and you were like 16 years old. Goodbye. Have a good rest of your day. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Ryan loading back into the stream, guys. Just make sure if you're in that queue, you're MAGA. What's up?
Hello?
Trump?
Hello?
Hey, are you MAGA?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Very cool.
Now it's working.
I more so just had a question for you, if that's okay.
Oh, I'm looking for debate. So if you want to debate, you could ask a question. But if you don't want to debate, you can't ask a question. Oh.
Okay, that's very unfortunate. Nice meeting you.
All right, you take care. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got TIMO loading up into the box right now. Genesis, thank you so much for the 10 over on Vimeo. Appreciate you for the love. Genesis says, love watching you educate the uneducated. Keep it up. Thank you, Genesis. You're awesome. We got that next guest loading up in here right now. Go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that chat if you're MAGA and you'd like to come up here and have a discussion with me. Quite frankly, guys, the MAGA supporters in this country are dwindling, okay? All right, they're going down. They're going down across the board. MAGA is extinct. It is so hard for us to find a single person that supports him. Pink, what is up? Do you support Trump?
So I'm actually very conflicted. I have issues with my family. My family is very MAGA.
Okay.
And as of this year, I just became the voting age. And I've had some tough conversations with my family where they've been trying to tell me how to vote, whereas in my mind, I'm in the area where I'm not sure if I want to vote because I'm not
Listen, if you're more so just looking for
educated.
if you're more so just looking for a general education, you're in the right place. But what
Yeah.
I'd recommend is just to watch
Right.
the live, right? You know what I mean? You know, in coming up onto this stream, right? This is where we have discourse, right? We talk about these things, but in watching the stream, that's where you get to watch the conversations and take away a lot of education away from them. So you're like 110% in the right place. Thank you so much for being here. And what I want you to do is, if you happen to have some free time today, sit back, maybe watch the stream, listen into a conversation or two. And I mean, if you still feel like
Yeah,
you're
of
at the same
course.
place where you were when you started and the stream isn't beneficial, which I doubt, I'll almost put a guarantee on it,
Oh
feel
yeah,
free to
I
hop
know.
back in that queue. What's going on, Mariah? Do you support Trump?
No, fuck that nigga.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop in the queue if you are MAGA. Our rules are very simple. You just got to be an American. Boom. You got to be an adult. Boom. You got to be MAGA. Boom. And you got to be ready and willing to debate about your support for Trump. Boom. What is going on? Are you MAGA?
Hi, I'm not MAGA. I just wanted.
I'm so sorry, Steffi. If you were going to go on to say something so incredibly kind, I apologize. Listen, I hope that you don't take me kicking you as a symbol of disrespect. It's actually a symbol of respect because it means that you're too base to even be on the stream. Thank you so much. You're awesome. What's up? Are you MAGA?
I'm here to say how much I appreciate your work and I like your brand. For a young person like you, we need more Americans like you. Our education system is not doing their job, but I don't know where you get your knowledge, but I really enjoy your brand, and I'm pretty sure your parents are very proud of you. So
Thank you. I thank you so much for your kindness, sir. That is incredibly kind of you. I do have to remove you too, just like the last guest, because we're just looking to talk to Trump supporters. But thank you. That is so kind of you. Thank you. Seriously, dude. Show some love to the guest. Show some love to the guest. Thank you. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for your kind words. I appreciate you guys. I love the community that we've been able to build here. Hey, what's up, Andrew Ford? Are you MAGA?
Hello.
Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
22.
Could I get a W Abby from you?
From who?
Could you say W Abby?
Why would I do that?
Because she just donated $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you, Abby. Abby says common sense is so hard to find now, but I'm so grateful that you spread awareness and knowledge, even if it's not truly received. Thank you for the love, Abby, as well as Miss Koala with a 20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Koala, who says, when will Trump see that quote-unquote asylum is a legal way to enter a country, not the quote-unquote mental institution, meaning of the word? Yeah, I think he thinks that asylum seekers are illegal aliens that escape mental institutions. That's just one of the many reasons why you should ever support him. Literally detached from reality. Doesn't even know the legal means of entering to America. Insane. Thank you, Abby, Miss Koala. Show some love to Abby, Miss Koala in those live chats. Mr. Ford, why the hell do you support who I think is the worst president of your life?
Well, I wouldn't say he's the worst president. I mean, I think he's a lot better than Kamala in a way.
Okay, well, Kamala Harris never served as president, so even if Kamala Harris was worse than Trump, that actually wouldn't contest the claim due to the fact that she was never president.
It's a good thing she was never president. She never will be.
That's a really bold claim. Do you have a crystal ball?
I have a question for you. Why? Do you think all MAGA supporters are racist?
I think that, like MAGA supporters, right, are like okay with racism. I mean, a lot of them are racist, but I mean, I wouldn't say that every single person that supports Trump is racist. But I'd say that every single person that supports Trump and knows who he is okay with racism.
Why do you think that is?
Because I think that Donald Trump is racist, and I think that his policy is too. I mean, I think that one of like the focal points of his campaign was bigotry, right? Lying about undocumented immigrants, saying that they've all escaped mental asylums, saying that they've all escaped prisons, that they're coming to this country and they're violent gang members that are going to eat your pets and grape your wife and kidnap your children.
There is a good amount of them that have came in, and good thing most of them were getting removed. I do.
So you actually believe that nonsense? Okay, let me ask you this question: Are you a natural U.S. born citizen?
Yes, sir.
You're 2.5 times more likely to commit a violent crime on American soil than an undocumented immigrant.
Well, you know how many more Americans there are than how many illegal immigrants have came in?
This is a moment of education because it's a per capita statistic accounting for population size. That's why I use the term more likely.
Well, you are dumb as hell.
I'm not the one that doesn't understand basic statistics, then projects it on the person trying to educate.
I know, but you're just saying there's so many more people that obviously the percentage is going to be a lot lower.
I mean, you obviously didn't listen to the last thing that I said, okay, right? The way that I'm generating the conclusion that Americans are more likely to commit violent crimes on American soil than undocumented immigrants isn't by looking at the total number of violent crimes committed by citizens, then comparing that to the total number of violent crimes committed by undocumented immigrants, right? It is by drawing a per capita statistic out of for every 1,000 citizens, how many of them will inevitably commit a crime, compared to out of every 1,000 undocumented immigrants, how many of them will commit a crime. It is a per capita statistic, sir. Don't call me dumb just because you don't understand statistics. I'm not calling you dumb because you don't understand statistics. I'm educating you, and I'd appreciate just a little bit of that decency on the inverse too.
All right, I got you with that, but my thing is like I've watched your lives for a while, and I've heard you say Trump's taking away money for colored people in a way like.
Oh, what so you cannot call black individuals colored people. That is an incredibly racist and derogative
Well, I'm
term
not
that was
saying I'm
born out
not
of Jim
saying.
Crow era segregation. If you want to refer to individuals that are like not white, for instance, you could say people of color. You could say BIPOC individuals. You could say like
What's the
specifically
difference
for
of
black
colored
individuals.
people and
Okay,
people of color?
you could say black individuals, and the difference between like the two phrases that you just pointed out is that the first one was used during Jim Crow era segregation to uphold and enforce, such insane systemic racism that would literally limit black individuals from being able to use certain restrooms, certain drinking fountains, public businesses, so on and so forth. Okay, right? One of the social mechanisms that they used to enforce that was by referring to black individuals as colored, right? So it's like obviously you should not use that term due to its historicity and how it was used to uphold such a grave system of oppression. Very simple. Go ahead and unmute.
Well, I understand. Wasn't trying to be racist. I was just trying to say like out of all.
I'm happy I could educate you. So do you understand the difference now? Like how it's like
Yeah,
a
yeah,
bad
I
thing
got
to use
it.
that? Good. Awesome.
I've heard you say that before. I just I was trying to talk not just. I was not trying to say a person of color. I was trying to say all the races out there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, I mean, so like, if you're just trying to refer to people that aren't white, you could literally say people that aren't white. You could say BIPOC individuals.
Well, I was just saying something quick.
Okay, you could say people of color. I mean, those are like more
Yeah, I
appropriate
know.
terms of
I mean,
reference.
I don't see the very big difference of people of color and colored people. It's damn near the same thing.
So the difference is not one of grammatical structure of the phrase or word. The difference is one of historicity in the use of word.
Yeah, well, I'm not using it in the old historic way.
Okay, but it still has a history attached either way, and that's why you shouldn't use it today. Like think about it this way. I'll give you like a really good like parallel here, right? Do you like guns? Do you like ARs? Do you like handguns?
I have a lot of them.
Okay, so do you like shooting ARs?
Love them every day.
Would you ever like own and shoot an AR that was like used to kill a family of 5?
No.
Okay, even though it is like materially identical to an AR-15 you could buy off the shelves of Walmart today.
What do you mean by that? Like,
well, it's like physically identical, right, to like an AR that you could buy off the shelf of like a gun retailer today.
Yeah,
it's like no
yeah.
different physically, it's no different materially, right? But still, yet the reason why you wouldn't use it is because of the way that's been used in its history, right? To like kill a family of 5. Very similarly, right?
Well,
I understand.
it's also been.
I understand that the phrase like that you were using there, right, is very grammatically similar to like people of color, right? However, just because of the way that it's been used historically, right, it honestly caused more harm than killing 5 people, right? It upheld a system that killed hundreds of thousands,
It's also
oppressed
saved
millions,
hundreds
so on
of
and so
thousands.
forth.
It goes two ways. It's also saved hundreds of thousands.
I'm guessing you're talking about the gun. So I'm not advocating for ARs to be banned in this conversation. That was just merely like an analogy to show you, right? Like how like it's like very like widespread accepted to not use like words, things, items, objects, guns, right, that have been used to like impede harm on individuals in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're trying to say, and you are a very intelligent man. Like, you know what you're saying, you know your facts and everything. I'm not too much into political and stuff. I just know my family has been in business. I've grown up in a Republican household, but it's a very big difference when, my dad, when Obama was in presidency, the amount of a tax that he got taken from his yearly salary was just out of hand. And I do not think that's right for my father.
Do you think that your father was getting taxed too much under Biden?
He was not as bad as Biden, but like Biden wasn't as bad as Obama.
But like it was still pretty bad.
It was still pretty bad, but
come on, I thought that Biden's tax policy was good. I would vote for it again. Would you?
Nah, I wouldn't say so because he didn't.
I just lied to you. So Biden didn't have tax policy. Donald Trump's tax cuts were in effect under the totality of the Biden-Harris administration, and you said that you wouldn't vote for the tax policy in effect under his admin ever again. But you actually did in November. Do you now like regret your vote because you voted for quote unquote Biden's tax policy again?
No, I do not regret my vote.
Oh, well, seemingly like this is just cognitive dissonance 101, right? In one breath,
Well,
when
I'm
you
just
thought it was
saying, like,
Biden's, you never wanted it again. In another breath, once you learn the fact that it's
I
actually not
wasn't
Biden's,
talking
it's
about.
Trump, all of a sudden it's awesome. See the issue here?
I wasn't talking about Biden at the time. I was talking about Obama.
I know. You started talking about Obama, then I wrapped Biden into the conversation, and then I used that point to prove that even you don't like Donald Trump's tax policy.
You know, he's trying to fix it, right? He's trying to make everything go down.
Maybe you're not like following what I'm saying here, so I'll say it again. You said that the tax policy under Biden was bad, okay? That was Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, economic reform, tax policy that he signed into law during his first term in 2018, and that he renewed under the Big Beautiful Bill, but made worse like 3 months ago.
Why do you think the Big Beautiful Bill is worse? Why do you dislike it? I would like to hear it.
Well, shit, because there's something that we agree on. Donald Trump's tax cuts within that bill are bad. We both just agreed that they're bad. We did, because you said the tax policy under Biden was bad, yet that was Trump's tax policy.
Well, there's a lot of other things in the Big Beautiful Bill besides just the tax.
How many continents are there?
Shit, like, fuck, I don't know.
Oh my God. How many branches of government are there?
I mean, what are we talking about? Are we talking out of the house, or what are we talking about? I never went to college. I'm blue collar.
Donald Trump is the what president?
Wait, say that again?
Donald Trump is the 40 what president?
47th, pretty sure.
Wow.
48.
Oh fuck! God damn it! You almost had it, and then you fucked it up, dude. You literally like threw a home run out straight out the window. Jesus Christ! All right, listen, man. I appreciate you for coming up. I'm gonna go and move on to the next guest. You have a good one. I'm just not gonna be doing that to myself on this fine afternoon. No sir. No sir. I'm good off that. I'm good off that. I'm good off that. Victoria, thank you so much for the 50 Canadian big ones. Quite frankly, over on that YouTube stream. Thank you, Victoria. Victoria with the 50 big ones says MAGA is going extinct. Yes, Victoria, it is so hard to get Trump supporters up here. They're like, going extinct. Thank you so much for the $50. Let's go and get 500 big Victoria W's. Once again, thank you for all the love today, the day before today, and the day before that. You've been showing so much love recently, Victoria. Thank you. Seriously. Show some love to Victoria in that chat. What's up, Chris? Are you MAGA?
No, you actually made me turn not MAGA, but I just want to say I fucking love you. You're the fucking GOAT. I'm not even gonna hold you.
Dude, Chris, listen. I really appreciate you.
No,
man.
I know
Really
you have
happy
to kick
hear.
me. I know you have to kick me, but I'm just saying you're the GOAT. I'm just showing some love.
I appreciate that, man. That's incredibly kind of you. Also, is that your car in your profile picture?
No, I went to a car show with my dad.
Oh, sick, dude. Well, that's awesome, Chris. You have a good rest of your day, bro. That's awesome. I think they'd love to hear that. I love to hear that. I love to hear that so much, man. Dude, that just lets you know that what we're doing here works. You're awesome, Chris. You're the GOAT. You are. As well as Meme, thank you for the 20 over on that super chat as well. Meme says Michael Wolff is countersuing Melania Trump and going for discovery. We'll soon have under oath deposition of a few liars. What are they suing her for? I'm not familiar with Michael Wolff. Should I be? Is this bad? I don't know. We're gonna go ahead and get the next guest up here right now. Go ahead and hop in that queue and only if you are a Trump supporter, and we will get you loaded into the live. Just make sure that you're also an adult. Thank you guys so much for the love over in Super Chat. Seriously, I really appreciate it. As well as William, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, William. And then Veronica, thank you for the 25, who says thank you for your intelligent and patient explanation on appropriate POC terminology. Yeah, it's a really easy explanation to make, right? And I think that my parallel there, the analogy, the use of how you want to shoot a gun that was used to kill 5 people, right? Even though it's materially identical to any gun that you could just buy off the shelf at a gun shop, is a really good one too, to just demonstrate the point in a way that maybe conservative men will understand, right? So thank you for the $25, Veronica. Let's get 250 Veronica W's. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I'm MAGA.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Perfect. Can I get a W, Joseph, from you?
W. Joseph.
For the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Joseph. Dude, holy shit, you guys are being so kind today. Joseph with a 50 says, the seed will never witness the tree it will become. Thank you so much for the love, Joseph. That is seriously insane. Thank you so much for the kindness. Show some fucking love to Joseph in the chat for the 50. I want to see 500 Joseph W's down below, as well as Andrew. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Andrew says, you've changed my views. Thank you for being level-headed while debating. I try my best, but listen, Andrew, you shouldn't be the one giving me $20. I should be the one giving you $20 because I'm fucking proud of you for changing your views. Seriously, that is huge. Thank you so much for the $20, Andrew. Show some goddamn love to Andrew down below in that chat. As well as Kirk, they spelled Kirc, not Kirk. Thank you for the $25 as well over on Venmo. And Matina with the $25. Thank you, Kirk and Matina. Show some love to Kirk and Matina. And then Caesar with the 10 saying, great job, Dean. Would you ever run for president? I don't know. I'm too far away from that. But seriously, thank you, Kirk, Matina, and Caesar. You guys are awesome. And there's maybe 3 other individuals that I have to thank here, but I'm going to hold them off and allow Jack to start his argument. Go ahead and take it away. Why the hell do you support Trump?
Okay, so I voted for him with this election, but I honestly voted against Kamala out of anything. I feel like a lot of Trump voters did that, you know?
Yeah, I know. A lot of Trump supporters did do that. But it's dude, when we compare and contrast Kamala Harris, it's like comparing and contrasting a 14-year-old that stole a Snickers from a gas station to goddamn Jeffrey Dahmer. It's what red lines did you and do you realistically hold against Kamala Harris? Maybe some of the things that she's done or the things that she ran on that are not also applicable times 10 to Trump.
Well, the thing is that I didn't necessarily disagree with Joe Biden on a lot of things. Like you were saying that, his tax policy was the same as Trump. He didn't make any great strides to try to change that because it necessarily wasn't terrible. And, I appreciated Biden.
True, but I'll overlook that for now.
It's okay. But no, I just think that Biden did the best he can to handle the situation under COVID. I actually really hated Trump for how he handled COVID. He did a terrible job, but with Kamala, I really felt like Kamala wasn't necessarily the best candidate to replace Joe Biden. I felt like it was very bad that the Democrats did not have a primary. Instead, they just kind of shoved Kamala into the president. Sorry.
Well, I mean, so the reason why there wasn't a public primary is because the DNC, the people that control the primary, saw her as the most viable candidate. But I think saying that Joe Biden is better than Kamala Harris is fucking crazy, right? Like in my mind, I'm gonna be honest, bro. The only possible reason I could attribute insofar as why you think that way is literal misogyny. Now, if you want to prove me wrong, feel free. Just tell me what the reason is that you have to prove Biden would have been a better, more viable candidate to run this country for another 4 years compared to Kamala Harris, right? Without mentioning that you think women are bad at leading.
So I'm not saying that Joe Biden was even fit to be in the 2024 election. I felt like his 4 years was enough and it was ready for a new candidate. I just felt like the DNC was a little incorrect for just thinking Kamala. What was your question again?
Yeah, so why do you think that Kamala Harris was worse than Joe Biden?
Well, I don't think Kamala was Kamala, however you pronounce it. I don't think in terms of the 2024 election, I felt like she was technically the better candidate for 2024. However, in 2020...
Okay, perfect. So you think that she was better than Biden in 2024. So then we're just going to scrape everything so far. Tell us what your red lines were against Kamala Harris. Why did you not think that she was a good candidate? Why did you think that Donald Trump was better then? And why do you think that Donald Trump is better today, considering everything that he's done in the last 8 months?
Okay, so I felt like the foreign policies under Kamala was most likely not going to help fix the what was going on in the world. Now, I do agree that
so what specific
Trump
foreign
hasn't
policy
done
did
any
you
better.
run on that you didn't like? Wait, now you're saying that Trump hasn't done any better. So then this wouldn't be a relevant difference between the two candidates.
No. I didn't say I didn't say he had done any better. I don't think that he has done a great job.
No, you
he hasn't
said that
kept
Donald
his
Trump
promises.
hasn't done any better.
Okay, well, I take my words back.
Okay.
He hasn't
So then what
done as good of a
specific
job.
So then what specific foreign policy did Kamala Harris run on that made you vote for Trump?
Well, she didn't necessarily provide a proper way to fix the Palestinian-Israel conflict. She also hadn't really fixed or tried to do anything during the Ukrainian-Russia conflict. Those two things in particular hadn't really ever been fixed, nor had she really had any good proposals on how to fix it.
Yeah,
However, Trump
prior to the
had
election,
claimed...
Well, prior to the election, what was Trump's proposal to like end Israel's ethnic cleansing of Palestine? By the way, today, as we speak, it's still ongoing. That ceasefire agreement completely fell through. Israel went
I
straight
know.
back to bombing Palestinians. So I think it's ironic that you're going to sit here and tell me that you don't think Kamala Harris could have got anything done. Yet everything has only gotten worse in the last 8 months under Trump. But you said that you did not vote for Kamala Harris and you rather voted for Donald Trump, and you still defend that position today because you did think that she lacked clear policy to end Israel's ethnic cleansing of Palestine. So what was the clear policy that Donald Trump ran on prior to the election of ending Israel's ethnic cleansing of Palestine?
Well, it's funny because he didn't necessarily have a proposal, but I kind of had
Dude.
better faith in him.
Dude, okay, so he didn't have a proposal either, seemingly. So then, therefore, this would be a difference between the two candidates that would like make you never support Kamala Harris and support Donald Trump. Okay, listen, I don't know like how I need to word this in like so many different ways, right? You were confusing me, you were confusing the viewers. This is why we've had 1,000 people leave on TikTok since the moment you joined in. It's because you're not giving a clear argument insofar as why you support Trump. Okay, I asked you why you support Trump. You said it's because you didn't like Kamala Harris. I'm like, why don't you like Harris? And then you say, well, it's because of her foreign policy. I'm like, what foreign policy? And then you tell me that ultimately speaking, it's because she had no clear proposals on how to end Israel's ethnic cleansing of Ukraine. Well, Israel's ethnic cleansing of Palestine. All right, and then I'm like, okay, all right, so let's see what the relevant difference here was, from your perspective, between her and Trump prior to the election. So then I'm like, well, what was Donald Trump's clear proposal? Then you said he didn't have one either. Therefore, this wouldn't have been a relevant difference between the two candidates to make you support Trump as president. So I'm going to ask you one last time here, my friend. What was the relevant difference between the two candidates that made you support Trump as president?
Okay, I will answer that question. I didn't know if you also wanted to talk about like immigration or anything. That was kind of one topic that I was going to.
Oh my God, no. You told me that you support Trump as president because you held a red line against Kamala Harris, and I'm just trying to figure out what that is. Like, how would America be worse off if Kamala Harris had won the election today? You know, like, what was the relevant difference between the two candidates that made you think Trump was better 10 months ago? Please inform us.
Okay, first off, one, immigration, the immigration crisis in our country. We're having millions of people flood into the border. I don't necessarily think that him completely shutting off the border and arresting millions of migrants is necessarily the best thing, is the best idea, but it's definitely better than having an open border policy, something that she hasn't really ever wanted to fix, or something that she never really addressed while she was vice president. Secondly, between Israel...
That's not true.
Secondly, between Israel...
Well, let's stick on point number one. Everything that you said there was false. First and foremost, right, you're saying that she didn't have any border policy that she addressed as vice president. Yeah, her and Biden tried to pass a bipartisan border bill through Congress, which would have funded courts along the southern border billions of dollars to hire significantly more judges to make the legal claims of entry into this country significantly faster, which would have naturally disincentivized and reduced undocumented entry, and then comprised that with their executive order to deploy more border patrol at the southern border. They reduced undocumented entry 70% in their last 3 months. I think that you actually saw a pretty good plan. But guess what? That bipartisan border bill was thwarted by Trump. He turned around and told Republicans in Congress to vote against it, to shoot it down, to kill the bill because of how good it was. Maybe would have lost him the election.
How was it thwarted by Trump? Was this during his presidency?
It was thwarted by Trump because he called Republicans in Congress and told them to vote against the bill, which they did because they're Trump loyalists.
Okay, I wasn't under the impression that Trump had any kind of amazing power while he was not president. I figured that would have been something done by just the Republican congressman. But I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, no, Donald Trump absolutely held political power when he wasn't president because he announced his campaign for the presidency.
Okay, I understand. Hey, look, I just want to address one thing. I understand. I'm not trying to be hostile about this. I'm a very center person. I shifted right for this election, but I'm also I try to be very open-minded towards, more liberal and progressive ideas. And especially I'm honestly just trying to hear you out because I want your opinion. I want to be convinced, I'm not trying to get, proven wrong because my opinions can constantly shift. So
yeah, that's
I understand.
Cool. Well, do you want to respond to the last set of facts that I just gave you there?
Well, you're talking about how Joe Biden and Kamala had proposed a quicker way for undocumented citizens to gain citizenship into this country, correct? That's what you were saying?
No, I was talking about the bipartisan border bill to just make legal entry quicker into the country in the first place. But yeah, I think that...
How did it make it quicker?
I mean, I told you, by expediting the legal means of entry, by hiring more judges, therefore allowing more courts to process any given amount of claims at any given time.
Okay. After this live, I will be happy to go research that. I would love to look into it. What is it called? What was the bipartisan bill called?
You could just go on Google, type in Langford, Langford, bipartisan border bill 2023.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't know. I just, during the whole time, I mean, this was during 2023. That was when they finally addressed the border crisis.
God, that's
So
not
you're
true.
saying
Langford started drafting
No?
the bill late 2021. It took a couple years because of how
Okay.
contentious and partisan of an issue it was. It took them a
Okay.
while to be able to come to a policy that was bipartisan. I mean, think about it. They literally achieved a bipartisan immigration policy. Like, that's insane. Yeah, that took
Yeah.
a couple years to build, to debate, and to come to terms on.
Okay, I understand. I'm not trying to argue with you on that. I completely understand that. So that was my first thing. And honestly, now that you've explained that, I'll definitely look into it and can definitely shift my views and opinions on that. Because if that's true, that will make me quite frustrated on the lies that can be spread by the Republican Party. Right?
Donald Trump spreads a lot of lies, man. He's lying to your face right now, saying that the Democrats caused a shutdown because they want to give illegal aliens free health care, right? He's lied to your face about the outcome of the 2020 election. He lied to your face.
What is the cause of the shutdown?
In my mind, I think that the cause of the shutdown is the Republicans being unwilling to not want to increase the healthcare premiums of 65 million American citizens.
Do you believe that, do you think that the Democrats have any way to overturn it? Do you think that they are doing everything in their power, or do you think they could be doing a better job with it?
Right now with the shutdown, I think that Democrats could be doing a better job by increasing social awareness surrounding the fact that the Republicans are being so insane right now by not conceding to wanting to keep healthcare premiums low. But insofar as what they're actually doing in Congress, I think that they're doing a fine job. Oh, not to mention another cause of the shutdown was Epstein.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with you. I feel like no matter what, even though whether or not Republicans or Democrats are causing the shutdown, it's still completely understandable and how frustrating it is for our government to be shut down, because even my brother, who is in the military, he's barely even being paid. You hear Trump spreading that lie saying, oh, that he's still paying the troops. He's really not. He's paying them about half of what they would normally earn.
Right, exactly. Just another lie peddled by a madman. There you go. I mean, just yet another reason why you shouldn't support Trump as president.
Exactly. And that's the thing, is that I voted in this election thinking that this was the most important thing and that he was going to keep all of the things that he was saying. He was kept all the promises, but I haven't really seen all of them played out. Of course, besides the immigration, but I feel like he's doing a pretty bang up job with that. I feel like it's completely understandable to give more people asylum. Asylum seekers are should be completely welcome into this country, but I feel like he's just kicking anybody out who has any sort of immigration status, and I feel like that's wrong. But how do you think we as a country can fix our immigration crisis?
Yeah, by first recognizing that mass deportation is an American last policy that only hurts us, pushing the political propaganda aside, endorsing mass amnesty because it's policy that doesn't just help the immigrants, it also helps citizens in the country as a whole, offering them an expedited path to residency or citizenship without having to leave the country first, and then deporting or detaining and arresting undocumented immigrants that have committed violent offenses, so on and so forth, and then also fighting to make the legal means of entry into this country significantly faster than they already are, to naturally disincentivize undocumented entry. And then once we have them up to bat, and then anybody who wants legal entry that's not a violent criminal, so on and so forth, can get it really easily, then to crack down and enforce pretty harsh border patrol and the prevention of undocumented entry, because at that point the only individuals who would be seeking undocumented entry wouldn't be hardworking mothers or fathers, children, but would rather be individuals that wouldn't qualify for the legal means of entry, meaning they would have those prior violent offenses.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I feel like the biggest worry is because I'm not necessarily crazy close to the border. I'm up in Yosemite, but I'm still very worried about the violent offenders that could be coming across. I feel like the cartel can be a very big issue for the spread of drugs and stuff, and I feel like that was my biggest issue. Is I feel like a lot of people crossing the border.
Propaganda, by the way.
Why do you feel like that's propaganda?
According to Donald Trump's own DHS, only 80% of the DRUGS that are brought into America are brought in by citizens through legal ports of entry. 80%. Have you ever heard Donald Trump talk about that a day in his life? Absolutely not, because he doesn't fucking care. He only cares about identifying undocumented immigrants as the enemy to gain your support. He doesn't care about actually addressing the real problems.
Do you feel like it is a problem with the cartel drug trade
Yeah,
that's entering our borders?
the ones that are brought into the country and entering our borders through legal ports by citizens. Yeah, it's a real fucking problem, man.
Yeah, that's the thing that I think I could have been tricked by Trump, is that with how he's saying that, he made it a point that he's going to crack down on that was his biggest issue, that he wants to crack down on the violent offenders and the drug spread throughout our country. And I felt like that is the most important thing. I have there's many people I know who have overdosed on fentanyl already, and I
gotta kick you now, man, because you said the name of a DRUG on live. Unfortunately, that's against TikTok TOS. I do apologize that I had to cut our conversation short. But listen, man, like at the end of the day, that's just a virtue signal, because if he actually cared about fixing these problems, then he would focus on the problem, right? Not a demographic of individuals that are in this country that are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes. Okay? He's ignoring the problem to use undocumented immigrants as a scapegoat to gain your support. That's the fourth tenet of fascism. It is. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. Hop in that queue if and only if you are an American adult that is pro-Trump, as well as, listen, real quick, Debate Detox. Thank you so much for the 20 over on YouTube. I'll have to check your TikTok out, man. Once you start going live, I'll have to drop in there. Thank you so much for the 20. Let's get 200 Debate Detox W's, as well as Marcos. Thank you for the $10 as well over on Super Chat, saying, I admire you, man. Keep it going. Thank you so much for the love, Marcos. You are awesome. What is going on? New guests, do you support Trump? Nope, they're not even here. Well, in the meantime, while we're looking for that next guest, show some love to Sharon, guys. Sharon, thank you so much for the 50 over on Super Chat. Thank you, Sharon. Holy shit. 500 Sharon W's. That is so much fucking money. Jesus Christ, thank you. Sharon says, Dean, let's start asking callers under 26 where they get their health insurance from. Since MAGA thinks Dims are making up the healthcare issue, show they don't have any skin in the game. Yes, I should start asking people that, because very similarly, I don't have any skin in the game. I think right now my health insurance, I think like literally right now it's coming from my stepmom. However, it's not been the case forever. Thank you for the $50. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Who?
Are you?
Oh
MAGA?
yeah, I am. Yeah.
You said who? You're the only person on the live. Okay. All right. Perfect. Can I get a quick W Elise and WA from you? Oh, like seriously, could you say like W Elise?
What is that?
Say W Elise. Elise, that's a name.
Can I ask a question before I do that?
Why?
I just want to know one thing.
But it's like 2 words. W Elise.
Is that gonna like ban me or something?
No. Just say it.
Okay, W Elise.
For the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Elise. Elise says, I'm unsure how you have all the amazing stamina to talk to people like this every day, but you deserve the best in the world. Take care of yourself. Thank you, Elise. As well as Art. Thank you for the $10 as well, who says you're doing a great job. Thank you, Art. And then Jared, thank you for the $5 as well, as I just read your message there. That is so incredibly kind. Fiona, thank you for the 15 on Venmo, who says, hope you're having a good day, Dean. Honestly, yeah, I am having a good day. Thank you for the $15, Fiona. You're awesome. Show some love to Fiona. And then Joey, thank you for the 10. And Sandra, thank you for the 10. Sandra says, Dean, I thought you did awesome with Pete, especially for your first time. Much love to you. Thank you, Sandra. I'm definitely going to be getting better at 110%. As well as Ducky. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Ducky says, thank you for always making me proud. I went to the No King's Day protest and I listened to the debates and I really wanted to jump in because of the confidence you've given me. Maybe next time. You know what, Ducky? You've been watching for months. I bet if you were to hop into a debate, you'd fucking kill it. Show some love to Ducky, seriously. Thank you so much for the $20. As well as Andrew, thank you for the $20 as well. I thanked you earlier. I just want to thank you again. And then Vintage Vagabond, thank you for the $29 over on Venmo, who says a little something to match the IQ of your last guest. Keep lighting the torch. I'm pretty sure that Vagabond is talking about that guest that didn't know how many continents there are, because their donation is from 19 minutes ago. That's funny as fuck. Thank you for the $29. And then one big one here. Dude, fucking dude. Peter, Peter, good to see you again today, my friend. Thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Jesus, thank you, Peter. Show some goddamn diddly darn love to Peter down below in that chat for the 100 big ones. Peter says, it is invaluable to hear you're continuing to convert people. Thank you for fighting as hard as you always do. Always. Peter, you literally hang out with us every day. You are a core member of the Dean Team Dream Team that we've begun to build, and you're awesome. Thank you so much for the $100, my friend. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's also a few donations over on PayPal that I do need to get around to. But before we do that, I'll go and pass the mic to the guest. Tell us why you support Trump.
Can I ask a question first?
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you think Noble Six is still alive and is living in a cave on planet Reach?
No clue who that is.
Oh.
No. So why do you support Trump?
Oh, never mind.
You don't want to talk to him anymore because I don't know who Noble Six is? Okay. Moving on to Jake. Here we go. All right. Somebody in the YouTube chat says, thought this was a Mayor Pete interview. Yeah, Susan, if you go back to the first 30 or so minutes of the YouTube live, it'll be a conversation between me and Pete. Hey, for the 13,000 people hanging out with us in the stream here for the day, I appreciate you guys so much for being here. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you are an American adult. We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter up in here to debate right now. We got Mr. Max connecting to the stream, and while Max is joining, Christopher, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Christopher. Christopher says, please remind everybody to vote. Love your debates, but I'm trying to turn Texas blue here, lol. Yo, listen, Christopher, I appreciate you for the $25. Show some love to Christopher in that chat. Let's get 250 Chris Dubs, W's. But yeah, no, seriously, guys, make sure to vote. Make sure to vote. If you have any important elections going on, get the hell out there. What's going on, Max? Are you MAGA? No, Max isn't here. Dude, what's going on? All right, we're just going to lock in here. We're going to lock in. Go to let me know if you're MAGA down below in that chat. We'll get you loaded up in here. We're going to lock the fuck in. We're going to find a debate. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump, Shiva? No. Colin, are you MAGA?
I voted for Trump. I don't know what you mean by MAGA.
That stands for Make America Great Again, Donald Trump's political movement. Are you driving?
I'm in the car, but have a hands-free thing. I'm not holding my phone.
It still violates TikTok's terms of service. Dude, just hop back in that queue when you're not driving. I'll remember your name. I'll happily get you back up here. We're going to move on to the next guest, though, because they were violating the terms of service. We got David loading up in. While David's loading in, thank you for the galaxy, Mr. Whoop. Show some love to Aaron, that is ERIN, for the $10 over on PayPal. Saying, Dean, all this time I was watching you, I thought that your hands were perpetually cold, so you were blowing in them to warm them. You know what? Yeah, Aaron, that is what I'm doing. Keep thinking that. 110%. Amanda, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal, as well as I'm going to have to look into Jasmine. I'm not familiar with who she is, but thank you, Amanda. As well as Nicholas, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, who says, I was able to cook a MAGA debater earlier on live, and I cooked him so well that he ended his live because of me on TikTok. Nicholas, you are learning. Let's fucking go. Cook their ass. Fucking fry him, Nick. I think that's awesome. Shout out to you. As well as Ravi, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, who says, greetings from London. Well, all the love to London, Ravi. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the 10. Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, could you come a little bit closer to your mic and disconnect any Bluetooth devices if you have any plugged in?
Yeah, give me a sec.
No worries, take your time. Owen, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, who says, did you hear about the $70 million recently spent on weapons for ICE, including missiles? Yeah. And can you confirm if it's true? It is true. Yes, that is reputable reporting. It is true.
Is this
Vivian,
better?
Thank you for the 7, and William, thank you for the 5. Thank you, guys. Yes, that is significantly better.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump.
I'm gonna clarify. I support his policies, not him.
Okay. Well, you can't really separate the two. You can't really separate the two at all.
I mostly voted him obviously because I didn't really support a lot of Kamala's policies.
Okay. Yeah, Kamala Harris's policies were about 1 billion times better. But I mean, even that aside, I don't think that you could really separate the person from the president, because it is the person that is the president. All right. The presidency is necessarily a role of public service. And if Donald Trump lacks necessary virtues to care about other people, like Epstein, like E. Jean Carroll, like the Howard Stern radio interview where he admitted to sexually exploiting people, right? Well, then he can't possibly fulfill that role of public service.
Yeah, I kind of agree. But again, unfortunately he was the one who won the Republican nomination, and that's how I wanted to vote. Those
Okay,
are the policies I agree with.
So what policies?
So obviously, Second Amendment stuff with
So you want to
guns.
infringe on
and
the
then-
Second Amendment?
What?
So you're anti-2A?
No, I
Oh.
support the Second Amendment.
Well, if you support the Second Amendment, then you wouldn't support Trump because of it. I mean, in his first term, he passed a bump stock ban that SCOTUS ruled is unconstitutional. And in his second term, like a month ago, he directed the DOJ to find a way to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens, which the NRA, far right by the way, responded to by calling an atrocious impediment upon the Second Amendment, demonstrating that he truly is the most anti-Constitution president in modern American history.
Okay, but there are way more policies on the left that have done way more. Like it's the New York State court decision against, I can't remember his name. I think it's like Boiler, where they decided to talk about concealed carry in New York and not concealed carry, just carry in general, and banning it. And there's way more of those examples from the left than there are from the right.
Okay, well, I mean, now you're talking about like things that the left as a whole have done, all right? But remember, we're doing a comparative analysis of the policy that Kamala Harris ran on compared to the policy that Donald Trump ran on and is implementing today. So if we just want to create these two groups and point towards specific examples, either on the local, state, or federal level, well, then I could say that Donald Trump is like terrible for education because some other Republican decided to put the Bible in school to replace science textbooks. You know, I could say that Donald Trump is terrible for science because a lot of Republicans maybe think the earth is flat. I could say that Donald Trump is terrible for women's rights because a lot of Republicans think that women shouldn't have the right to vote. You know what I mean? But
I'm talking about a court decision.
We have
that
to
has to
a
do
court
with the
decision that had
Constitution.
nothing to do with Kamala Harris nor the policy that she ran on.
Does she not run on the side of like the left?
She ran as the Democratic nominee for the presidency, but if you are going to critique the left in reference to the 2024 election and the two candidates, you're going to be critiquing their platform, not other things that people on the left or the right had done.
Like I remember I'm trying to remember policies. Kamala ran on banning assault weapons and high capacity magazines, which I somewhat agree with, but to a certain extent, we also like it's still infringing on it, and then
that's infringing on 2A that it never would have passed because of the 6-3 conservative leaning Supreme Court.
Okay, but Kamala ran on that. That's still a policy Kamala ran on.
Okay, and it's a policy that you just said you kind of agree with. My point is, right, if it was unconstitutional, then it never would have been implemented because guess what? She respects checks and balances. But there's a lot of good case law and set precedent to argue that it's not unconstitutional. Most notoriously, an AR ban that was in effect for over 10 years in the 90s. But even building on top of that, that's another big difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is that she respects the checks and balances. She respects what the courts have to say. Donald Trump literally called a judge a terrorist just because she ruled against him.
Kamala also hasn't ever been president and hasn't had to deal with the court in the same way. There's no precedent for you saying that.
Actually, yeah, she has had to deal with the courts. She was only an attorney, and then the DA of San Francisco, and then the Attorney General of California, and vice president to the Biden administration. See, that was a very stupid statement. It's okay there. I bet you didn't think about that.
But those aren't policies that she tried passing as a lawmaker.
Oh, well, I mean, she also tried passing policies as a lawmaker, like the attempt to decriminalize the use of the M drug on the federal level when she was serving in the Senate as a senator of California, or the student loan forgiveness plan that she tried to pass alongside Biden that SCOTUS struck down, then they had to find a better way to do it that wasn't unconstitutional, or the other various policies like the PACT Act, the Chips and Science Act, the American Rescue Plan, so on and so forth. So I honestly don't think that you have a point.
And were those okay. Can you repeat the last few again? I'm sorry. I
was just giving you various examples of policy that she helped Biden pass under the Biden-Harris administration, right? I mean, I could repeat them, like the PACT Act, the Chips and Science Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. But I think that, my point here is that you don't have one, right? You don't have a point, right? Because I don't even know what you're trying to argue. I just brought up that Donald Trump doesn't respect checks and balances. He's infringed on 4 amendments in the last 8 months. Straight up called for termination of the First Amendment. It's illegal to criticize me in the media. I'm taking your free speech away now. Things that he said. Infringed on the Second Amendment when he directed the DOJ to find a way to ban gun ownership for trans Americans. Blatantly infringed on the 14th Amendment when he tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. And has no respect for the 22nd Amendment, which says a president can only serve 2 terms. Just go look at his merch shop. He's already selling Trump 2028 hats. And I mean, that's just a start. We could also look at the constitutional implications of J6, the constitutional implications of his attempted coup of the outcome of the election in 2020, Trump's fake electors plot. We could look at the constitutional implications with the 10th Amendment, with him attempting to deploy the National Guard in cities like Portland, Chicago, Memphis, so on and so forth. He's a mess.
All right. All right, I agree. You make a point. God, you talk fast. That actually like throws me for a loop.
Yeah, I could slow down. I'll also make like more concise points.
No, you're all good. That's totally me. Okay, and then I think a couple other ones. Like I'm thinking like immigration policy as well is also a point that I didn't agree with.
Oh yeah. So what immigration policy did she run on that you didn't like?
I just don't think it was harsh enough on trying to like keep them out because they ran on the bipartisan security bill that you were talking about, right?
Yeah, I know, which didn't advocate to like illegally deport immigrants like Trump is doing without due process to send them to a torture prison for terrorists in El Salvador. Yeah, it's definitely less harsh than Trump's. I actually find that to be a positive.
Yeah, but I agree that immigrants are inherently helpful for America. However, they should come in through legal processes rather than just coming in.
Okay. I mean, that point proved nothing. I mean, you just said that, all right, individuals shouldn't enter into the country with the use of undocumented means, right? I agree. That doesn't change like anything ideological speaking about why I support mass amnesty or why I support making the legal means of entry into this country faster, or the culpability and blame that I think falls on behest of the government that has caused so many immigrants to enter into this country with the use of undocumented means by neglecting and making the legal means of entry into this country so damn slow in all of modern American history, right? But just like saying that sentence, it doesn't do anything for the debate. It's just kind of stating something that's an obvious truth.
Well, what I'm saying is that there's hold on. Words. Fuck. Sorry. So it's like the fact that there are so many illegal immigrants, like it needs to there needs to just be like a rule of law and like a fairness to the immigrants who had to get the legal rights to get here. It's not like
if you want rule of law, then you shouldn't have voted for a felon, but I'll let you make your point.
that case was a load of crap.
What were the felonies for?
Basically like hush money, right? For businesses, like falsified business records.
Oh, boom, falsified business records. You know what the felonies are for. I'm fucking surprised. Why do you think the case was a load of crap?
I do think it was a little bit of a... I'm not going to say that, but it was like those cases don't typically result in multiple felonies. Like precedently, like those are usually misdemeanors for business.
So usually, right, when people commit falsification of business records in New York, it is a misdemeanor because it's not in the furtherance of another crime, right? But when it is in the furtherance of another crime, that's when it becomes a Class C felony per their legislation that's been on the books for 50 years, okay? And that's what Donald Trump was found guilty of.
What other confirmed crime was it in reference to? Was he not charged for that?
So in the furtherance of another crime that was referenced in the case is going to be like election fraud or election manipulation. He was trying to manipulate and change the outcome of the 2016 election by concealing the fact that he had like cheated on his wife with Stormy Daniels, and that's like typically like the crime that he committed in furtherance that's denoted, right? But it doesn't change the fact that unanimous jury of 12 agreed to the fact that he is guilty of all 34 counts. So I don't really know where you could possibly go with this.
How is it a crime? What crime is the just like not telling about the cheating?
Well, I mean, listen, I think that the jury determined it was some type of election fraud. I think that was one of their 3 options for the second step crime. I'm not a law expert, nor am I a lawyer. If you want more information about the specifics of the second step crime, go read the court documents, go ask a judge or consult a lawyer. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sufficiently answer your questions there, nor do I think it's necessary to believe that the outcome of the jury was adequately correct unless you'd have any compelling reason to state otherwise.
Well, I mean, the jury could have obviously been biased, which they probably were. I mean, it's a majority Democratic state.
I mean, you just said majority, not completely, and the jury has to completely agree that he was guilty in order for him to be guilty, and guess what? They did.
Okay, so it's 12 people, right? So it's like what percentage of New York do you think is Democrat?
Dude, assume
right?
it's 90. You still got 1 or 2 people that aren't, right? And that's all that you need to...
On
find him
average,
innocent.
that doesn't mean always.
Okay, so then you'd have to argue that somehow all 12 jurors were Democrats in a place that is not 100% Democrat, with Donald Trump's billionaire-funded attorneys that got to help choose the jury.
They don't get to choose the jury. They just get to, like, eliminate any, like...
No, they literally get to choose the jury. That's why the process is called jury selection.
You get rid of jurors that are and replace them. Like, you're not like picking people like you want. You're like, oh, I want that guy. You're getting rid of ones that you think have heavy bias.
Right. You get to pick the jurors that you want by discarding the ones you don't want.
Correct. That still doesn't change the fact that the ones that were left still had some bias. That could still be the case.
Okay, but wouldn't we have reason to believe that because of the pressure of Donald Trump's legal representation, that more likely than not, the overall political demographic of the jury would be a better split, that's more preferential towards Trump compared to just 12 random people on the street of Manhattan?
Wait, say that again? I'm sorry.
Because of the legal pressure of Donald Trump's attorneys in the jury selection process, wouldn't this give us reason to believe that the demographic spread of the political ideologies of the jurors that were inevitably selected were more pro-Trump than if you were to go choose random people off the streets of Manhattan?
No.
No, why not? Why do you think that Donald Trump's attorneys would specifically and intentionally select jurors, right, that are more left-leaning than the average 12 people in the streets of Manhattan? Why would they do that?
Even if they had the average, man, what I'm saying is the average is left-leaning.
Right, then you even said if they have the average, right, Manhattan's 88% dim, all that means is that 1 or 2 of the people on the jury weren't, meaning that ultimately speaking, right, if even one person on that jury that didn't have a anti-Trump bias thought Trump was innocent, then Donald Trump would have not been found guilty. But guess what? He was, because all 12 agreed. You're acting ridiculous, man. This is anti-intellectual at its finest. Come on, bro. Wake up. Stop being dense. Stop being clueless. This is so easy to understand, and you're pissing me off because you aren't.
No, it's still basic statistics of wondering what their party is. Even if 88% are Democrat or left-leaning, there's still high likelihood of all 12 still being that case, even after juror selection. They would just be closer to
actually, no. It is statistically improbable. That is what statistics means, okay? Right? If 88% of people in Manhattan are Democrat, then in order to get a jury that is 100% Democrat would be a high statistical improbability, even if Donald Trump didn't have any lawyers involved with the jury selection process at all. But then when you consider the fact that he had the best lawyers in America because he's a goddamn billionaire with money shooting out of his ass, it becomes an even higher, right, more insane statistical improbability. Right? That is what it means for something to be statistically improbable, is if it does not denote the statistical probability. And the statistical probability would be that 80 to 90% of that jury would be Democratic due to the fact that 80 to 90% of people in Manhattan are Democratic. Also, fun fact, juries don't determine your guilt based upon your political views. They determine your guilt based upon the evidence suggested. Right?
That doesn't mean juries don't have bias. That's
then maybe
a common
they would have.
issue.
Then maybe they would have won in the first round of appeals or the second round of appeals. But respond to my mathematical argument, not political argument. Respond to my mathematical argument to denote how much of a significantly high improbability it would have been for all 12 jurors to be anti-Trump.
Okay, so I have to do this math in my head. This is gonna suck.
You don't even need to do any math in your head.
Well, you said 88% of Manhattan is Democrat, right?
I think so. I think that's what I remember researching. Yes.
Okay. We'll just go off that because I don't have the brain power to do something else.
That's a very high percentage, by the way. I'm giving you
Right.
I'm giving you a very fair percentage.
So statistically, I think it's like there's just like a base without the lawyers. There's like a 50% chance of them all being Democrat for 12 jurors, right?
Dude. Holy shit. Do you see how you've now devolved into baseless speculation and conspiracy theory instead of just accepting the outcome of a criminal court, which 12 people agreed to the conclusion that Donald Trump was guilty of these crimes beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, and then 2 separate judges agreed with him on 2 separate appeals? like all of a sudden we're just talking about this mind warping conspiracy theory that you're spitballing out of your left ear.
Because it's like 0.88 to the power of 12, right? That's what it would be. Yeah.
I have no clue the math that you're doing, man. This is getting a little bit annoying for me.
That's basic statistics. Because each juror has a 88% chance of being Democrat, right? When randomly selected from a population.
That's a fact.
Right? So then it would just be 88% times to 12 times, right? I'm gonna need a calculator. But that is what it would be.
Okay, am I supposed to just wait here and say nothing?
No. Sorry. I can't find a calculator. I had to pull up my computer. Sorry.
Are you forgetting that juries aren't randomly selected?
They're still like summoned from just people around Manhattan.
But the jury summons is not the jury. I don't think what I'm saying here is confusing.
How is it not random? Explain me the jury selection process then.
Yes, it's not random because in the selection process, they're able to ask the jurors questions to refine their selection. And they're able to practically do that as much as they want. Sure, there's some limitations, but at the end of the day, right, I could fucking guarantee to you that there's about 1 billion questions on that questionnaire for all the juries in the jury pool saying, oh, are you a Republican? Are you a Democrat? Who do you look for your news? So on and so forth, right? So it's not random.
So, and you're saying they would pick off of just that demographic rather than...
Chances are, right?
I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
There was a very heavy premise during jury selection fixated around not trying to find people that are specifically Democratic. Not trying to find people that are specifically like super anti-Trump. Trying to find people that are willing to operate based upon evidence suggested. So now that you agree to that, then you agree that Donald Trump is actually guilty of those 34 felonies, right, Mr. Cult member?
He is guilty. I mean, he was guilty. I still think the case.
So then he committed those 34 felonies, right?
He did, yeah.
Okay, fucking hell. Okay, it only took us about 30 goddamn minutes. You know what? I'm going to move on to my next guest, Daniel. Let's go to get the next guest up here. I'm sorry. I just thought that the guy was a damn waste of time. Like super fucking stupid conversation. Super big waste of time. That guy just wasted like 30 minutes of my life that I'm never going to be able to get back now. So let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. If you're watching and you would like to support me and support what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. And of course, go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, and we will get you connected. Mr. Cult member wasted my time. Matthew, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Matthew says, is there any chance you co-stream with Parker anytime soon? Oh man, I'd love to. I love co-hosting with Parker. I think that he's awesome. I always have fun when I do that. Thank you for the $20, Matthew. Hopefully he's here soon. Let's go ahead and show some love to Matthew down below in that chat for the 20. Let's get 200 Matthew W's, as well as Allie. Thank you for the 10. Allie with the 10 says, Dean, thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Allie. And then Rebecca, thank you so much for the 5. And then Makai, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo as well. Brett with a $1 on Venmo. Thank you, Brett. And Tess, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, turn Texas blue. Yes, turn Texas blue. I actually see it happening. Thank you so much for the $20, Tess. Show some love to Tess. Jonathan, thank you for the 10, who says to get your girlfriend some chocolates. Dude, you're awesome, Jonathan. I will fucking do, sir. Thank you for the 10. Hannah with the 10, thank you so much. And Jared with the 5. You guys are awesome. We are all cut up. Thank you guys so much for the love. Welcome in. Carrie, are you MAGA?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
I've
never done this before.
I sure can. Yo, can I get a W Neo from you real quick?
Sure, if that makes you happy. W, I don't even know what the W stands for, but who, Nero, you said?
Neo for the $10 on Super Chat.
Neo. Good
You know?
job. Hey, listen, what you do is really awesome. I appreciate it because we need more people who want to debate this stuff, right? Because a lot of people just get real angry. So I really appreciate what you're doing. I'm excited to do this. I've never done this before, but
Well, very interesting. So
I've been listening to you.
So why the hell do you support one of the people that get really angry, like Trump? I mean, he's called all Democrats his enemies. He says he fucking hates them. He has a snarky nickname for every Democrat in Congress. Like, seemingly we see a trend here between the political divide that you just described in the country of getting really angry at your political opponents, and the leader of the country who does exactly that too. So why would you support him as president?
Yeah. I mean, just to touch on that real quick, it's kind of like a mom or a dad, right? Like, you know, if someone hurts me or something like that, my mom's going to get real pissed at them. But anyways, besides that fact, I supported him I never was political. Back in 2023, I was in a really bad abusive relationship. I got out of it. I had a nonprofit helping me out with my rent, things like that. So one day they contacted me and they say, hey, listen, there's been such an influx of immigrants right now in the area. I don't actually want to say where I'm from, but there is a huge influx in the area. We have to stop helping you so we could start supporting these people. There's no more funds for you, an American person who works nonstop, who was actually continuously still working at that point. They said, we cannot help you. We have to help these immigrants. Okay, so that was the first thing.
You said that you got an email?
It was an email, then followed by a call. Yes.
Can you screenshot the email and show it to us?
And then, yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to go through all my stuff. This is back in 2023, like I said.
Oh, I mean, so you could like
send it
actually
to you.
you could like keyword emails. So if, like, for instance, you go on like Gmail, you go on email, whatever, like your the app is that you use.
Yeah.
You could just like look up.
Honey,
like,
I can.
You could just like
I
look
can
up
absolutely
like, keywords.
do that.
Like, do you know like the name of the
But-
nonprofit? So if you go to like your Gmail app right now and you like type in the name of the nonprofit, then that email you're talking about will show up. Then you could screenshot it. You could come back to live, turn your camera on, turn it on green screen, and show it to us because we'd all like to see it. Is that something you could do?
Yeah, honey, I don't even know how I did this, honestly. I'm not a big TikTok person. I don't even know how to like
I
screen
can
share or
walk
do
you
any of
through
that.
it literally step by step.
Okay, I don't even remember who they were.
You don't
I
even
can
remember
try
the
to
name.
look them up
You don't
real quick.
remember the name of the nonprofit that help pay your rent and help you
that's-
after leaving an abusive relationship.
Yeah, honey, this was. Do you understand what
Yeah, thank you so much
happens
for
when
the
you're in an
galaxy.
abusive relationship?
I do.
Sorry?
I've been in one too. It's really hard. I'm just
Okay,
saying
so
that,
when you're
like,
in an abusive relationship, there's a lot of mental shit that starts happening during that point, right? So remembering details like who someone's name was kind of doesn't matter anymore because you're in a lot of fight or flight mode, okay? But I can send that to you. I can find it. I don't know how to do that right now. Could I keep telling you why I'm supported who I did?
yeah, sure.
And continue to?
The last point was valid. I mean, what I'm saying is like I just don't think that they actually sent you this email.
Yeah, I can absolutely send it to you. And then, not just that, 3 months after I got evicted, right? Because then they stopped helping me and everything went to shit for me. After I had gotten evicted, 3 months later, they reach out and they say, hey, we were able to get everything under control as much as possible for right now. Do you still need help? Okay. I don't know about you, but that's kind of fucked up in my eyes. So that's what really opened up my eyes. So because of that, right? Because of that, I start questioning what the fuck is going on with the government. Sorry if I'm not supposed to curse. I don't know how to do this. I started asking, what is going on with the government? Why am I not even able to pay my own rent when I'm working a full-time job? Why do I have to have someone else help me? Why is this going on? And the best thing that I really held on to with Trump is he really started talking about points that no other president ever talked about, right? The fact of chemtrails. Because let me tell you something, because of that whole situation, I ended up, yeah, you can laugh about it, but listen, because of that whole situation, I ended up, okay, in the middle of nowhere. I now live off grid. I have a very happy life. I built my own little ass house. I have solar panels above. I haul my own water because, you know, chemicals that they put in water. And I grow my own.
No, you're kidding, right?
Oh, yeah. Let's get into it.
What about the
please.
5G that's being radiated off of your phone?
Dude, I know.
No,
That's
you're
the
dude.
hard
You
part.
no, you literally you're cooked,
Everyone's
dude.
addicted to the
Dude,
internet.
you literally have
Trust me,
dude,
I know.
you literally have cancer. You're cooked. The 5G, it's gonna get to you, just like the Florida and the water and the phosphates and the chemtrails, right?
And that's it. And listen, you don't have to mock me, okay? Listen, this all came really, really deep. I had gotten really sick right after was forced to get my COVID shot, okay? Right after I was forced to get my COVID shot because I worked in childcare, and they say, hey, do it for the children. If you don't get this, you're gonna lose your job, okay? This is before everything happened with the immigration. But anyways, I ended up getting really sick. I got diagnosed with POTS. A couple months later, they said it probably came from that. I got so sick, I felt like I was walking on my head on a daily basis. So once again, right, when situations happen to me like this, I start going deep and start diving, right, and start looking into reasons why. And then, I don't just Google shit, okay? That's not what I do. I go on Yandex. I make sure to, or other search engines where like I can really see what's going on, not just something that's controlled, right? And I can go into that as well too. But as you can already tell, right, I'm a pretty big conspiracy theorist, right? And it's because I've lived a lot and I've learned a lot as well too. Ever since I came off grid and doing everything that I'm doing, eating healthy because there's no chemicals in my food. I'm not eating processed food. I'm not drinking tap water. I'm hauling my water. It's remarkable how much better I feel and how things have changed. And what I'm getting at is Trump was the first one ever to actually start talking about it and said, yeah, there are actually fucking chemtrails going on, right? And living out in the middle of nowhere, I have a very small house. I live in a tiny house. I'm outside more than I'm inside, okay? So I literally see it all the time. I see the chemtrails, and I can very much tell the difference between the chemtrails and the planes flying through, the different, the different temperatures in the sky or whatever, because it stays. And then a couple hours later, it turns into a giant cloud. And then a couple hours later or a day later, it turns into a giant storm. Okay, so I've seen it all.
You think that
A good amount
you
of
think
it.
that fucking planes are controlling the weather with chemtrails?
Oh my God, honey, absolutely. There's literally videos out there of people actually looking and saying, okay, I'm going to press this button, and then these are the chemicals that are going to fly out behind you. Watch it, okay? Once I figure out how to send you this stuff, I can send you that video as well, too.
Dude, okay, then even talking about the chemtrails, you just said that they cause storms. I'm so sorry. Is some fucking rain going to hurt you?
Man, listen,
even if chemtrails were true, you just said that they cause storms. Oh, the rain. Oh, the rain's gonna get me. Oh no, the rain's gonna get me. Wait, don't you fucking drink that rain because you told me? One moment. Don't you fucking drink that rainwater? No, but you just told me you get the buckets of water, then you take them back to the house because tap water is fluoride in it. That's gonna, I don't know, like make you gay or something.
It's
Whatever the
mountain
fuck you
water,
believe.
okay? Dean, it's mountain water, okay? So it's a spring. It comes from underneath the ground, from the snow that's melting in the mountains.
So do you think
Look it up,
that the
honey.
chemtrail like weather rain is turning the frogs gay?
No, come on, man. Do you want to have an actual debate, or are you just gonna fuck around?
Wait, how's that
Come
even
on,
insane,
man.
bro? Dude, I'm so sorry. You just told me that there's
I
a
never
correlation
said
between
anything about
POTS and the
POTS
COVID-19 vaccine, that the Navy manipulates the weather with fucking chemtrails by planes, but then all of a sudden, rain turning the frogs gay is completely outrageous. Come on. Like, you understand that the rain turning the frogs gay
because
has
all
just as
this
much
stuff
evidence as
that-
chemtrails, and has just as much evidence as the COVID vaccine
That's not-
exacerbating
No,
POTS.
prove it then. Go ahead, prove it.
Oh, prove it?
Prove
Wait, you're going to put me on the
me
spot and prove
that
it?
chemtrails are not
Wait,
real.
one second. You just put me on the spot. You want me to prove what I just said, that there's no evidence, like for instance, that the COVID vaccine causes POTS? I actually can. If you go on Google and you type in Smith Heart Institute, you'll find an institution by the name of Smith Heart Institute that did studies at the Cedars-Sinai Hospital aimed to understand the potential connection between the COVID-19 vaccination and POTS. The study validated that all the patients who were immunized with the COVID vaccine mRNA vaccination and then went on to have new or exacerbated POTS all had pre-existing conditions that led to the POTS unrelated to the use of the vaccine. So you put me on the spot, you asked me to prove it, and I did. Thank you.
Okay, I thought we were talking about chemtrails. But yeah, cool. Talk about my illness. That's great too. You can absolutely do that. I honestly, who knows? It could have been the fucking food I was eating. But regardless, a couple months later it happened. And a lot of fingers point to the COVID vaccine.
But
Regardless,
you know,
it's
you know
all
what,
fucking...
you know one finger that doesn't point to the COVID vaccine? Any medical
What?
health professional ever.
Yeah, you know what? That brings me to my next point, right? Medical professionals, they're always like, if you drink raw milk, you're going to get botulism, right? Yet botulism from raw milk hasn't been a thing since 2019. You get more botulism from fucking McDonald's.
Dude,
okay,
you
so
don't drink
please
raw
tell
milk.
me
Don't
how
drink
much
don't drink raw
you-
milk.
Honey, I drink raw milk for the past 2 years. I haven't been sick in 2 years because
What's
of
the
it.
difference? What's the difference between raw milk and not raw milk?
It's not pasteurized.
And what is the pasteurization process?
It's heating it up to a point where it kills everything, even the good nutrition.
No, it's heating it up to the same temperature you cook your chicken or your beef, okay? 160 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's still heating it up.
Listen, sitting here and saying that, cooking the milk, heating it up to 160 degrees Fahrenheit, right, to kill like all the harmful bacteria is bad. Do you eat raw chicken? Do you eat raw beef?
I do eat raw beef, actually, not raw chicken, obviously, but everything I grow is on my farm.
Wait. So when you eat chicken, you cook it first. Wait,
why do you cook?
Why do you cook the chicken first?
I mean,
why do you cook it?
for
Tell me.
obvious reasons.
What are the obvious
right?
reasons why you cook
Obvious
chicken?
reasons. For obvious reasons, to make sure there's nothing in it, right?
Like
because
no, like harmful
there's
bacteria.
a lot more reports.
Wait,
there's
but
a
you
lot-
got to
yes,
heat
there's
the
a lot
chicken
more
to do that,
reports.
right?
Because how many reports are there of people not eating cooked chicken and getting sick and dying? How many? There's lots, right?
So there's many
There's
circumstances
lots.
of that. I understand that there's
Okay,
less
there's
circumstances
not-
of that
there's
occurring.
none like that with raw milk.
None is false, right? Raw milk absolutely
Uh-huh.
does lead to medical to health complications, and in fact, the pasteurization process
Tell
is
me
what
one.
prevents
Go
that.
ahead, tell-
And it makes it. You just said that there was one of like botulism in 2019. I don't even need to give you an example because you just named one. But more typically, what it will lead to is E. coli, right? But like, think about it this way. So you just told me that you're losing the key nutrients inside of the milk, okay, when you pasteurize it and heat it up. So when you pasteurize and heat up your chicken, for instance, to cook it, do you think that you're losing nutrients in the chicken? I muted you. You could unmute.
Oh, sorry. Am I still there? I don't
Yeah.
know why I was muted.
I muted
I don't know
you.
how this thing works. Wait.
It was
Oh,
it
okay,
was
you
RFK
muted
and the gay frogs that muted you. New conspiracy theory unlocked. I bet if Trump said
I
it, you
never
believe it.
even said anything about RFK yet, but we can definitely get into that as well too, please. Or you want to talk about how when the whole entire thing was going on? Okay, let me back up. Let's talk about how when the election was going on. Okay,
No,
and
I
what was
want you to respond to
happening,
what I said.
right?
When you cook chicken,
Oh,
right,
sorry.
to 160 to kill
Yeah.
the bacteria, are you losing any essential nutrients?
Yes, absolutely.
Which ones?
Oh, I don't know, man. I didn't even know how to get on this thing.
Bruh, yeah, exactly. That's just something you say to make yourself sound insane because you like it. It's not actually true or backed with any reason, logic, or evidence.
But the evidence is myself, right? That's the thing here is I'm telling, like, that's the evidence myself.
Sorry, with all due respect, you are not Jesus, okay?
Uh-huh.
You are not perfect. You are not all-knowing. You are not...
Oh, no. I'm not saying that. I'm saying how it affects me, though. I'm saying personally. That's what all this is about, right? I didn't start voting for Trump because everyone else told me to. I voted for him because I told myself to, because everything that I was going through, I needed to figure out what was going on. So I started doing my own research and I started doing my own due diligence and my own studies
so you've
myself.
done your own, okay, you've done your own research and studies. Okay, well, earlier you told me that one of the conclusions from the great research and studies that you've done is that when you pasteurize milk, okay, you lose key nutrients. You did say that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so through the research and the studies that you did to like yield that conclusion, what like key nutrients are lost when you pasteurize milk?
I mean, all the vitamins, man.
Which
all
ones?
the vitamins.
Which ones?
Do you
Be
want-
more
here,
specific.
Let me hang on.
Oh.
Let me look it up real
Wait,
quick.
look it
There you
up
go.
on Google. I thought that you said the only evidence that you need is your own personal experiences, but now you're pointing towards a search engine that is going to
Well,
return
yeah,
you
when I
studies
s-
done by the professionals.
Okay, you're right, but you're asking me a question that I don't know the statistics to. Sorry, I'm
Now
not
statistics
that
matter.
good at this.
Wait, why did
I'm
statistics matter
telling
that
you,
when
though,
why didn't statistics matter when we were talking about there be no correlation nor link between the COVID vaccine and POTS?
because they don't want to talk about that, right? They
No,
don't
they
want to
do
say
want to
that
talk about it.
or they don't want to say that the vaccine had anything bad to do with anything.
With POTS
And there
because
is studies
because
that
it
came
didn't.
out about that.
Okay, name one.
Name a study.
Yeah.
I don't know, honey. I just looked this stuff up and I'm like, let me start applying this stuff to my life. Okay? And listen, I'm just trying to
no.
be real. Okay? I'll tell you this right off the bat. I'm not good with like the little like, oh, what temperature exactly do you have to cook it to for it to be pasteurized, right? And like, I get it. Okay? I get it. You don't believe in all this stuff because you probably haven't lived it. You've probably never came in contact with raw milk before in your life. So you probably don't even know. You probably don't even know the benefits of what it feels like to actually drink it and then not get sick for 2 years, or like kind of helps your depression as well too, or anything of that sort. So
Wait, did you know that like
I'm just telling
did
you
you know
from
that there
experience.
one second. Did you know that there actually is a link between POTS and COVID? Just not the vaccine, like the actual
Yeah,
like
I
the
saw that as well too.
like the actual virus.
COVID, yeah, the actual COVID-19. Yeah,
So
the
my
actual
question for you is, have
sickness.
you ever gotten your boosters?
Hell no. Have I ever gotten COVID? Hell no.
Wait, how do you know that you've never gotten COVID?
How do I know that I've never gotten COVID? Because I mean, I know I went and got tested before because I thought I had it, and then it came
Oh, so
up
you
negative.
got a test. So you
As
tested.
within childhood.
So you got a test. So you trusted the medical health professionals and their like means of like research as it would relate to like illnesses, viruses, the diagnosing of them.
I did, unfortunately. Absolutely. And the thing that really got me, right, is I really believed them back then. Because, like, I didn't have all these issues, right? But I believed them that back then. And then the thing that really set me off is my work. They said, do it for the children. Okay, you have to get this COVID vaccine.
I would have made you do the same thing if I was your
And
employer. I would have said, get the vaccine or you're fired. I would have done the same thing.
yeah, and that's great. Sure, whatever. But the thing that really got me is I went. And I'm that type of person to, like, I might not understand the whole entire fucking contract, but I'm going to read it all before I sign anything. So they have you sign this paper, and in it, it says that this was not tested and they're not held reliable if you get sick or you die.
Yeah,
And, like,
if you
that's
read
crazy,
the
right?
back if you read the back of like an Advil, like what do you call it? What do you call those little things? I don't know. If you read the back of an Advil
Like the
container,
Tylenol pamphlets,
there you
yeah.
go. So if you read the back of an Advil container, it'll tell you that they're not capable of you to start internally like bleeding and dying to death. Okay, but like obviously, right? I'd assume that you feel
Another
safe
reason
taking
why
it.
I stopped fucking trusting the fucking healthcare system, right? Exactly. See, why do we trust the healthcare system? They've just been fucking
Because the
lying to
healthcare
us the whole
system
time.
has extended the average life expectancy of a human from like 35 to 75. That's why.
Okay, but everything's based off of medicine and big pharma. So everything, it's here, take a pill for this, here, take a pill for that. That at the end of the day,
Oh,
right?
take
what does that
medicine
do
for
to
your
you at the end of the
ailment.
day?
It helps you like fix the ailments that you're suffering.
Yes, but do you realize that there's other medicine out there, like plant medicine, you know,
Yeah.
tinctures and
Yeah,
things
dude,
like
don't
that?
worry,
Which
don't
instead
worry,
of just
don't worry,
because
don't worry.
what
If
we
you break
wanna
your
do,
if you
we're-
break your arm, just go suck on a leaf, dude. You'll be good in like 3 minutes tops. No, 110%.
Come on now, come on. I thought this was an actual debate. Come on now, you don't
You're
have to be all
trolling.
nasty like that.
Come on, that wasn't the nastiest
I'm
thing
not
I've said
trolling,
so far.
dude. I'm telling you from my own personal experience. Do you want to
Listen.
talk about other stuff? You want to talk about other reasons
Listen.
why I support him? Because here's another thing.
Listen,
Trump has been the only one.
The
Okay.
chemtrails got to me, okay? The gay frogs got to me.
Okay.
The fluoride in the water.
I never
got
said
to
gay
me.
frogs, but okay, that was your words,
Well,
not
I'm
mine. But go
surprised
ahead,
you haven't.
continue.
No, go ahead. What do you want to debate
No,
about?
yeah, because guess what? I don't follow what other people say. Do you realize that you got like 3,000 more followers since we start talking? That's awesome, huh? I guess I'm doing good with this. I'm kind of proud of this. It's my first time doing this.
Well,
Anyway,
I-
sorry.
I think that the viewer count has gone up on this live because we went from somebody spending 30 minutes saying, I don't know if Trump was guilty. I don't have any evidence, but I definitely don't think he's guilty in a super monotone voice, to somebody saying that chemtrails control the weather and the Navy wants to rain on you and that rain has harmful carcinogens in it. Like, obviously, You know.
Okay, I never said the 90. Okay, I don't
Wait,
listen.
you do.
Okay,
Then you're not a real conspiracy
I
theorist because you don't know where the conspiracy theory even comes from. The chemtrail conspiracy theory comes from like leaked articles from like the 90s where the Navy was discussing ways to control the weather, and they're like, oh, this must mean that like they're dumping like toxic chemicals and biological agents on the American.
You know that
civilians
they
while they're
actually
driving
did
around
that,
their planes.
right? As like tests, right? You know that actually happened.
Yeah,
And please don't.
Yes, I'm sure
if
the near
you want,
$1
I can
trillion
look it
per
up
year
real quick.
industrial military complex try to find a way to like control the weather through cloud seeding. Yeah, I'm sure.
But that's the problem. If you don't think that, man, then you are so blind. Listen, and that's fine. You can think what you want, but here's my big thing. This is what I want you to get out of this, hopefully, is you just start questioning everything, right? That's what I start doing, questioning everything. Like everything that they taught us.
Why don't you question Trump?
It.
Why don't you? But you'll never question Trump. He'll
I
tell
do.
you that.
Oh my God.
Who won the 2020
No.
election? Who won the 2020 election?
I mean, Biden did. I wasn't really. Like I said, I didn't start getting into politics until like
that was a little bit
2023,
before.
and that happened to me.
Okay, does Tylenol cause autism?
I mean, I don't. Does Tylenol cause autism? Listen, I think autism is a very big thing that came about in many different ways, okay? I think, one, it came about with the influx of medications and the influx of vaccines, yes, okay? Do I think all vaccines are bad? Absolutely not. No, not at all. But do I think that there's some are? Yes. I was working in childcare. This is another thing. I saw a little girl. I was in childcare for years. I watched a little girl. She was a happy, happy little girl, always excited. I think she was like 2 or 3 years old. Goes and gets vaccines. Didn't see her for a week. Comes back completely silent. Completely silent. Won't talk. On the verge of autism. So yeah, did that kind of like start shifting me a little bit? Absolutely. The things that I saw, my experiences, my real life experiences is why I believe the things I believe today. Not what people say, not what doctors put up on Google and stuff like that. Like, you know, this is what I see and what I've seen. And so yeah, do I think that there's something wrong? Yes, absolutely. Do I take these medications anymore?
Okay.
Absolutely not.
So are you a
But
medical?
I also learned.
Listen, can I talk? Oh no, yeah, just go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no. Go ahead.
Oh no. Please finish.
No, I was just gonna say is I got into the point of like where I'm starting to take care of my own health in like different ways, like maintaining it, right? Eating healthy, drinking healthy, you know, taking herbs and supplements when I'm not feeling good. You know what I mean? So, and that's a lot different because you don't get an instant result from stuff like that. And I think that's where a lot of people lack. And, you know, I can say that if you take A, B, and C, these herbs, you know, they can help you, but you have to take them over time. No one really wants to do that nowadays. So I think that's a big issue with that. Hell yeah, man. Put that hat on. It will save you one day. It will save you. Please put it on.
No, just continue. Continue speaking.
You look great in it. You look absolutely great. I never understood. Do you know the reason behind the tinfoil hat?
Do I know the reason? Ah, you need to wake up. You need to wake up, brother. Do I know the reason? They started with the 3G, killed my grandfather, then the 4G killed my brother, and the 5G is coming after me next. Listen. Have you ever heard of the blue light theory? Have you ever heard of the blue light theory? When you're looking at the phone, when you're looking at this cellular device, and then the blue starts radiating off of you, it goes in. Listen, I'm gonna teach you something. I need you to listen to me. Listen to me. The blue light on the phone, on the device, on the cellular 5G, 4G, 3D device. Okay, in through your eyes.
My water.
No, the water! Does it have fluoride in it? Does it have fluoride?
No, honey, I told you I hold my own water.
Yes! Amen! You just, ma'am, you just won the goddamn diddly darn lottery. You don't have fluoride in your water. Guess what? If it did, If that water did have fluoride in it, you'd be dead at 55 tops, okay? Dead at 55 tops, okay? Your children, they'd be
You're
gay.
funny. You're
They'd be gay.
funny. Can we talk
The fluoride in
now?
the water, they would make them gay. Doesn't even matter if they don't live
Am
with
I
you,
losing
okay?
you?
The
Oh, shit.
5G radiation would carry the fluoride digitally and make your children gay. Listen, Carrie, I feel you. I feel you. Everything that you've said so far, it must be true. The science, you know what NASA spells? If you rearrange the words and out of T, it spells Satan with like 2 S's. Satan. Okay? And guess what? The NASA, their scientists, which also starts with an S, which by the way is also the first letter in Satan. So we can't trust them either. Let's disregard those damn medical studies. In fact, let's do one of our own right now. I was telling you about the blue light theory before you rudely interrupted me. All right, Carrot, please go ahead and unmute that microphone. Okay? The gay frogs are going to get to you if you don't unmute that mic. They didn't get to you. You unmuted it perfect. All right. What's behind your eyes? Your brain, right? Your brain is between your eyes. So when you're looking at the cellular device and it's radiating the 5G and the blue light, it goes in through your eyes, it goes to your brain, and then it makes you a liberal. That must be why I'm a liberal, right? Since we can only trust our individual experiences. I just spent too much time looking at the blue light. The blue light in the 5G went in through my eyes, back to my brain, behind my eyes, and made me a liberal.
Okay. Okay. If you say so. I didn't say anything about blue light. You did.
What
but
are your
okay.
thoughts, Gary?
Let's talk about you. Go ahead. Apparently, you need to talk more. So tell me more about why you think that blue light is going to made you a liberal.
Well,
Please tell me.
it's just what happened before I had the blue light when I was a little baby. Very obviously conservative.
Can I just say something really quick?
No, listen.
It sounds
listen.
like you're being a little racist.
It
sounds.
I muted you because of how stupid that was, but I want you to continue. Who am I being racist to?
Okay, you muted me even though you're mocking words, right? So can you continue to talk to me like a human?
Who am I being racist to?
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure you can guess.
To who?
I guess it's not racist if it's a white culture, right?
Oh, I'm disrespecting white culture by speaking in a southern accent?
Yeah, probably, huh? I was told not to do that. I was told not to speak like other people or it's racist. So I'm just letting you know.
But my family's southern.
But why'd you mute me when I said that?
Some of my
you get
family's
scared of
southern.
something?
Some of my I'm disrespecting white culture by speaking in a southern accent. But Donald Trump is not disrespecting black people when he tells you not to vote for Obama because he thinks he was born in Kenya, even though he has a birth certificate from Hawaii. But no, listen, back to the theory, Carrie. The gay frogs, they're coming for you unless you listen up.
Oh, did you call me a fairy? I swear to God.
No, I said Gary. I said the gay frogs are coming for you unless you listen up, and the Navy's going to drop a chemtrail over your goddamn diddly darn house and make that toxic rainwater rain down on you. Like God and his vengeance for the silly liberals and their science, quote unquote.
Okay, let's talk about something else, okay? Because I'm really excited about this. What about the fact that Trump is the only president who said China cannot buy any more agricultural land, and he said, "Fuck you guys."
Oh, but then he gave land.
What about that?
But then he gave land to Qatar to build a Navy base. And what exactly has he done to prevent China from buying any agricultural land?
He told them that they can't anymore. He reversed it all, or in the process of it, at least.
What executive order did that? What policy did that?
Let me look it up.
The gay frogs are going to get you if I don't get them in 10 seconds. They're coming for you.
Oh my God, you love the gay frogs.
No,
There's nothing wrong with gay
They love you. They're coming. They're coming for you.
Wrong.
The gay frogs, the Kim Shells, and RFK Jr.
RFK
Jr. RFK Jr. is like actively like dragging like the carcass of a bear to your front doorstep the same way he did in Central Park.
Yeah, so China's ability to buy U.S. farmland is increasingly restricted by both state and federal efforts due to national security concerns. Through a total federal ban, states have enacted various laws to ban or limit ownership. So that's cool, right? Because it started, right? Because our problem
okay, but
is,
like, how did he
a-
start the process?
and
Like, what exactly did Donald Trump do on the federal level in the last 8 months?
so there's state level bans. I mean, first of all,
There's state
right, the
level
fact
bans,
that
but
he
that's not the
talked
federal
about
government,
it,
so therefore
the
it's nothing to
fact
do
that
with
he
Trump.
talked about it, he said, "Hey, I hear the people. This is a problem, right? This is a problem. Let's start working on it." And where it went from there, I don't know. But the fact that he says, "Hey, listen, I hear what your issues are. Let me try to fix them," or just so you know, you're being heard. Right? That's awesome. That's a great feeling.
One second. Yo, listen, Allie, thank you for the $2
Uh-huh.
over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Allie. Kelly, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Kelly says, I just joined and Dean has a motherfucking tin hat. Let me finish reading that message on his head. What is happening? Truth is happening, Kelly. Truth is happening, okay? But the only difference, okay, is that in this place, okay, we're opening the eyes. We're awakening you. We're not making you woke, okay? That's that democratic Satanist shit. No, but we're opening your eyes. We're opening them. Next one. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo who said, Dean, I was gonna write a heartfelt message thanking you, but you're currently wearing a tinfoil hat, sporting a southern accent. And now I'm not gonna. Elizabeth, you're mad because I woke you up to the gay frogs, RFK Jr., 5G radiation making you liberal because your brain is between or behind your eyes. Jenna, thank you so much for the $10. Appreciate you for the love. Appreciate that, Jenna. Isaac, thank you for the $10 as well, who says, good God, the tinfoil hat killed my wife and I. No, these hats don't kill you. They protect you. That's why you got to wear them. Don't be espousing misinformation. The tinfoil doesn't kill you. It protects you. It protects you. Go get one right now. But I appreciate you for the $10. Thank you so much for the $10. Moving on. Nate, holy shit. Thank you so much for the $150 over on Venmo. Oh my God, Nate. Thank you so Thank you for the love, Nate. Let's get 150 Nate W's. Let's get 1,500 Nate W's down below in that chat for the $150 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so much. That is crazy. Nate says, I'm at a loss. So here's some more support from your Cincinnati pharmacist. Acetaminophen for the win. Dude, Nate, it's good to see you again. Thank you so much for the $150. You're fucking awesome. Thank you so much. Show some love to Nate. Seriously, that is so kind. As well as Sammy, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love. Ileana, thank you for the 8. Ileana says, the fluoride has me on the verge of autism. Just kidding. I've had it since I was born. Yeah, listen, I appreciate you for the $8, Ileana. As well as Laura, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Laura. Laura with $100 says for more tinfoil hats. $100 would not be able to buy you one of these because of their complex, high technological nature. All right, Laura? Laura, they're very complex. You've been fooled. Open your eyes. But thank you for the $100. Show some love to Laura. As well as Courtney. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, while these people out here taking advice on vaccines by somebody who literally used to do that. I can't finish your message, but thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. As well as Juliana, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Jared, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Angie, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Lori with the 10. Echo with a 10. Sam with a 15. Ali with a 5. McKinney, thank you for the 5. Andrea, your true patriot, thank you for the 5. We got a bunch of true patriots coming in. There's actually so many of you motherfuckers. Holy shit. Sarah, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Show some love to Sarah down below. What the fuck? Sarah says, please do an RFK Jr. voice. I'm begging you. I don't think I could. I appreciate you for the 50. Show some love to Sarah. As well as Jenna, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, I'm a liberal in AL and this is the funniest shit ever. The fact of the matter is I'm literally just doing what the guest is doing, but she's doing it for real. As well as Elizabeth, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the gay frog awareness. Catherine, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate you so much. Bree with the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bree. Ray, thank you for the $27 over on PayPal, who says, I'm so over people disregarding our own dedication and research. I completely agree with you. It's just medical misinformation that's actively harmful. Thank you so much for the $27, Ray. As well as Jasmine with a 6, Vivian with a 3. There's so many. I really appreciate you guys. Emery with a 4 for the tinfoil hat. Elizabeth with a 5, telling her to get pushed. Appreciate you for that love. Then George, thank you so much for the $11 over on PayPal. Devin, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Devin. As well as, let's see if we have anybody else here. Matthew, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Alexandria with a 15. Ali with a 5. Christopher, thank you so much for the $5 as well. We're all caught up on Venmo and PayPal. We just got to go through the super chats that remain. Victoria, thank you so much for the 100 Canadian dollars over on super chat. Thank you, Victoria. Show some love to Victoria, who says, this message is a bit late, but the girl doesn't understand that botulism is a foodborne illness that comes from bacteria that thrive in anaerobic space, which is why when canning food, it is important it's done right. And while it's also important to pasteurize your milk. Yeah, good point, Victoria. You are incredibly intelligent. You know your shit. I bet she's going to disregard that because the too many big words. Janet, thank you so much for the $50 as well over on Super Chat. She says, God, I love you, Dean. Thank you for the $50, Janet, as well as the incredibly kind words. Show some love to Janet down below in that chat. As well as, let's see here, John, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. John didn't leave a message, only the love. Thank you so much, John. As well as Emily, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. And we're all cut up. I really appreciate you guys so much for your kindness. If you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal down below in the comment section. In the bio on TikTok and the pinned message in the comment section on YouTube. But now listen, okay? True Patriot Hour is over. We're going to go ahead and get back at being serious. Matter of a fact is you are so unserious because you don't trust the science, you disregard the fact, you don't think objectively, and you kind of just base reality predicated on what you want it to be, which is really embarrassing.
Well, I base reality based off of how things have happened to me and the people around me, right? So.
Okay, so I'm so sorry. What has Donald Trump done that has personally benefited you in your own personal life?
I mean, the fact that he just got done talking about he's going to have fertility treatments be more affordable.
Oh, so you're talking about something that he promised before the election?
He talks about...
He actually walked that one back. So you said that you only trust things that have actually happened to you. So it was one thing that he's done that has actually like benefited you. I'm talking like real outcome.
Okay.
Right? What is one real outcome that has personally and materially made your life better, right? In the 5 years that he served as the president of this country.
Okay. The 5 years, I don't know what the fuck happened in his first presidency. Like I said, I didn't really pay attention back that much. But I'll tell you recently, okay? And obviously you're going to laugh at me and make fun of me because you keep doing that. But I'm just telling you from personal experience is like chemtrails. I love looking out and not seeing them.
I'm kicking her. We're going to move on to that next Trump supporter. Oh my goodness Christ. We're going to get that next guest up in here. Bro, dude. Oh my God. After all that, we just go straight back to the chemtrails. When I look outside, I don't see the chemtrails. Maybe it's because you told us that you moved into the middle of fucking nowhere. Did you ever think of that? You told us that you like lived in a city, worked with a nonprofit in the city, and then you moved into the middle of nowhere in the middle of the mountains. Maybe that has something to do with you seeing less planes in the sky. Just a thought. Moving on to the next Trump supporter. Go ahead and hop in that queue for me if you are MAGA and you want to come up here for a conversation. But please follow the rules. I'm going to kick and ban you if you are not a Trump supporter. All right. Yo, Nikki, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo for the tinfoil hat fund. Since I'm going to need a lot of them through these debates. Thank you for the love, Nikki. Dude, let's get 500 Nikki W's. Nikki, that is seriously so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for your kindness. Show some love to Nikki down below in that chat while we're looking for the next guest to join up into the stream, as well as Oscar. Thank you for the $11.11 over on Venmo. Says you are the king of shady, and I love it. Oscar, good to see you, man. You've been watching for years. Appreciate you for the $11. And Catherine, thank you for the $50 as well on Venmo. Holy fuck. Nikki and Catherine, you guys are awesome. Catherine says, my quote-unquote friend recommended a book to me that claims that leaky gut causes autism and that blue light causes infertility and that my genetic collagen disorder can be cured by eating the collagen-rich parts of animals. Yeah, never talk to them again. All right. I don't think I don't know if they're not going to be too reliable of a person. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop in that queue if you're MAGA. We're just looking for that next debate. You know, funny enough, for whatever reason, I feel like the tinfoil hat scared most of the Trump supporters off because right now I'm not finding anybody in the queue that's down to join. Kelly, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for more tinfoil. And then Echo, that is EKOO, sorry. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Echo. That is so incredibly kind of you, who says they are not chemtrails, they are contrails. It's short for condensation trails. So it's basically water condensated from the engine during flight. Nope. Echo. They're fucking chemtrails. They're fucking chemtrails manipulating the weather and making you gay. Moving on to the next guest. All right. Dunked. Can we get some W's in that chat? Can we get some true patriot W's in that shit? Okay, I need to stop. Dude, how am I going to be acting like this less than 2 hours after I interview a fucking presidential nominee, right? Not nominee, presidential candidate in both the 2020 and 2024 election cycle? What the fuck am I doing? Oh my God. What's up, MV PUIG? Do you support Trump?
So I just wanted to say, yeah, I know
I'm sorry. I do got to kick you because you're underage. Yeah, how are we going to be doing this less than 2 hours after I'm talking to Mayor Pete, fucking Pete Buttigieg, Secretary of Transportation? What the, dude? I'm cooked. Okay, I built my reputation and then destroyed it in less than 2 hours. All right. Dude, imagine that like he or his team is gonna like look back at the YouTube VOD to maybe try to get some clips out of the conversation, and then they accidentally clip further in the live, then they see me wearing a tinfoil hat chatting about how like chemtrails make you gay. Listen, the funny part is, the scary part I should say, is that it's actually like a realistic outcome. Okay, woke FX, what is up? Do you support Trump?
No, but no, we love you though.
I appreciate you guys for the love, but make sure you're only joining that queue if you are MAGA. I do really appreciate you guys for the kindness, though. Jennifer, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Let's get 500 Jennifer W's. Thank you. Jennifer says, "Oh, Dean, you have made my night. I've not laughed like that for a long time. Miss Jen from the UK." Well, Miss Jen, I'm really happy that you're here. I'm happy that I could, put you in a better mood. Thank you for the $50. As well as Natalie and Jasmine. I appreciate you both for the $5 over on PayPal. Tass, Kelly, and Kim, and Angie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. You guys are awesome. And what is going on? Are you MAGA?
Hey, Dean, can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
Personally, no, I do not. But I do have a.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, man. Listen, guys, if you are in the queue, make sure it is because you are a Trump supporter. We are only very specifically looking to talk to MAGA. Listen, I love y'all. Don't get me wrong. I love you guys to death. Hundo P, but we're very specifically looking for Trump supporters. Hundo P, listen, just looking for MAGA. We got Rachel connecting into the stream. Hello, do you support Trump? Hello? Bro, I think I actually scared all the Trump supporters away with a tinfoil hat. I don't think that we've seen a drought this bad for like a really long time. Brianna, I appreciate you for the $1 on Venmo as well as I read your message. Of course, of course. What's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, I got to take that as a no. Crystal, thank you for the $3 on PayPal. Saying, did you see that Russia did a direct hit on a kindergarten? No, I didn't see that. I'll have to look at that after the live. Thank you for telling me. All right, moving on to the next guest. Yeah, they might genuinely be gone. Maybe I got like, dude, I got too weird for them. Or you know what it is, right? I put on the tinfoil hat and then they're like, one of us. And then they just like went on to rage bait the next liberal live and now they're all gone. What's up, Nathaniel? Do you support Trump?
I'm MAGA to the core, fucking gay frogs.
All right, I'm going to go to assume that is a troll. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you are MAGA, okay? All right, guys, I'll directly, if you want to come up a little bit more directly, feel free to go down to that comment section and type me with your age. We'll happily have you up. Arlie, hello, do you support Trump? Okay, looks like Arlie's not here. Literally no Trump supporters. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, this is actually starting to get annoying. Holy crap. Erica, thank you for the $4 over on Venmo who says, love you, Dean. Be yourself. Thank you, Erica. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, what's good?
Okay, how do you?
25.
Can you say W Emily real quick?
Dude, W Emily, but listen, I'm not here to play your little games or whatever you want. You want to play some mind games, try to get me to say things that you want me to say. We're not doing that. We're not doing that here. I've seen your stuff before, and you can talk all this, talk all that. But
Okay, John. All right. Well, maybe if you don't want me to get into your mind with the mind games, do you want a tinfoil hat? I could give one. Listen, it'll keep you safe from the mind games. It'll keep them out.
you're a bullshitter.
It'll keep the okay. So don't leave. Let's actually debate. Just before we do,
Yeah, hold on.
I do have to thank Emily so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Emily. Show some love to Emily down below in that chat for the $25. Who says that was the funniest fucking deed moment of all the streams? I think I'm in bed sick today, and it made my day. Well, I'm really sorry that you're in bed sick this week, but thank you for the $25, and I'm happy that it made you happy. Go ahead and take it away, John. Why the hell do you support Trump?
A number of reasons. I mean, we could talk about immigration and border. We could talk about the economy. We could talk about basically just what he's doing to restore kind of just religious morals back into the country. And people, I think people have became too radical atheists, and they don't have morals anymore, and we're going down the path of hell, and it's not good. And there's going to be a lot of people going to hell that I don't think should be going to hell, and I really do think we're in a spiritual battle right now.
Okay. So
I
you just brought up two things, and I find them to be like quite contradictory. You said we could talk about Donald Trump's great immigration policy, and then you're like, we could talk about religious morals. So do you support Donald Trump's mass deportation?
Yeah, 100%.
So-
I mean, if
so
they're
you
here
support-
illegally, why are they here if they're here illegally?
So
Can you answer that?
so you support treating foreigners that reside among you differently than the native born because you wouldn't deport the native born, but you would deport the foreigners?
It's about following the law.
No, can you
if
no,
come
listen.
here
Like
illegally-
I just want to clarify.
What's illegal mean?
I
What's
just
illegal
want
mean?
to clarify here. So do you support treating the foreigners that reside among you differently than treating the native born, for the reason being that you're okay
Everyone
with deporting
should be
undocumented immigrants?
treated equally.
Okay, so are
Agreed.
you? Wait, if everybody
you're
should be
the
treated
one over
equally,
here.
listen.
Huh?
Wait, do you think that undocumented immigrants should be treated the same way as American citizens?
Yeah, they can be treated like American citizens while they're on their way out of here. I mean, if you're here illegally, dude, what is it like? I'll look up. Hold on, I'm on Google right now. I'll look up the definition of illegal. Right now, hold on.
Dude, you're not even tracking the conversation. Just listen. I'm trying to
Illegal
find.
stands for huh?
I'm trying to find an easy way to ask you this question. Would you ever be okay with deporting a citizen?
A citizen?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
You're asking. You're fucking dude. Pull
So
your head out of your ass. You might start seeing them straighter a little bit. Fucking dickhead.
Dude, don't take another drink of whiskey, man. You've already had enough. You're slurring your words a little bit. But listen, all right? So if you wouldn't be okay with deporting a citizen, but you are okay with deporting an undocumented immigrant, this means that you're okay with treating them differently, and you do not think that undocumented immigrants should be treated the same way as citizens. But when we go to Leviticus 19:33 through 34 inside of the Christian Bible, what it says is, and I quote, "The foreigner residing among you must
What is
be..."
that? What is that? Read it. Leviticus what?
Leviticus 19, verse 34 reads, "The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, as you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord your God."
That's not true. I just looked it up. It says it instructs followers to treat foreigners living among them with kindness and justice, not to oppress them, and love them as they love themselves. Fucking dumbass. Next topic. Go ahead. Ask me another one. I'm on Google right here. You want to use your little AI chat GPT? I'm on Google right now. We can go Google for Google.
Do you think before you speak? You understand that is exactly what I said, right? I said that Leviticus 19:34 says to not treat foreigners any differently than the native born. Then you're like, fucking dumbass, that's not what it says. What it says is that you can't treat foreigners any differently than the native born. Dumbass.
I think you just took a few words out. The words you said weren't exactly how it was supposed to be, but overall, I think you get the point.
Right. So if I get the point, all that means is that it is not Christian to treat undocumented immigrants and subject them to different treatment than you would subject citizens to.
Yeah, well, this says you got to instruct your followers not to treat the foreigners living among them, but that's foreigners who came here and are now a part of your system. If you come here illegally, hence the word I showed you earlier what illegal means, it's not allowed. You're not if you're here illegally, that means you're not allowed to be here. That's what that would mean in context, right?
So what context of Leviticus 19 does does God talk about Donald Trump's immigration laws?
Well, he didn't know. This wasn't.
Wait, God didn't. Wait, God didn't know something? I thought God was all knowing.
No, he knows. But they don't put everything in the Bible. The Bible is only a certain amount of hardcore pieces of information you need to understand and need to know.
Right,
So
but the fact of the matter is,
if the Bible had everything in it, the book would be infinitely long. You realize that, dickhead, right?
But like you realize that what Donald Trump is doing with his immigration policy would directly contradict Leviticus 19 because it's saying to treat quote unquote foreigners or like immigrants, we'll use that word instead, right, fairly, to treat them with love, with kindness, with compassion, and that you can't treat them any differently than you would treat your own native-born citizens. Okay, but that's obviously like not what Donald Trump is doing. Like Donald Trump says that undocumented immigrants are coming from prisons and mental asylums, even though that's not true. He's never subjugated like citizens to such like extreme remarks. He's like illegally infringing on the constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants, deporting them without due process, infringing the 14th, taking their birthright citizenship away. Actually, the Supreme Court literally ruled that he's illegally deported undocumented immigrants upon their rights.
Sure,
April 10th, Abrego Garcia.
Hold on. Let me pull up my notes here.
You take notes? I'm surprised.
Oh, I mean, I take notes throughout a whole bunch of different things I need to take notes on. It's something that human beings need to do. We're not AI, chat GPT, little things that you use where it memorizes everything. We have a certain amount of knowledge you're able to attain in your brain. And for someone like me, who typically is always learning and understanding new things, you only want
Sam, thank you for the galaxy.
You only are going to want to hold the information that is most applicable to real life. So a lot of the knowledge that I get ends up leaving my brain because of the constant learning I'm doing. So.
Okay, yeah. So I'm going to disregard that. You told us that you were reading your notes and you had something that you wanted to say in response to my argument that Donald Trump is infringing on Leviticus 19 and on the greater theme of like Christian teaching by subjugating undocumented immigrants to unfair, tyrannical, abusive treatment.
I'm not too sure. Can you repeat it one more time?
Donald Trump is infringing on Leviticus 19, where it says that immigrants should be treated fairly with love, and they should be treated the same as a native born by treating them very differently by subjugating them to unique systems of oppression. John? Are you pissing? John, are you using the restroom?
Talking.
No.
You can keep going. What did you say? What are you talking about right now?
Did you just go pee on a live stream in front of like close to 20,000 people?
No, I've been sitting here at my chair. I don't know what you're talking about.
You've been sitting in the chair? Dude, why did we just like hear
turn my
you
camera
pee?
on?
John, I don't know if I want.
Well, I was just filling up my water bottle.
You're filling up your water bottle? So, but the thing is if you were filling up your water bottle, I'd assume that you'd be doing it at a point where the water bottle was empty, but we heard the water or the liquid, right, hitting other liquid, causing that splish splash sound.
Well, yeah, because there was liquid in my water bottle, you complete goofball.
So then why would you be filling it up?
How about you... Dude, you don't know fucking shit.
So then why would you be filling it up if it already had water in it?
You think people always want to fill up their water bottle when it's completely empty? What if I had about an inch or an inch and a half of water left in my water bottle and decided I wanted more?
So
and
then
I started filling it up. You're a dickhead. You're someone who just automatically...
You're acting really defensive.
What everyone else's life should be. You don't actually think about how others feel. and you just live in your own bubble. You're a complete
John,
buffoon. You're
John,
a complete buffoon.
could you please wash your hands?
I don't need to right now. I didn't even use the bathroom like you're done.
You forgot to wash your hands.
You're schizo.
That's you. That's I think that's like a derogatory. Like you shouldn't say that.
You're schizophrenic.
Okay, you shouldn't like basically like like use like schizophrenia as some prerogative to like further an agenda of like being mean and rude to somebody. I think that's like a really bad thing to do, but totally expected for a Trump supporter.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, me too. Totally. But you can continue the. I mean, I don't know. We were talking about something. You went off on a tangent about washing your hands and how you got to wash your hands because you're spreading COVID. You're just a fucking dickhead, dude.
Okay. Let's see if I could find like a really like easy argument for you to follow here. Are you a patriot?
Oh yeah. I mean, by blood.
Okay.
Red, white, and blue.
Do patriots care about core American values?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Is the Constitution a core American value?
Oh yeah.
It is. So that means patriots care about the Constitution.
Oh, 100%.
So when Donald Trump said that,
They might need to amend some parts of
so
it.
when Donald Trump said that he wanted to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution on Truth Social in December of 2022, they made it clear that he's not a patriot, right?
I don't know what you mean.
So you said that patriots care about the Constitution. Donald Trump said he wanted to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, meaning that he's not a patriot because he doesn't care about the Constitution. I'm trying to find like the easiest argument for you to follow.
No, that's understandable. I've heard a liberal say that before, but it's very easily debunked. Basically, obviously, the Constitution is something we love and we care about, but dude, buddy, it was written so long ago. Their thought process and everything was we're too advanced now. So you need to rethink about things and go about things and think about ways to maybe change it and make it better for everybody.
Dude, I swear to God, you were so spineless. You were such a little coward. Okay?
Oh yeah, I'm spineless.
What was that laugh? The image that just popped in my head was like a picture of like a Reddit moderator when you just did that little laugh. That like that one sticker that's been like popping up in a bunch of like TikTok comment sections. Like the Reddit moderator like taking his fedora. That's kind of the vibe that laugh just gave.
You're pathetic. You're a peasant compared to my bloodline, my ancestry, family tree.
What the fuck are you even saying? What are you saying, piss boy?
I have royalty in my bloodline. You have peasantry in your bloodline.
Okay, dude, you're not fucking Kendrick Lamar. This isn't a rap song. This is a debate, okay?
This is real life.
Dude, the only thing that is real life is the fact that you just pissed on live in front of 20,000 people and then denied it under the guise of saying that you were filling up a water bottle.
I didn't piss on any live stream.
Yes, you did,
You're
piss
delusional.
boy.
You're completely delusional.
You know, in fact, I actually think that you've done it before. I remember you. Remember when you came up onto this live and you were here with Texas for Trump? That lady, she was a Trump supporter, and you were sitting on the panel with me, Parker, and Athena, and then you pissed on live then too. You've actually pissed on my live twice.
I don't think that was me.
Oh yeah, you remember that, buddy? This was like a year ago. You fucked with the wrong guy, a guy with a pretty damn solid memory. Okay, but I guess I wouldn't have to have a solid memory to remember some stupid ass Trump supporter pissing on my live stream. I'm talking about you, piss boy.
Show me. You don't. Yeah. You don't.
Why are you? Stop moaning. What do you do?
I've never pissed on a live stream.
Okay, let me thank a couple people. Sandra, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Sandra with the $10 says, "Dina, I don't know how you deal with these people." Me neither. At this point, I'm just a little bit mind numb. Can you thank Sandra for the $10? Can you say thank you, Sandra?
No, I mean she didn't send me any money.
But she sent me money.
Oh, okay. Fuck you, Sandra.
Whoa, dude, don't say that to Sandra. Take it
Send
back.
me money, Sandra. Send me money.
Oh wait, are you asking for a free
Send me
handout
money,
right
Sandra.
now? Listen, you're asking
Sandra,
for
send me money.
You're asking for a free handout right now. I think that you just need to pull yourself up. By
Yeah,
your
I'm
bootstraps.
turning into a liberal like you, little free handout boy.
So you're saying that I've changed your mind and that I've converted you?
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna become an illegal alien and start getting free handouts from all the Democrats.
So can you name one federal system of benefit that gives money to undocumented immigrants in this country?
FEMA.
FEMA, what money does FEMA give to undocumented immigrants?
They have two different branches there: weather funding and their illegal alien funding, and that's the one that they get.
Did you know that
The
according to
immigrant-
the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act of 1996, it's actually illegal to give undocumented immigrants or non-resident / legal citizens any money from the federal government
Well,
outside
how
of
come
emergency
they've been voting in
circumstances?
elections and doing all this stuff? Like, how come they've been doing it, huh?
Well, could you give me any resources that they are? Like, could you give me like a source to demonstrate that FEMA's just like
I have my
giving
notes
free
right here.
handouts and money to undocumented
I have my
immigrants?
notes right here.
Yeah, for sure. No, let's see it. Let's see the notes. Let's see the source. While you're looking for that, Devin, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, saying, how are you simultaneously so funny and cooking these MAGA guests today? Dude, I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit goofy. It's just 'cause
Literally,
you guys
just
are
go
goofy.
look up undocumented.
Shut up, buddy!
immigrants
Bite down!
and
Bite
money.
down! Sit down, Mr.
Literally, go
Kirkboy.
look it up.
Sit down, Mr. Kirkboy. Appreciate you for the $10. Ew. Evelyn, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you for that love. Marie, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you so much. And Emily, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Saying, can you talk a little bit about Adelita Grijalva and Mike Johnson's refusal to swear her in until the government reopens? Yeah, I actually made a video about it a while back. Love her so much. And then Abby, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. I just read your message. I am gonna keep it to myself, but I'm really happy to hear that the live streams help you out, and I'm really sorry to hear that that's what you're going through. As well as Destiny. Thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love, Destiny. Show some love to
You wanted
Destiny
to
down
be
below in
a
that chat for
Charlie
the 20.
Kirk or no?
Oh, and then also Sandra sent another $10. Remember when you said fuck you, Sandra?
Yeah, fuck you, Sandra.
Yeah, she responded to that with another $10 in the statement, not on your best day.
I don't know what that means.
No, of course you don't. Of course you don't, because it takes more than like a second, right? It takes more than a second.
I'm thinking about it. It doesn't
Shelby,
make
thank you
sense.
so much for the $10 on Venmo. Who says thank you for making my lunch break so entertaining. I appreciate you for the $10, Shelby. And then Abby, I did just see your message again. I'm really happy that the streams make you feel less alone. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you, Abby. And then Darlene, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Darlene with the $2 says, tell Piss Boy I said fuck you on behalf of the queen he disrespected. Love you, Dean. Love you too.
What do you think about radical left lunatics basically wanting to commit political violence against basically our modern day MLK?
What? Did you just call Charlie Kirk the modern day MLK?
Is that not what he was?
Oh my God. He said that the Civil Rights Act, which is what MLK fought for, was a mistake. So are you saying that you think he was a mistake?
Okay, dude. Completely doesn't
because guess
matter.
what? Guess what? He said that MLK was a bad person, that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake, and now you're calling him the modern day MLK. So are you calling him a
he
modern
basically
day
filled his
mistake?
shoes.
So you're calling him a modern day mistake, right?
Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, because you're calling him a modern day
no,
MLK.
he's
He thinks
a
MLK and the Civil
hero.
Rights
He's an
Act were
American
terrible and a
hero.
mistake. So you're calling Charlie Kirk a modern day terrible mistake.
No, he
No.
is an American
No,
hero,
why-
and that's why he was granted the
Why do you think he's a
Nobel Peace
why do you
Prize
think he's
medal.
modern day MLK?
Huh?
Why do you think he's the modern day MLK?
Dude, you clearly just don't know much about like history or anything.
Well, I know a lot about Charlie Kirk, and nothing about Charlie Kirk screams MLK. It kind of
You know
screams
anything
the
about
opposite.
MLK? Because the two are comparable, and if you can't quite see that
In
through
what
your little
senses?
Satan democratic eyes, then you need to wake the hell up, read the fucking Bible, read a history book.
What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Huh?
What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
1 through 4? Like, the new ones, dumbass? The 1 through 4.
What are the names of the first 4 books?
Doesn't quite... Hold on.
Seemingly, I'm not the one that has to read my Bible. It's you. It's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and James. Actually, no. It's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
It's
Shit.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Oh, God. I switched James and John. Look at me making a big mistake. Atheist, Democrat owned. But listen, I actually want you to give an argument to justify what you just said. Okay, you called Charlie Kirk the modern day MLK. Seriously, why the fuck did you say that?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Why did you say that? What's the parallel? Give me the comparison. Give me the facts.
Oh, okay. I'll show you on Google. I'll just basically look up Charlie Kirk modern day MLK.
MLK led one of the great civil rights revolutions
Martin
in this
Luther
country.
King Jr. and
Meanwhile,
Charlie
Charlie Kirk
Kirk.
ran away from a 19-year-old.
This is the right wants to make Charlie Kirk its Martin Luther King. Where?
Keep reading that. No, keep reading it. No, why did you mute? Why did you stop reading that, John? Continue. No, 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 no. Please keep reading that.
Huh?
No, keep reading it. You just said this is why.
Charlie Kirk says we must learn nonviolence or we may face non-existence. Is that not real?
Okay, well, then he turned around and said that Biden should be publicly executed in front of children.
No, he didn't say that.
Yes,
dude.
he did. He said that we need
such a
executions.
liar.
We need to
You're
do them
such a
back.
little
We need to do
snake
them
oil liar.
publicly. And then somebody else on the panel was like, "Oh, and children should be there too." And he was like, "Yeah, yeah, 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 yeah." Oh, and on another occasion, he said that Biden is guilty of treason against the United States of America and should be executed for his crimes.
You know what? Fuck you, dickhead.
Why are you getting so aggressive? Oh, I guess he had to go change his diaper. Wow, wow, wow. Little baby. Little baby. Couldn't handle the heat. We're going to go get that next guest loaded up in here. Only hop in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Go ahead and put some baby bottle emojis down below in that chat for the man baby acting like a toddler. I can't stand it. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Moving on to the next Trump supporter, Christopher. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He said, ask him what the Lord's Prayer is. He wouldn't know. Of course, he's gone. Like I said, he had to go change his diaper. But appreciate you for the $10. As well as Cora. Thank you for the $10 as well on PayPal. He says, Dean, I'm pretty sure this guy's drunk as fuck right now. Listen, that's going to be me as soon as I end this live. I'm not kidding. After I end this live, I'm going to go make myself a nice glass of whiskey. Because today has been insane. Appreciate you for that love, Cora. As well as Hannah, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate that. Hannah with the $2 on Venmo. Thank you. Nicholas with the $3 on Venmo. Thank you. Abby with the $5 on Venmo says Piss Boy's getting absolutely cooked. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. As well as Marin, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love. And Camp, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat over on YouTube, who says, just got back from surgery, very minor, so don't worry. And this is a great medicine. Camp, it's good to see you. Good to have you back and happy to hear that the minor surgery went well. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, I want to support him, what he does here is good, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal right there, as well as it can be found in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message of the YouTube stream. Welcome in. What is going on, new guests? Are you MAGA? MJ?
Not gonna lie, no way, bro. WU, you changed my opinion on life. Fucking big up all the donators, bro. Obviously, I'm rich, bro. Have a nice day, you, bro. Change my opinion.
You too, MJ. That's awesome. I'm really happy to hear that that I was able to help change your mind. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. You know what? I gotta say it, man. I really do love these streams because sometimes they're entertaining. They're informative, they educate people, and they actually change minds, dude. I couldn't ask for a better job. I love what I do so much because not only does it generate a positive outcome, but it's also at some points fun, right? Even though at some points it's challenging. Overall, I love it. What's up? Do you support Trump, Douglas? Okay, they're not here. Moving on to our next guest, guys. Only up in that queue, even only if you are an American adult that supports Trump. Jesus, my superstar, is loading into the box. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Jesus, my superstar? Guess not. Kylie, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Kylie. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yo, and Danielle, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Danielle says, Dean, I've been watching for a while, and this is your greatest stream I've ever seen. Danielle then goes on to say, what a roller coaster. I fucking love you. Listen, Danielle, I appreciate you for the $25. No, man, the last two guys have been absolutely insane, right? Oh my God. Thank you for the $25. I want everyone to spam some Danielle's dabble on that chat. What is up, T-Roy? Do you support Trump?
Dean, you're a fucking little faggot.
All right. We're going to go to Kick T-Roy. Moving on to the next guest. We're going to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Just make sure if you're in that queue that you're following the rules. Unlike T-Roy, obviously broke a handful of them there. All right. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Hey, what's up? How old are you? Nope. Moving on to the next guest. We got them loading in.
How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Um. Oh, I'm not gonna say what I wanted to say. How like terrible is your life?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I know who that is in your profile picture. His name is Paul. He's a Nazi, and he hates himself so much to the point where he takes it out on like nearly anybody and everybody around him. So you must
Are
hate
you a nigger
yourself
lover,
too.
dude?
And we're gonna go to Bantam and move on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got VIVA loaded up into the box. That's MAGA, by the way, guys. That's MAGA. That's who supports Trump. Hannah, thank you so much for the $10 over at Vim. I appreciate you for that love. Hannah with the $10 says, I literally tell my girlfriend when you're on live, quote unquote, my show is on. Thank you for what you do, Dean. Dude, listen, Hannah, I'm happy you've been able to come in here, hang out with us, and enjoy your time. I appreciate you for the $10. Show some love to Hannah down below while we're looking for that next guest. As well as Soul. Thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Soul. Soul says, trans guy here. You make me super happy. I get scared that I'm going to get hate crimed, and you give me a little bit of hope for the future. Soul, well, thank you so much for being here. I'm happy that you're here with us. Thank you for the $10. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump, Ryan?
Dean,
Okay.
love you, bro. You're awesome. Love your debates. Wish I could debate with you.
I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to kick you out there like when you were mid-sentence. I actually kicked you out maybe like a good 10 to 15 seconds before you even started to talk. But because your internet connection is just a little bit bad, like you were able to talk for like 15 seconds before like you actually got kicked. But I appreciate you for the love. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi, this is Two Girls, We're Twins. We're 19 years
Hello, welcome back.
Hello? Hi, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
You said that you're 19. What year were you born in?
We're
Okay. Yeah, sorry. God's rapturing you guys, so I'm just going to kick you and move on. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got the next Trump supporter loading up into the stream right now. We got Emma connecting, plus those guys were lying about their age. Carmen, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you. Carmen with the $10 says, hey, Dean, my mom is Sandra, the woman who Piss Boy decided to disrespect. And she says, fuck that guy. He's an idiot. Dude, we got Sandra and Sandra's daughter. Dude, shout out to you guys. Great fucking family. Great fucking family. As well as, let's see here. Angel, thank you for the $1. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I love Donald Trump.
Okay, I'm going to go to assume because of the laugh that you're trolling. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. We're looking for a serious debate here. Let's go to get that next guest connected. By the way, guys, we only have around another 20 minutes on stream before we end for the day. But hopefully we can make the most of the last 20 minutes here with a great last debate of the evening before we hop off. Hello, do you support Trump? Hello? Oh, dude, he's asleep. Oh, I just had an impulse to do something terrible. I won't do it. I won't do it. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Good liberal. I had to remember that I'm a good, peaceful, kind of liberal.
Dean! Oh my God!
Okay, well, now it doesn't matter. I was going to yell in the mic. I was going to be like, wake up! But then, then we got this guy in the live stream screaming, so it doesn't even matter. Hey!
I love you, Dean.
Oh, hey, listen, I appreciate you for the love. That's incredibly kind of you. But we're only looking for MAGA, so unfortunately, I got to kick you. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I'm eating.
No worries. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay. What year are you born in?
2006.
And why the hell do you support Trump as Perez?
Well, all right. So before I start, I would like to just ask you for advice for something, because have you ever dealt with super far over?
I'm sorry, man. The tone of your voice, it's just not inviting. I'm going to move on. All right, guys, we're going to try one more time. And then honestly, after, if we don't get a debate with this next attempt, I actually think I know what we're going to do instead. Zoran Mamdani debate on YouTube. Is it live yet? When does Zoran do his debate? I'm pretty sure I'm in a group chat with his team. Let me just check. Like I told you, I've been trying to get Zoran on the live for fucking ever. Hasn't been able to work yet, but oh man, I want him on. I want him on the live. Let's see. Debate is underway. Oh, it looks
Hello?
like it's already started. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in? Oh, wait.
2005.
You're 19? It says that you're 20 in your bio. I don't believe you. You're a fetus. Guys, do you want to, like, use, like, the last little bit of the stream to react to the Zoran Mamdani debate? Because, like, obviously we're not really having any luck. Of course. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. No, I agree. Hey, Catherine, I appreciate you for the $8 over on PayPal. That is very kind of you. Yes. Okay. We may just do it on YouTube. So if you want to come over, just go to the link in my
Accidents
bio. Yeah, we'll probably just do it all over on YouTube, then end on TikTok for the day. No, not on YouTube. Okay, it looks like they're
to deal with those serious.
Yeah, okay, it looks like they are live. Yeah, the debate is underway. Yeah, this looks pretty great. Okay, I think that's what we're gonna do. All right, guys, here's what we're gonna do. I am gonna go ahead and end the live on TikTok because I already know I'll get a flag on my account if I broadcast like the C-SPAN Mamdani debate on TikTok. They do that to me every time. They fuck me over. So unfortunately, because of TikTok terms of service, we can't do that on TikTok. But listen, guys, I would be ending the stream for the night. And instead, I'll just be spending some more time over on YouTube. So listen, for the 12.3 thousand people in here, if you want to continue to hang out with us, if you do want to come over, right, and react to Zoran Mamdani, Crazy Curtis, and then Cuomo, Forgettable Cuomo, we'll call him, head to the link tree in my bio, click on my YouTube, and you'll be able to hang out with us and watch it live. My YouTube handle is DEANWITHRS. So if you don't want to go through the link tree in my bio, you could also just go to YouTube, type that in, or just type in Dean Withers. You'll find me pretty easily. And yeah, we're going to be hanging out over there, maybe for like another 30 or so minutes, reacting to the Mamdani debate. I watched the first one when I was on a plane, and honestly, I enjoyed it. So we're going to do that again for like another 30 minutes here, and then we're going to get off. Love you all. I would actually highly recommend that you come over. Once again, link tree in the bio. See you there shortly. If you're already over on YouTube, you know it's good. And bye everyone on TikTok. Once again, that is Dean Withers on YouTube. Right now we have like 10K people that are still in the TikTok stream. If we could get like 3K people even to head over to the YouTube, that'd be pretty sick. See you guys there. Bye. All right. Hello, everyone on YouTube. Let's go ahead and get this loaded up to react to the Mamdani debate. I'm a big Mamdani guy, by the way. Big Mamdani dude. That's me. That's me right there. Huge Mamdani guy. Huge Mamdani guy. Oh, I'm happy that was out of frame. Yeah. Ooh. All right. Let's go ahead and adjust this so we could get the broadcast live. Oh, look at that. It's pretty good. Perfect. Boom. A little bit low quality, but it's okay. It's low quality on my end too. Yeah, it's literally only streaming up to 480p. What the fuck? Terrible.
It's scary in their neighborhood too. Those quality of life crimes also have to be addressed.
Mr. Mamdani.
All right. Let's pick up.
How many times Andrew Cuomo describes it as my idea or my policy, I have never once stated that we were not going to prosecute misdemeanors. And that is what you see from the former governor, is someone who spends more time talking about the platforms of other organizations and other individuals than the one that I've actually put forward or the one that he is supposed to be running on.
Now we'll hear from Brian for
I don't know where to put my camera.
Excuse me 1 second. Can I just respond to that accusation?
Whether it's misdemeanors or felonies, no cash bail releases them back into the streets. And both of them.
Yo, does anybody know if there's like a better way to watch this? If there's like a better link to this that's a little bit more high quality?
You afford no cash bail.
I want to move on. You'll get your opportunities, I think, because I want to bring up a particular crime concern, and that is violence among younger New Yorkers, specifically teenagers. My question is, what is your stance on the statewide raise the age law, which increased the age of adult criminal responsibility from 16 years old to 18 for most crimes? Police Commissioner Tisch says, quote, "The mentality on the street is that nothing happens to those under 18 who possess a gun." So would you support modifying raise the age in any way? And Mr. Mamdani, since you just announced that you would invite Commissioner Tisch to stay on, would you go along with her on this?
Like
I
that?
would not support changes to the state's legislation, and I would not support them because the major issue with the implementation of that legislation has been the fact that there is hundreds of millions of dollars that are supposed to be delivered alongside that law that is still languishing in Albany. And I am excited to be the next mayor of the city.
Okay, I found a significantly higher quality one. Oh, perfect. Okay, here we go, chat. Give me a second. I found a significantly higher quality one. You're just going to be looking at me. Hello, guys. While I type this in. NYC debate for mayor full NY1 coverage. Perfect. Oh, so much better.
Respond to those same incidents.
So much
The
better.
reason I believe in the efficacy of this approach is because of the fact that it has been delivered elsewhere in the country. So no matter how often you hear those on this stage tell you that something cannot be done, know that there are others in this same country who have seen it, and it is time for that same policy to come to New York City.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, I have a similar question for both of you. The department currently fields about 33,000 officers, down from 37,000 in 2018. Public safety budget approaching $10 billion. Mr. Sliwa, you want to hire 7,000 more cops. Mr. Cuomo says 5,000 more cops. Each of you, make the case for why you think that's necessary, especially given the fact that for for much of New York City, crime declines over the last 20 years happened while the size of the force was also declining and not rising.
Errol, I have to revisit the last debate for a second when Zoran was basing this policy on what they do in Eugene, Oregon. You've never been to Eugene, Oregon. I have. Are you out of your mind? And then Columbus, Ohio. This is New York City, a major metropolitan area with thousands of 911 calls, domestic abuse, emotionally disturbed persons, and you want to have social workers go out there and risk their life. And by the way, they're not going to get the results that a trained professional police officer can get. That's why we...
The social worker is more trained in this circumstance of working with individuals experiencing like emotional conflicts than the police officer.
Do it at Harvard University and the other university. We'll raise $1 billion, get them vetted, trained, and out into the streets so they can be seen in all the neighborhoods, and most importantly, do the job they were sworn to do. And I will make sure that their insurance, the qualified immunity that was stripped from them, the only civil servants who are not protected by the taxpayer, is returned so that they can freely go out and do what they were trained to do, is to protect all of the people of New York City.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
There is nothing new here. We've had mentally ill, homeless people going back to the Billy Boggs case, right, under the Ed Koch administration. I ran homeless services not just for David Dinkins, but also for President Clinton. I've worked in every state, all the large cities, on all homeless programs. I've spent dozens of nights out trying to bring mentally ill people in. It can be done with mental health workers and police workers. You cannot tell from a phone call if a person is going to be dangerous. And I have seen personally many times a person who seemed very calm and sedate explode into rage. Why? Because that's sometimes a symptom of mental illness. So there's nothing new here. It just has to be done and managed. Yes, you need more police. You need more police, first of all, Errol, because they're quitting because there are not enough to staff the force, and they're working overtime and weekends, and their family life is destroyed. So you have the highest attrition rate in modern history. You have to hire 5,000 just to slow down the attrition.
Okay, thank you, candidate.
40,000 beds for mental health in the state hospital system. By the time you fled fearing impeachment, you cut the budget down to 4,000 beds. Shame on you for putting those emotionally disturbed persons in the street.
You don't know what you're telling. Well, there's one bet I'm going to say for you, but no one is saying to go back to Willowbrook. That's when there were 40,000 people in mental institutions. Yeah. We left that 40 years ago when we went to community-based housing.
We're going to stay in this century, guys. Yeah. The next, we're going to do our lightning round where each candidate will answer our questions with a brief response, usually yes or no. I'm going to do the first couple. Candidates, if you had the power, would you keep, kill, or modify the congestion pricing program? Just say one of those words. Keep, kill, or modify. Mr.
One
Sliwa.
and done. Dead.
Mr. Mamdani.
Keep.
Okay. Would you expand, decrease, or keep the same number of so-called safe injection sites for drug users in the city? Mr. Mamdani.
Can you say the options again?
Expand, decrease, or keep the same?
Keep the same.
Mr. Cuomo.
Keep.
Close them down.
Okay. The last two mayors proposed allocating 1% of the city budget for parks. Will you make the same pledge here tonight, Mr. Sliwa?
Add another 2%. Keep your hands off the parks, you greedy developers.
1%.
Mr. Cuomo. 1%. Okay.
2%.
Okay.
Another lightning round question. The city recently enacted a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit for e-bikes. And of course, there are the other motorized two-wheelers that also frequently ignore red lights and other traffic laws. If you were mayor, would you direct the NYPD to ramp up speeding tickets and other moving violations on the motorized two-wheelers, Mr. Cuomo?
Yes. Look, this is a dangerous situation for many people.
Mr. Mamdani, yes or no?
I would actually build on the city council's progress in holding the apps accountable like DoorDash and Grubhub to ensure that there weren't incentives for breaking those street traffic
So
laws.
you would not...
Damn, bro. Dude, fucking Zoran is so smart. He's so fucking
I think
smart.
the police should be the ones dealing with the failures of these app companies.
Mr. Sliwa.
License them, register them, and yes, do enforcement on them.
All right. There is a ballot question to align mayoral election years with presidential election years in the future. Do you support this, Mr. Sliwa?
Absolutely not. All the attention would go to the presidential election, not to the mayoral election.
Not to him.
Elections. All of our city council people.
That's a no, Mr. Mamdani.
I haven't yet taken a position on any of the ballot referendums.
Oh, shocker.
Again?
Same answers
Again and again and again. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. First question, do you support having a casino in the 5 boroughs, like it's a full casino, and do you have a favorite among the 3 current contenders? Mr. Sliwa.
No, only if the community wants it.
Mr. Mamdani.
I'm personally skeptical of casinos, but voters did choose to bring them to New York City, and unlike Andrew Cuomo and Donald Trump, I don't view the law as just a suggestion.
Do you have a favorite of the 3?
No, I don't have favorites of casinos.
Mr. Cuomo.
I do not. I have not reviewed the proposals. I was not in. I did not vote. I did. Let me just
Bro, he was just on his ass for not taking a position, and here he is. That's funny as shit. That's funny as shit.
I did casinos in upstate New York as economic development measures. I had no part of these 3 casinos, how they were done. I think it's highly problematic, and I think there's going to be a lot more to come.
If this was a ranked choice,
You and Zoran can't answer a straight question.
If there was a ranked choice election, how would you vote, Mr. Mamdani?
If there was a ranked choice election?
In this, you'd have to rank these.
Myself number 1 and Curtis number 2.
Mr. Sliwa.
Oh, please don't be glazing me here, Zoran. Are you kidding?
Mr. Sliwa, do you have an
I
answer?
support ranked choice voting, but I'd only vote for myself.
Mr. Cuomo.
I love that Zoran and Curtis ticket idea. I don't know. I'm just enamored with it. I would just rank myself.
Would any of you accept Mayor Adams' endorsement? Mr. Mamdani.
No.
Mr. Cuomo.
Yes, I would.
Mr. Sliwa.
Absolutely not. Put that crook in jail where he belongs.
And final, a fun one.
Be careful. Be careful.
What is your favorite live music venue in New York City, Mr. Sliwa?
Oh, chain smokers. EDM.
Under the K Bridge, I presume.
That's right, the Kosciuszko Bridge.
Mr. Mondani.
Forest Hill Stadium.
Mr. Cuomo.
Under the Kosciuszko Bridge.
Have you seen a show Under the K Bridge?
Okay.
Who'd you see?
No, I picked up my daughters at a show there. That's as close as I got.
Candidates, it's time for the cross-examination round. That's where each candidate gets a chance to ask one question of one rival. The order was selected at random. We're going to begin with Curtis Sliwa.
Zoran, you talk about free, free, free. But we know that somebody's got to pay for it, and that's you, the taxpayers. And that's going to lead to bankruptcy. The only reason that Zoran is on the stage is because of the failed Governor Cuomo, who was rejected by the Democrats in the primary and rejected by 13 women who charged you with sexual harassment. Do you ever know that
Dude, he's kind of cooking his ass. Listen, he's kind of fucking cooking, okay? Right? Like, no, he should not be mayor. He should not be fucking mayor, okay? But, like, he's kind of cooking.
Your question is to Mr. Mondani. Who was your question
we
to?
can bifurcate it, right?
No. You can't. Who was your question
it's to Cuomo.
Okay. Your response, Mr. Cuomo.
I'm not sure what the man said, but the situation, my legal situation, as we discussed before, was fully litigated. I was dropped from the cases. If anyone has a legal situation to talk about, I think it's Mr. Sliwa, who runs the Guardian Angels, and apparently as a charitable donation, but never filed any tax returns for the Guardian Angels, and has been accepting charitable donations, which is just a crime and tax fraud. So I think that's the person who I was explaining to do.
Okay, your turn to ask a question, Mr. Cuomo.
To Zoran, I believe, as we've stated, that you have been a divisive force in New York, and I believe that's toxic energy for New York. It's with the Jewish community, it's with the Italian-American community when you give the Columbus statue the finger. It's with the Sunni Muslims when you say decriminalize prostitution, which is haram. It's the Hindus. But then you take a picture with Rebecca Kadaga, Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. You take the picture with your father, you're smiling, he's smiling. She's known as Rebecca Gay Killer Kadaga.
Question.
You're a citizen of Uganda. You took the picture, you said you didn't know who she was, it turns out you did. How do you not renounce your citizenship or demand BDS against Uganda for imprisoning people who are gay just by their sexual orientation? Isn't that a basic violation of human rights?
I think he gets the question.
My politics is consistent, and my politics is built on a belief in human rights for all people. And that extends to queer and trans New Yorkers, and it extends to queer and trans Ugandans. And had I known that the first deputy minister was the architect of that legislation, I would not have taken that photo. And yet I also know that this constant attempt to smear and slander me is an attempt to also distract from the fact that, unlike myself, you do not actually have a platform or a set of policies to protect those same New Yorkers here. All you have are the insults that you have lobbed at every single opportunity you have.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's it. Cross-examination is just a question and answer.
Good.
Your turn to ask a question.
Mr. Cuomo,
He brought it home. He brought it home.
In 2021, 13 different women who worked in your administration credibly accused you of sexual harassment. Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to defend yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political. You have even gone so far as to legally go after these women. One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening. You sought to access her private gynecological records. She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her. I, however, can speak.
Damn.
What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
He doesn't know what to say.
If you want to be in government, then you have to be serious and mature. There were allegations of sexual harassment. They were then went to 5 district attorneys, fully litigated for 4 years. The cases were dropped, right? You know that as a fact.
I'm just gonna put myself down
everything
here.
you just said was a misstatement, which we're accustomed to from you.
Everything that I stated was a misstatement?
Yes, because the cases were dropped. That's what happened. And my question to you, you still didn't answer, why won't you say BDS against Uganda for saying gays should be imprisoned for being gay?
Okay.
You have no problem with BDS against Israel, but no BDS for Uganda.
This is just one question, one answer. We all heard it. Thank you very much, candidates. Brian.
Our next topic is education. The next mayor will oversee the largest school system in the United States, as you know, with roughly 900,000 students, thousands of schools, and billions of dollars in budget. We have an education question for each of you. Mr. Mamdani, you said you would give up mayoral control of schools and share decision-making with various stakeholders. But in the last debate, you said you're still for mayoral accountability for educational outcomes. This has confused some people about how you can give up final authority but still hold yourself accountable. Can you try to clarify that?
I remain opposed to mayoral control, and I also believe that the mayor is accountable for that which happens in this city. I will not shirk that accountability, even when we are putting together a system that has greater involvement for parents, for educators, for students. Look, 1 in 300 Americans is a student in the New York City public school system. This is a system where we are failing to deliver excellence to students, to teachers, to parents, and it is time to have a mayor who understands not only the crisis in front of us, but the fact that we have to change our ways if we want to change our results. And that is what we are running on, a plan for the future, not to simply relitigate the past.
I love it.
Mr. Sliwa,
I love it.
You recently proposed reducing the education budget by $10 billion.
Compare how Zoran spoke to how Slee was about to speak.
But your website includes things like, quote, hire more therapists, expand services for students with learning differences, build new vocational high schools, restore arts programs, expand athletic programs, and increase teacher pay to attract and retain top talent. Those are all exact quotes from your website. How do you defund the education department by 25% to cut taxes, add in the Trump administration's various cuts, and do all those expansions at the same time?
Well, let me tell you, you have a bureaucracy at the Tweed Courthouse. Perfect place to house the Department of Education because of the corruption in the top ranks. You have 13 deputy chancellors. You have about 50 department heads. Nobody at the school level ever deals with them. $41,000 we pay per student, and teachers still have to reach into their pockets to pay for basic supplies. You cut at the top, contracts that have been negotiated that have not been overseen. You will save millions and millions of dollars. And yes, you open up the schools as it was when I went to public school, after school center, night center, weekend center, not just sports, but culture, plays, musicals. People used to be able to take instruments home when they were in band and orchestra. That attracted children. 1/3 of our children don't even come to school each day, and we need more vocational training like we had when I was growing up. That's been depleted, and more charter schools. We need to raise the cap and have more charter schools for the children who have been waiting to get in for years.
And Katie has an education question for Mr. Cuomo.
Thanks, Brian. Mr. Cuomo, there's currently a state law to reduce class sizes in the city. You recently described the law as, quote, reckless, and proposed that popular schools be exempted from this law. You also want to start closing low-performing schools, one of the most controversial policies of Mayor Bloomberg. Would you defy the class size law, and if you close existing schools rather than work to improve them, what specifically helps the kids learn more and where?
Yeah, the common denominator on all these things is, the question is, what is your plan to change things? And what is your ability and experience to do it? These are management challenges.
He's not answering the question.
And I have managed large bureaucracies. The Department of Education, we lost 1 million students. What's happening is young families have to make a decision when their child has to go to school. They're deciding to go to the suburbs, go to Jersey. They're not going to sacrifice their kid. So it is a terrible problem for the entire city. The shrinking public school system. I would double the gifted and talented programs, double the number of specialized high schools, keep the SAT, and keep mayoral control. It is wholly inconsistent to say, I think it's a top priority, but I want to give up mayoral control, but I want to be a mayor who runs grocery stores. Forget the grocery stores. Run the Department of Education. It was the most single instrumental reform. Mayor Bloomberg was right. The mayor in Boston and Chicago don't give up mayoral control.
Would you defy the law, the class size law?
The problem with the class size law, it's a nice idea. The state didn't send the money. The state has not been doing its fair share for the city. If you have a nice idea, that's nice. Send the money.
And just a fact check, I don't think we lost 1 million students. We have just about under 1 million students in the DOE system, but just a quick show of hands.
I'm sorry, yes.
And just a show of hands, no talking. Who is in favor of the cell phone ban in schools? Raise your hands. Everyone has raised their hands. They all are in favor of the cell phone ban. Thank you.
Okay. Candidates, I want to talk about Rikers Island. Under city law, the jail complex on Rikers is supposed to close in 2027. That's something that the next mayor is going to have to navigate. The population, however, has only gone up. It's surpassing 7,000 detainees, and a judge this year put Rikers on a path toward federal receivership. So here's the question. As mayor, will you commit to the closure of Rikers Island as required? And if not, what is your alternative plan? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
Number one, the architect for the closing of Rikers Island is on this stage. That's former Governor Andrew Cuomo. He was the first, and his apprentice is Orhan Mandami. No, you keep Rikers Island open. There are 7 functioning buildings, 3 others that need to be rehabbed. You can move those who have mental health issues and give them the treatment they need as long as they're detained on Rikers Island. Some people do a year of time if they're given that in the courts rather than be shipped upstate. So there are a variety of inmates. We have allocated $8 billion for 4 community jails. The price tag is now up to $16 billion and will only house 4,000 of the 7,000. Guess what? We keep the inmates on Rikers Island, and we turn those 4 units in the neighborhoods into affordable housing that we've all been clamoring for.
What about the law that requires the closing?
Oh, you go into court, you fight. You fight for the taxpayers, and you fight to keep inmates on Rikers Island so that we don't just have to lock up toothpaste in New York City, but we lock up inmates.
Mr. Cuomo.
The Zoran has said he'd honor the law closing Rikers in 2027. You can't. You can't. Unless you intend to release all the people on Rikers Island.
By the way, I just want to make it clear, we're probably going to watch this topic and the one after, and then I am going to end this stream for the evening. If you're still interested in watching the debate after that point, I'll drop a link to this stream in the chat. So we're going to watch Rikers Island and the one after it, then I'm going to hop off.
I would say scrap the county jails, build new jails on Rikers Island, provide ferry and bus transportation for people from the other boroughs to visit on Rikers Island, and then use the existing 4 sites for commercial residential. But you cannot close Rikers on 2027 because there's no place to put the people unless you're going to release 7,000 people.
Well, you're familiar with the idea that a law is passed, it's supposed to be followed, even if it's difficult, even if the timeline is screwed up, even if the money's not there.
Yeah, so then, which is Zoran's position, then you're saying release the 7,000 people. And I'm saying I'm not going to release 7,000 criminals into New York City.
Yeah, Mr. Mondani.
There is no one on this stage that is saying that. Yet Andrew Cuomo will repeat it again and again. What I have said time and again, I'll repeat it again, is that yes, we have to close Rikers Island. Rikers Island is a stain on the history of this city. And that this current administration has made it nearly impossible to do so by the stipulated timeline. So what I will do is everything in my power to try and meet that deadline, knowing that Eric Adams has made it so difficult because he's had no interest in actually following through on it. And as much as you will hear about experience and running a government, what Andrew Cuomo doesn't seem to understand is the city has already entered into contracts for these borough-based jails, and to end those contracts would be to incur massive fiscal penalties, but that's not something that he seems to care about, even as he speaks about the fiscal stewardship of this city.
If I may, you want to talk to me about running government or managing projects? I built the 2nd Avenue subway. I built the Mario Cuomo Bridge, the largest infrastructure project in the United States of America, $5 billion on time, on budget. 2nd Avenue subway, Moynihan train hall. Of course there's costs incurred. The question is going to be, how much more does it cost to finish the jail, and are you better off cutting your losses? That's the question in the discussion, and you sit down with the contractor and you negotiate. But your position of, I'm going to close it on 2027, the question is yes or no? Do you close it in 2027? You still haven't answered.
You will hear from Andrew Cuomo about his experience as if the issue is that we don't know about it. The issue is that we have all experienced your experience. The issue is that we experienced you taking a $5 million book deal while you sent seniors to their deaths in nursing homes. The issue is that we experienced you cutting funding for the MTA to send money to upstate ski resorts. The issue is that we saw you give $959 million in tax breaks to Elon Musk. The issue is your experience.
No, the only thing...
Oh, that's pretty good. That's a good one.
The issue is
that's great.
You have
that's good.
no experience. You've accomplished nothing. You haven't proposed a bill on anything, and you still haven't said if you'll close Rikers in 2027.
Stop. I got the answer to the questions I was asking. Thanks very much. Let's move on.
My next question is about another law that's already on the books. The city has a climate law, Local Law 97, that will require a large percentage of the buildings in the city to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 or face financial penalties.
All right, chat. I do apologize for interrupting the debate. If you are watching, if you are interested in watching it. However, of course, the reason why I am interrupting the debate at this point is because I am going to end my stream for the evening. Now, here's what I am going to do. I'm going to go ahead and put the link to the debate in the live in the comment section. And if you are still interested in watching the rest of it, just literally click on that link now. Just don't even wait for me to end my stream. It's in the pinned comment. If you wanna watch the rest of the debate, just click the pinned comment. Just have a good one. Don't even wait until I in the live to leave. Just leave now, so you won't lose that link. But hey, I really appreciate everyone so much for pulling through and coming through to the stream today on TikTok and YouTube. We sure did a lot, all the way from talking to Pete Buttigieg to debating some crazy lady about 5G radiation and gay frogs to talking to the crazy man who was pissing on live, quoting the Bible, and then contradicting it in his next breath with his support for Trump, to this. So it's definitely a day of festivities. Parker should be live super duper soon as well, if he's not already live. But I love you guys. Either go watch that debate if you want to. Head over to Parker. I'm going to go ahead and end. Peace and love, everyone. Good night.